have courage, but no one is immune to fear. Where are you? Still waiting. Still waiting. Where are you?
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Spike planted. I'll find you. You don't need nightmare powers to see them shaking. They are terrified. I'll find you. Where are you?
30 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Spike planted. Still waiting. Still waiting. I'll find you. Dreams are a funny thing. One little twist, and it all turns dark. They are mine. Find you. Where are you?
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted. My ult is ready. Still waiting. Where are you? Bring them down. One dream ends, another begins.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Thrifty.
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever. Where are they?
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Yeah.
all that fun stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep your mics on for a little bit. See if I get signal.
Cool.
Probably going in about.
All right. Well, we're mic'd up. Wait, is mine on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Mine seems louder for whatever reason, though.
Yeah. Come on. I want people to hear me too.
That's crazy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody to the first ever Alberta Esports Expo. I am Nurse, and today I'm joined by
Keithawa.
Keithawa is here joining us, and on this side of the stream we're going to be looking at some Valorant to start things off today. And the first match we have for you is actually the Samurais versus the Kodiaks. Lethbridge Kodiaks, LCI Samurais. I'm excited to get started.
No, it's exciting to be here, you know. First ever Valorant, Alberta Esports, you know.
Yeah.
This is good. So let's maybe run through a bit of like the format, you know, what we're going to be seeing here. So it's going to be a best of one match, which means we're going to see one match, one game between these two teams. Winner moves on, right?
Yeah, and so it's a pretty cutthroat format. Honestly, you have one map pick, one agent select, one composition to come out, surprise your opponent, or show them some fundamental gameplay. Really, in a format like this with the best of ones, there's not a lot of room to mess up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you know, this is going to be our first time seeing these teams, so it's going to be really exciting to see, you know, what kind of surprises they bring us. Whether it's in the map pick, which it seems like.
Pearl is what we're going to get, yeah.
I was wondering if this is a map pick or if this is locked in.
Yeah. The Pearl is locked in, and we're seeing the agent select come out on the side of both of these teams. Kodiaks is the red team, or sorry, Kodiaks is the blue team, while the Samurais are on the red side of things. And it's looking fairly standard as far as team compositions go here. We're seeing a couple interesting picks with the Brimstone coming out from the Samurais on that side of things. Usually you would see an Astra or a Viper, typically either one or both. It seems that both teams are kind of leaning away from that double controller setup and going for either double initiator, or in the case of the Kodiaks, they're going for the Phoenix and the Jet, which is interesting enough.
Yeah, so talk me through on a map like Pearl why you would go for this approach. You know, why would you take more initiators here?
Yeah, it's really kind of dealer's choice at this point, and although these compositions look pretty different, it's mostly what you value. They both have the Fade on the side of the initiator, and then on the side of Samurais, we're seeing the KO. where we're
Right.
seeing the Phoenix on the side of the Kodiaks. Both are going to have that kind of flash utility. The difference is Phoenix is going to have a lot more of that aggressive staying power, while the KO is going to have a lot more of that stopping power and the ability to set up second dinner time on the side of Samurai. So it'll be interesting to see, if that aggressive play style pays off more in a situation like this,
Yeah.
or if the more team-oriented or more stopping power play style comes and rears its ugly head.
Yeah. All right, we are in the game warm-up phase now.
It's pistol round. It's pistol round, and
Yeah.
I think more than anything right now, you're wanting this pistol round.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I think you really want to set the pace of this game, set that tempo, right? You want to let the opponents know, you're coming in here to win. You don't want to go home already, and so I think it's going to be really exciting to see the ferocity that these teams come out with right here.
And it's a chance to show your stuff too, right? We were talking about that best of one format, right?
Yeah.
This pistol round means more than you think it does. 2 rounds likely to be on the board for the winner, and honestly, a chance to kind of flex your strategy-making prowess, some of your execution prowess. I'm wanting to see something big here, and so we're seeing the Jet set up on the B site, KJ set up on the A site, turret out in arcade there. This is a pretty standard KJ setup. It's going to allow KJ to play at the back of site while covering both the front site and arcade pushes, which allows for a lot of strength. And then it's looking like Jet and Phoenix on the B side.
Yeah,
so
Fade taking up that middle position here.
yeah, if the Samurais are able to locate that turret and get rid of it, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Soap,
Right.
holding down that mid site, as he's not really able to fight it by himself. But we're looking at a B lean from
Yeah.
from the Samurais in this early position. So
And so do you think we're going to be seeing something really fast out in this pistol round here, or is this going to be more a slow, methodical approach? What are you kind of anticipating here?
the double initiator with the KO on the side of things can kind of do both. With Jet and Phoenix playing in that backside of B in the bracket, if that's where they end up staying, the KO knife will actually be able to get both of them.
Yeah, a lot of intel.
If that happens, a quick hit is almost certainly what we're going to see happening.
All right, and we are in.
Second dinner time with the spike on the
Yeah.
Jet, interestingly enough. Preps the dash already, was expecting some pressure coming out of bracket, but
We're going to see the Jet kind of caught behind in that back room. Astro Smoke's going to come in here.
yeah, these Astro Smokes are so good at stopping the push.
Yeah.
You have to push almost into blind territory, and with Toast and Phoenix on the other side, it's a big ask. That being said, the Samurai still have access to the Fade Eye. They still have access to the KO knife and the flashes. The Fade Eye actually comes
LCI
out.
going for the execute now, pushing out to site. Going to take this back.
Pushing
ball,
bracket with the
taking a
spike! And
huge kill onto Toast.
all right.
Plan's going to go down already. Oh,
And Soap actually with the eye. No one shot it and was able to get a shot off through the smoke. So we're seeing a 4v4 situation come out in this pistol round. And the plant is still not down.
and you got to wonder what are they waiting for here, right? And already they're starting to be picked apart here. Plan's going to go down and once again canceled here.
Second dinner time is really trying to make this
Nice
plant
pick.
happen.
Noda
But
going to go in with the frenzy, get the kill. Nice Phoenix Molly to heal up, going to take this last fight, and Itzy for the kill onto Floof to close out the first pistol round for the Kodiaks.
that is that's an interesting one to say the least. It seemed like there was pretty ample opportunity for second dinner time to get that plant
Yeah,
up.
yeah. And I'm just sort of wondering why not get that plant and then back up really and play that post-plant position, right?
Especially because second dinner time, if they bought a Deke, or a Sheriff, so they would have been able to, but they could have smoked themselves. They could have gotten a teammate to smoke them just to get that plant down, because you're in that power position once you get the post plant from
Yeah.
that location. Instead, the Samurais were able to push in through that link position and really use the Fade utility to good end. That being said, the first pick goes the way of second dinner time again.
And big mid presence from LCI here. And they're just going to push over towards A, where they have this KJ utility. So we're going to see
what a
how
seize,
effective that
man.
is here.
The Fade on the side of Samurais have been doing so much work as far as stuffing this team out and stopping them. They were definitely the MVP at the last round, and 2 people
Itzy
on
solid
this A site!
second, and there's just no entry solid with the
No.
fourth. It is just walking in to into a kill box here.
And I would just like to see a little bit more utility coming out of this LCI, the Samurai's team.
Definitely agree.
You know,
it felt like they were just kind of walking in there hoping to get something and not really finding a purchase and then just getting picked apart by the superior weaponry of the Kodiaks.
Yeah, we're seeing that kind of, it is a bonus round, right? So you don't expect them to go too crazy, but off the back of second dinner time, actually finding a first pick, you have a good chance at winning that round, right? And so instead of just deathballing onto site and trying to trade it out, I would like to see some more of that Fade utility used and some more of that Phoenix utility used to try and kind of help them enter the site, because we're not seeing a lot of push, we're not seeing a lot of space made, and that needs to happen.
Yeah, but we are seeing our first gun round here, so we're going to be seeing maybe some strategies switch up, some more fights happen here.
Oh, what an eye! Holy!
Wow,
That's on the top of the tower.
Fun little spot there.
All right, Snowy pre-firing into...
There are those Astro Stars again, slowing down that push.
And something that I think could play a factor in this game. Oh, is that through the smoke they find Toast? That is not the way you want to start this round.
Definitely not. And now, you know, Kodiak's gonna have to decide: do we move people over to cover for that opening there, or do we just play this retake maybe?
Yeah, one thing that I was saying that might come back to bite the Samurai's team as this game goes on. And here's the smoke. This is what I was talking about.
See, this is the plan we were looking for in round one, you know. And now we're going to be set up for this beautiful post-plant position through the smoke. Second dinner time.
Someone needs to be on eye shooting duty. I don't know who it is, but someone needs to be watching for it. Something I was saying is a lot of these pushes on the side of Samurais are kind of one-dimensional. Right? They're kind of 5-manning just a lane and pushing down it together. Yeah. I would love to see a reflank from the KJ through maybe mid, coming through Link, just to have another little bit of map control. And they just stuck the defuse.
Not enough pressure on that. I didn't even realize they were defusing, honestly.
Yeah, you just stuck the defuse through the smoke. And unfortunately for Samurais, the bonus round not going their way. Kodiaks looking to put up an advantage early, and it's looking very, very good so far.
Yeah, so now I'm going to be looking to see whether LCI can really pull something out of the back pocket here, shake things up, because, yeah, like you said, you know, it feels like these pushes are sort of starting to stagnate as they enter the site, you know, and then they seem a bit lost maybe once they get the plant down, so.
Yeah. And it's not just that, but the pushes are one-dimensional, right? They're not pulling players to and from sites, right? They're running into just these 2- or 3-man stacks on the site because they didn't show presence anywhere else on the map. They need to do something to pull players off the site, and a whiff knight on the side of Akade's.
And, you know, credit where credit is due. Kodiaks has been winning their fights. And as I say that, Snowy and secondary time going to be getting 2 wonderful opening picks here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a gun retrieved on the side of Snowy, and so what looked to be a 4th round for the side of Kodiaks, Samurais have a chance.
I'm not sure they know, but yeah, but B-side is completely open right now. Kodiaks all the way on A, and yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get the plant down here.
And this is some of the pressure that I was looking for. This is what I wanted to see on those other rounds. We saw that kind of mid-presence, that kind of art presence. They were working around the map, looking for that pick, while the KJ was working up the B lane. That way they knew that there was nothing on B, they knew there was no one on B, and were able to just take the site for free. This is a very hard retake on the side of Kodiaks.
Absolutely. Now secondary time still with those knives out. Going to be detected by that Fade utility. Oh, secondary time with 1 onto Solid. Secondary time. Oh, so caught out. Oh, what? The kill out to ET with the classic.
And second dinner time has just been kind of the beating heart of this
He really has been winning these duels. As I say that, Soap going to take him out. And now in a 1v4 situation, just going to get picked off by Snowy. Attackers. Wonderful round.
Yeah.
That's what we were looking for there. Really well done.
And you got to give them credit for recognizing where they were falling short and adapting a little bit, right? They realized, you know, second dinner time has been getting these first picks. We saw in the pistol round, and we actually saw in round 2 as well. The first blood actually went to the side of Samurais off the back of second dinner time, and so letting this guy work a little bit, right?
Let him cook.
Let him
second dinner time cook.
Yeah, let him go around the map, let him roam a little bit. Once you find that first pick, then make something happen, and that's what we're seeing right now with second dinner time.
Yeah, playing that mid position.
Yeah, showing that mid presence, and Snowy is going to have the ult. I don't know if they're going to commit it here. There are 4 players leading towards A, but without the entry of second dinner time, I don't know if I want to see them commit.
Yeah, and you know they would be walking into a lot of KJ utility here with 3 people on site, so it would be really tough, I think, to get in here. And
second dinner time doesn't know it, but he has a perfect timing right now to try and get into Link and into the back lines. Now we're seeing Snowy actually move a little bit, Prowler out and catch second dinner time. So their Jet, Toast, is being drawn back to B. And again, this is what I wanted to see, this default where the Kodiaks aren't exactly sure where this stack is.
Yeah.
And all it took was second dinner time showing a little bit of presence in that Link.
yeah, exactly. And now, you know,
This
KJ,
hit's coming
the
in.
only one on site, going to be hit by that Fatal. And now it's just going to be an execute. Itzy taken down.
Yeah.
Site is just theirs. And now it's going to be a 4v5 retake for the defenders here.
Oh my
Furiac
god.
very close to going down through the smoke there. Going to be able to make it out. Now going to just be playing those lineups.
Yeah, now they're all just going to be playing through main. I would love to see a replaying through Art here, especially because the Killjoy is dead, but it's looking like we're going to see the 5-man A push, and the 2 Mollies on the bomb almost taking out Toast. The Stam will probably be enough on the side of Samurais, but Ace Blue peeking anywhere. What? Oh my god!
What is this?
Oh my
And Lauren gets the
gosh!
final kill all off the back of Soap. What was that?
And that is such a misplay on the side of Samurais.
That is heartbreaking.
They knew that no one was on the spike, and they chose to stand in front of the smoke and spam anyways. They knew that no one was on. They had the opportunity to just play time. You don't need to be there. And
I mean, just
Soap with
just
the
tuck yourself
blind
behind
spray.
the corner, right? And it's over. That's your round.
Not even with the Odin or the Vandal. With the Ares, he comes up with 4.
Wow. I mean,
That-
Soap throughout this game has just been showing a dominant presence, I think, throughout the entire map.
The utility has been on point, and when you're making plays like that, it's very hard to argue.
Absolutely.
It's very hard to argue. And again, if you're on the side of Samurais, you should have won that round.
Absolutely.
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 The execute was perfect, right? The
Secondary
take
time.
was perfect. And now, on the back foot again, Samurais.
Just unable to find purchase when they're you know, walking into these sites. They're taking duels and they're just not winning them the way they need to be.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
And now we're going to see a rotate over towards the A site here.
KJ is
Soap
still here, though. This is going to be
moving
really,
in towards
really
mid.
hard.
Going to see if he can just get a little bit of map control for them. Might see.
The
something
Fade
happen.
needs to show some presence in Art. If no presence in Art is shown, Itzy is going to have a firing range of these players.
Absolutely.
He's not going to be worried about Art at all. He'll know exactly where to look, and now he's got support.
Snowy going to
Snowy
get
finds
one
Soap, though.
down in Link, B-Link.
And that's the power player out of position
Absolutely.
right now. Soap,
Yeah.
the one to
And we're
spell
gonna see a
disaster.
rotate back over towards B, but
This is going to be
like-
tight. Jet is still here. Toast is
and
still.
it seems like Kodiak has started to read that, and we can already see a bit of a rotate coming in.
This is bad. This
from
is
the
bad.
defenders.
All that Toast needs to do is kill the planter.
Absolutely.
And he's going to hear it coming a mile away.
And they're just going to have to pop the utility and run into sight here, but already secondary time taken down by Toast.
Oh!
Refrag.
Toast is down, but
Where's the plant?
Loda!
Okay,
The
there we
plant's
go.
coming in,
Blue's
but he
coming
can spam it!
Can you shoot through the box?
Spam it! Oh! And the plant goes
Down
down!
with a beautiful kill onto Snowy, taking out that. Oh!
And this
Loda
lockdown's
up
committed,
on
but
the tower.
they're able to pressure it, and Ace
mean-
Blue falls. The lockdown will go down.
That's hard to watch, especially with that lockdown committed. You gotta wonder, in that 1v3 situation, do you invest that there, right?
I think what was happening is it was the 3v3 when he pulled it out, and it was a 1v3.
By the time he
1v3
had
by
put it
the
down,
time
yeah.
it got down, unfortunately. Kodiak with a dominant lead in this first half, and that round, Samurais, quite frankly, looked lost.
Yeah. You know,
That was
we
a
saw that
desperation
rotate
play, and
back and forth, and Kodiak's read it like a book. You
Oh,
know, they
and-
knew exactly what was happening.
it was
the
just
entire time.
because, you know, Toast did their due diligence, right? They stayed on the side of that stayed on that B side and were able to get a kill as they were running in basically for free. That allowed for the rotations to come in and allowed for the really quick pressure to come in. There was no post-man to look at.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a mix-up here from the side of...
Oh!
Beautiful shot from Floof onto Loda. That is a big pick. That's going to leave B site open. Immediately, we're going to see the rotates from Kodiaks over towards that B site and A site. Only the Killjoy there. And with this mid presence, I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can go here.
Yeah, absolutely there is. And kind of caught Lotus sleeping at the wheel a little bit there. Walking backwards into bracket off the start of the round is a weird play, and now we see it. Look at how deep Samurais are right now.
Oh my god, and I just feel like Kodiak
Solid,
has
very
no
aware,
idea
though.
what's happening here.
No, Solid is waiting.
Solid's watching it, but
yeah, second
there you
dinner
go.
time,
You
a
know
little
what?
greedy. And Solid aware of the holes on the map. That is a huge equalizer on the side of Samurais, and now...
Nice pick from Snowy onto Toast. That's really going to open up that site. Only the tower player, Soap, going to be the last one there. He's just going to back off, wait for his teammates, and play this retake.
Yeah, and like I said, this is going to come down to, do we have an eye shooter? Do we have a designated eye shooter? It doesn't come out during the plant, thankfully, and Furiac with the Brimald.
Yeah, playing in a very close position.
Oh my gosh, it's a little spicy, there's no doubt about that.
Itzy with the kill onto Vacates. Solid down to 1 HP.
And
Gets
no
the kill onto
spam!
Furiac, and now they have that Brimall off the board.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Two. Can he win it?
Around the corner. Oh, the timing!
Second Solid.
You can hear him. You can hear him. Oh, Solid.
Gosh. Every round they're coming so close to greatness, and they just cannot take that extra step to close it out.
And that was off the back of the whiff coming out of Furiac. That's the only reason that many players were alive.
And it hurts to see. It hurts.
It hurts. It hurts. And I mean, it's a high pressure situation. I get it. It happens. It happens to everyone. It happens to the best of the best.
I mean, you know, first game of the day, you know, these players, you know, we don't know how many times they've been on a stage before, right? So this is really exciting for us and them and all the spectators in the arena.
And this is it. This is the TSN turning point. This is the round that determines if Samurais are going to have a chance in this map.
Absolutely.
Or, particularly this half. They forced up Guardians, a couple subpar guns here. They need to make something happen.
You don't want to get thrown
round.
onto pistols at this point,
Yeah.
you know, in the game here.
And Toast ready for this
Aggressive
mid-pressure
positioning.
somehow. What a
Ready to dash
read.
away. And he's going to...
And they're not going to give it to him, not without the Prowler, but the Prowler does not check
goes
close!
the wrong way.
With the whip coming out of Toast! Bakade is able to clean that one up with the KO and not taking the space, giving it up, trying to look towards this man advantage. What I would love to see the Samurais do here is peek art, destroy the turret, and then just work this mid position, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because they need to create this sense of mystery for the KJ player.
And they've got this map control, and they should use it, really.
Yeah, we're seeing right now, Itzy is
worried.
worried.
Just a fast execute onto the A site. Kodiak's just going to back up.
They will get the plant off here.
Yeah. An aggressive. Whoa! Catch Itzy out as he tries to rotate to his
Spike
team.
planted.
That
Really good awareness from Snowy to push in there and catch that player backing off of site.
is an ignorant push. There's no doubt about that. That is.
You have to have confidence yourself.
Oh my gosh! Second dinner time.
One.
Okay, taken out in the
Loda,
back of
nice
sight, and
kill.
now the 3v2.
And then make something happen here.
Snowy's in a great spot though.
Absolutely.
I don't know if they're going to expect him in this art position. They
Oh,
do!
Loda's
Loda!
gonna peek and just take the duel and win. We see the Brimstone. I'll get
That's
caught not
early.
even on
That's-
the spike. Not
that's
really sure
too
what that's-
early.
Soap gonna push in here now.
Soap taken out by Furiac.
He's got to move. He's got to move.
He's in the Phoenix ult though. He got it half and he's not going
Wow.
to get it all the way, unfortunately.
And
for
Furiac clutching out that round for the Samurais, and that's what they needed. They needed Furiac to come in and take control of that round, which he did. Well done.
Yeah, we talked about how important that round was going into it. If Samurais had fallen short on that round, they would have been on pistols. They would have been looking down the barrel of an 8-2 start to this game. And fortunately, or an 8-1 rather, but fortunately for them, they're able to pick up that round. They're able to get a rebuy. And honestly, the side of Samurais, they're not particularly wealthy.
Yeah, despite winning that round, game the spike plant, you know, we saw Marshall, I think, and so still working with scraps here. It's gonna be a scrappy fight here, trying to get into a site here and get a plant down.
Yeah,
Get
Jet Knives
around.
out on the side of Toast and potentially going to run into second dinner time.
We
A
have
knifey
dueling
knife
knives
battle.
here.
Yeah,
Toast.
who's better? Who's better? Flex on him. And the swing.
And they see him.
Okay.
And second dinner time has put everything into these knives. He has a classic as his backup. You know, if, if he gets caught out here, it's over for him.
Yeah.
So really banking a lot on getting an opening pick with those.
Yeah, that matters huge right now. Being able to open up the rounds like we saw earlier in this game. Second dinner time with those knives needs to make something happen. And we're seeing the Killjoy setup actually a little bit different now after the back of that destroyed turret.
Yeah, it's a little farther back, right?
Yeah.
A little more towards the main entrance here now.
And being said, they do still have the alarm bot that it will still go off if they end up deciding to hit through Arton. The Killjoy Samurai is on the entire opposite side of the map right now.
And now we're just going to see this entry into sight.
Oh!
Second dinner time looking a little lost
And
up
not
in the air.
traded!
Soap with the double Furiac going to be managed to get Soap on the trade. And now put into a 2v4 situation. They have Spike. B-side's looking open. But they've already invested so much into hitting this A site.
Oh my gosh. Trying to throw knives at him. There is just no time left here. They're going to have to hit the
And
site.
Zed's just going to push in here.
One enemy
Just looking
remaining.
the wrong way. Solid gets killed.
Spike
Luke with one
down
onto
A.
Itzy.
But no time.
3 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for him. And the round is going to go to the Kodiaks. Managed to save a Vandal, which is important. Because
If Toast lets him have it. No, okay.
Which,
He
yeah.
does. He does.
not really ready to commit to that duel just yet.
And
Yeah.
honestly, this has been, I hate to say it, but
A dominant performance.
And second dinner time kind of got baited a little bit there. I do not know how that trade onto Itzy does not come out on the side of Samurais. They just seem to not expect second dinner time to be so far away or go so deep or whatever it was. There should have been a trade onto
Absolutely.
onto the Killjoy on the side of Kodiaks that round, and it wasn't there. And then Soap has just been coming up huge every time that they are called upon in the clutch. They are just delivering.
Oh my goodness.
Ow!
Toast with the Marshall.
Oh, Snowy though gets Toast.
Now just gonna walk into sight without.
Oh, and the trade coming out of second dinner time.
How does this man do it with that sheriff?
He's better on the Deagle than the he just keeps buying that. What is?
You know, put the knives down, pick up the sheriff, get to work.
The plant is gonna come down.
Solid. Gonna. It was that shooting through the box, I think, from tower. I couldn't tell exactly. Either way, planter gonna get killed.
I wish
behind the
they would
box.
just plant safe. Honestly, I wish they would just plant safe at this point.
Well, I think they were, but I think they got shot through the box.
No,
Snap.
Either way, like in the default position, right?
Yeah.
When you get into the right, you can't
Yeah.
you can't be spammed from there. This is a tough spot now. Second dinner
Yeah.
time. Oh, they actually think that they've left.
Oh, but they were
Second-
just sitting back in halls. Oh! Second dinner time, gonna push all the way into tower, gonna get Soap.
He's gonna
Completely caught off.
Oh,
Ooh,
the
manages to
absolute
dash out of there,
hubris.
save his life. 2v2.
And now we're planting safe.
There we go. Yeah.
Spike planted.
Low health on the side of second dinner time. And this
Itzy
lockdown is going to be
dropping
invested.
the lockdown.
Solid.
Furiac just caught in the middle of the six.
Oh,
Gonna get
and
him.
second dinner time!
Super low. I think just on like 10 HP.
He needs to make something happen. They know!
Oh, but he's
That the lockdown is up and solid!
ready, waiting for it. Solid knew he had to push to try to get that lockdown. And the defuse is just gonna be free.
And unfortunately, on the side of Samurais, that round looks a lot more winnable if that lockdown is not invested on the side of Kodiak, right? Unfortunately, due to the lockdown, second dinner time either had to commit to that fight at low HP or had to run long and hope that he got back in time to stop the defuse.
Absolutely.
Both options are, quite frankly, awful.
and great awareness node to protect that lockdown, right? Because you know second dinner time might push that, right? And so just waiting for that updraft and getting the kill, it was walk in the park.
Yeah, it's also awareness of the Jet on the other team, right? Most of the time, you don't have to worry about an opponent coming from that direction.
Yeah, yeah.
But well aware on the side of...
Toast with the Marshall again, unable to find a pick, but Snowy gonna get one onto Loda.
Yeah, the repeat. And this should be your sign to go fast, but they're disengaging. I do not agree with this play at all. You see a Marshall on B and get a pick, you know at most there's 3 people there.
One of them, bad weapon.
I would have committed to that push.
Now they're going to walk into this
very
KJ
quickly,
utility,
yeah.
right? And Itzy has shown he's a solid mechanical player. They're going to invest this fatal here. Fast execute onto site. They're going to get into the main part here. Not really clear much of the back, but plant is going to go down.
All right, Itzy's going to give it up. Only a little bit of damage done, and they're going to replay this main pressure here. Second dinner time is sitting in art. Probably going to try and make something happen from there after the spike is actually tapped, and I'm hoping they don't make the same mistake that they did last time of overcommitting to that fight when they didn't have to. Second dinner time finds
in a cheeky
Toes.
position. They weren't expecting him there. Soap now going to try to push him, unable to find anything through the smoke. Second dinner time will be taken down by Soap.
Oh, and the flash is perfect!
Oh,
The flash is perfect!
Just going to push in and annihilate Kodiaks.
And that is
Round in the half.
absolutely 100% off the back of a flash from the KO on the side of Samurai.
Textbook.
Absolutely. Knowing that they need to push through, knowing that spike defuse is coming through, a flash comes up top.
And
Nobody.
right as that smoke dropped too, you
Yeah.
know, they were ready for it. They had those timings.
And Ace Floof executes. I think when you're down like this, it's, you know, someone has to step up. It's anyone's turn to step up and make that play happen. And I think Ace Floof said, Let me show what I got. It's my turn.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see the lockdown and the Brimstone ult from Samurais.
And this is a bit of a different setup from
Now
from
they're going to
Kodiaks.
put this lockdown really aggressively, and I think just try to get a plant down and then play off that Brimstone ult.
It's a fake. The spike is
spike
leaning
is on the other
towards B,
side.
and they completely beat.
Wow, they pull every member.
Oh my gosh, Kodiaks!
Completely open. Spike's going to go down.
They don't even check bracket.
Wow, this is a beautiful post-plant spot to be in. I mean,
This is as good as it gets.
absolutely.
You can also see right now Snowy looking at that reflank through mid.
Yeah, watching that. That's good. Making
That's
sure.
the power position. If he's able to get this timing right, it's a free kill, and it will be. No, the whip! It's a huge whip! What happened on the side of the Snowy?
And Loda with the Odin, going to be taking these long-range fights. Secondary time going to manage
They
to
haven't
get one
committed.
onto solid.
They know no one's
No
on the
one
spike.
is on.
And the
And the
Brimwall
Brimstone
comes out.
gets-
They should secure
Loda going
this
to get taken
round.
down by that, and yet the spike ticking away. Itzy with the Bucky there. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Not really sure what Itzy was looking to get with that, but
Switching sides.
All right, well, hey, a great round on the side of the Samurais, seeming to find their stride a little bit in the fourth quarter of that half, really trying to make it happen, putting some rounds on the board, and 8-4, I think that's the best you could have hoped for.
and I mean, you have to wonder, should you have just left at least one person on B site? Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I feel like pulling everyone onto the A after seeing one lockdown is, you're leaving yourself open.
It's ambitious,
It is.
especially in a round where you're probably having to play retake anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I agree with that call, but in the heat of the moment, and obviously they don't have the full map overview like we do. So,
But we have switched sides now. Kodiaks on the attack now. Samurais taking up the defensive mantle. And let's see how these teams approach the opposite side. Snowy,
whoa, caught with his
looking
pants down, yeah.
lost in the middle of no man's land. And this is going to be a fast push onto A site here. Flash goes out, Fade utility gets popped, and the site is just completely theirs.
And I think
Soap with
wow.
another beautiful kill from mid.
so aware that Furiac could be behind him in that situation. Second dinner time catches Loda a little aggressive.
Yeah, trying to look for something there, but second time we've seen with that Sheriff is someone to be afraid of, I
These
think.
post-plant positions are very, very strong, though. They've got the Asher Star, they've got the Killjoy Mollies, they've got just about everything on
Trying to
that
base on
bomb.
that utility. Soap and Toast each with one. Floof with two. But looking the wrong way, Itzy peeks out and manages to catch Floof and win that.
There's
round.
there's only so many bullets in the Classic, unfortunately. You can't get everyone.
Yeah,
And
tried to switch weapons there, and
that's all you got.
yeah,
That's all you got.
yeah.
Unfortunate on the side of Samurais, that pistol round would have really allowed them to get back into this
Absolutely.
game. And Kodiak saying, You may have got a couple of rounds, but we're still well within control
And it
here.
just feels like the momentum has been swinging further and further towards the side of the Kodiaks this entire match. LCI Samurai just looking for something, some way to get back into this match. And that pistol round is not it.
No.
It's not their way back in.
Absolutely not. And we saw that fat. Whoa!
Big pick from secondary time here.
Okay, the trade though.
Loda pushing in.
And
Vacates just not enough there with the classic. The Ares going to be a bit too much to handle.
what looked to be a round where something maybe was on the horizon for Samurais now kind of falls back into the control. But the spam through the wall!
Toast managing to trade that out.
And I'll say it. Considering the amount of times that happened to you, or the amount of times that you did that to them, how is no one watching that? Like,
Yeah,
just,
it must feel good though. Must feel good.
Yeah, it's like my revenge arc starts now.
Absolutely. And we see Toast in that smoke, gonna grab one.
The better
Ace
weapons.
Flute tries to push in.
It's such a hard round to come out on top of, and honestly,
Absolutely.
2 kills is not a bad
You do your best to get some
start
damage
to
done.
that round, but you know, not much of a reinvestment force for the Kodiaks here. It's going to be their bonus round. If LCI Samurais lose this bonus,
I mean,
it's about done.
and you can only
Unfortunately.
imagine the morale at that point.
Yeah.
You know.
That being said, players like Snowy, players like Second Dinner Time, and even Ace Floof a couple of times have really shown up and made some big plays, and so I think that's who we keep an eye on as this round progresses.
Snipe going to get a lot of intel that there's not going to be a really fast push towards B, and so we're already going to see that Jet sort of reposition towards that link.
Yeah, and this double duelist comp on the side of Kodiaks is made to hit hard, right? Those executes are made to be fast, they're made to be strong, and they're made to be powerful.
Absolutely.
We're seeing a bit of a slower play here, trying to find a pick on one of these rifles, trying to take one out before, you know, that fast hit comes through.
Time, nice kill onto Loda. That's going to relieve a little bit of pressure.
Oh!
And with another onto Toast.
All right, stop peeking him. Stop peeking, or keep peeking him, honestly. Easy. You know what?
Let secondary time have a third.
Yeah.
Let him have a bit more dinner. Why
yeah,
not?
yeah. We're looking like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th dinner time.
Absolutely. And we're going to see, they now know where the Kodiaks are coming in from.
But no
And just pressure down through the smoke.
Yeah.
Ace Floof getting the kill onto Solid. I think through the smoke there. Snowy dropped down really low.
Yeah, this round went from bad to worse on the side of Kodiaks, where those first 2 picks went the way of the Samurais, and even their kind of pokes and prods around the map didn't really.
Furiac. Oh, that is a tough duel to lose against that Sheriff.
And that's one of those duels where you peek a corner, but you don't actually expect anyone to be there.
Are
So
they're trying this. They're going for this.
Whoa!
Second dinner time, caught off guard by the double peek.
And they're going to get plants!
Down. How did they get this plant off? That is
They're both one shot, so it's not time to panic yet. And
gonna
Snowy,
grab Soap. 1v3 situation on 20 HP.
it's a steady pair of hands on the
Peek
side
from
of
tower.
Snowy. And
Vacates, getting the kill on Itzy. Cleaning it up.
a round that they needed to win, but quite honestly, with 2 players down and a spike plant down, Kodiaks is pretty happy with that. There's going to have to be some reinvestment on the side of Samurais, and on the side of Kodiaks, they're going to have even more money to work with here, including the Jet and Fade ults.
Yeah, and just looking at the scoreboard, look at Soap's dominant performance on here. 19 compared to Solid with 10. I mean, he is really carrying the kills on the side of Kodiaks here. Just an absolute fragger in this match.
Yeah, just kind of been a powerhouse as far as taking the site, as well as that utility usage, as we see the 6 assists coming in as well. That being said, Second Dinner Time is not far behind. Like we've been saying, this is the person who needs to step up big on the side of Samurais if they want to get back into this game.
Ace Floof going to have to pull back just a little here. Fatal's going to get invested. Flashes go out.
And Ace Floof just needs to leave. There is
so
no
much utility
way.
and the mollies. And
What?
shoots out Fury at the lineup!
One enemy
Oh no, this is a disaster for the Kodiaks!
Wow. Absolutely just ran into the meat grinder for the Kodiaks. That was brutal, using your fade out, dashing onto site, trying to make that space, and running into 2 KJ mollies, committing the plant anyway, and running into a brimstone molly from Art.
A little bit of sensory overload, you know,
Yeah.
watching that. It's just like, I saw smoke,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
molly.
Great response from the Samurais. That was a very quick play from the side of Kodiak, and the Samurais responded just as
Absolutely,
quickly.
that reaction was really good.
And off the back of that, we're seeing a much slower
Ooh,
take.
Snowy with a pick onto Solid in mid.
That smokes down.
Wow, that is an important kill to get at the start of this round, and immediately Kodiak's reevaluating what they're doing here. Going to rotate over towards this B site.
Yeah.
Soap with this Marshall, and I'm just...
And honestly, the read is a little bit off here from the side of Samurais. They're leading 3 towards that A site, or 2 towards mid, 2 towards A, with only, you know, second dinner time jump peeking
and
on
he's
this
gonna
B
see
site.
them now,
Yeah,
and
he
they
sees them
know
all.
that this is going to be a B hit. Smoke's going to come in from the Brimstone, cut off the entrance of the site.
And this rotate is fast. Furiac with another lineup. That's that crusty stuff, and they're actually going to disengage again. And this is starting to look like that Samurai's round where they were caught kind of with their pants down in the last 15 seconds.
However, Samurai's going to definitely get the read on this time.
Yeah, they know.
They do
This
not
is not
wanna-
winnable. This is so bad. Ace Floof is more than
Yeah.
ready for this push.
And we see
The ult invested.
They are really trying to make something of this round. Snowy going to get the kill onto that ult Phoenix. And they are just walking into sight with nothing to support them. Soap managed to get one onto Vacades.
Enemy remaining. 10 seconds
Furiac trades it back
Spike
onto
down
Soap.
A.
All on the hands of Itzy.
And the round is over. 5 HP. Is he trying to save this stinger?
Looks like he might be. Might try to grab a...
You need to die, brother.
And just...
Okay.
saves the stinger.
Saves the stinger. Interesting.
It's got sentimental value.
Not where, and he upgrades it. You just should have died.
Yeah, I mean, why not just run to the site and try to get something, right?
Well, but not only that, you get more money if
Yeah.
you die. He could have bought a Vandal
Absolutely.
instead of a Bulldog, and so now,
Bit of an interesting call.
yeah,
you
the
know?
buy is a little labored. I guess they don't want to give over an ult orb. That's the only difference, though. And
Yeah.
ooh, quick pressure on the
Interesting
side, and
flash
Vacades
from
on the double ult. No! Luckily, there's no one there, so it doesn't matter. And second dinner time is deep right now, but they
Wow.
have
really
an
pushing
idea. So, gonna have to take this fight, and second dinner time is
Prowler
gonna
going
commit
out.
to it. The
Gonna have to
flash,
back up here. Well, flash. The Prowler's gonna get on
Okay.
him. Just gonna run all the way back to site.
the disengage, but that's a lot of map control gained on the side of Samurais.
Yeah, yeah. And you get a lot of intel from that. You know that there's not a ton of people towards A, and they're probably spread out towards mid or B, right?
Yeah,
And so now we already see that response coming in from the side of LC's Samurais, who are going to push up towards this link position now.
and you can see how hard this read actually is. There is nobody on that B site right now.
They are all in on defending this A site and all in on attacking it. It is going to be another cutthroat, messy, sloppy round.
It's gonna be scrappy, but second dinner time is gonna get two!
Retraded that, but now down a player. Soap going to get that plant down.
Oh no.
Onto site in a really tough position. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get out of that corner.
No, he's gonna be stuck there.
And
the spam coming through, just missing. Solid.
Kill onto Vacades. Soap with another.
How
And
did they
Toast
come back?
Snowy managing to get one, but this is looking very tough.
They
Missing
know
the
where
eye.
he is, but
Snowy?
getting the shot. He has no
Snowy?
idea where
Find you.
Solid is,
Gonna
though. He
tap
knows
the
now,
Solid getting the intel. Gonna
and he
be
could have stuck.
behind the box.
He could have stuck.
Catch. You have got
He's gonna have to get it at least half here.
And just not able to. Solid has the timing down. Snowy stuck on that spike. Nothing he can do but watch as the bullets fly into his face.
Kodiak's get
Bringing
11.
The score 11-7. It is getting there, getting close.
And that one hurts. That one hurts if you're Snowy.
Absolutely.
He could have waited to see if that eye pinged, and if he had waited for that to actually come through, he would have known that Solid was not committing to that fight.
Yeah.
He would have known that he could actually stick that spike and win the entire round.
And such a winnable round. Heartbreaking.
That knife is going to get 3 or 4.
Wow, and they have
And
an
ace
with the
Floof!
off now. Didn't even notice that, but yeah, beautiful kill onto Toast. That's going to slow the momentum here a lot.
And now they're going to try and push him up. Oh! Ace Floof! Just too much patience! Pull the trigger, brother!
Oh my goodness, waiting for the stars to align or
Yeah.
something, hoping that he stops.
But Snowy is pushed all the way up mid!
Wow,
And
that is an aggressive position. Soap getting the refrag there.
Yeah, on the backstab. Very good play.
Secondary time, gonna take this fight. Kind of stuck out.
Oh my gosh, second
Gonna
dinner
manage
time
to
is in
get out of
Narnia
there.
right now. And continues to fight it. So risky.
And now Kodiak's making their way towards this A site. They have this Fatal, they have the Astral Ult. They're going to be able to cut off a lot of this site if they use these properly. And but we see this link position.
And the defender KJL is coming out. What a
Wow, that's gonna put a wrinkle in their plans. Gonna have to push them all the way back, almost towards their spawn. Running out of time, 30 seconds. You're gonna have to go fast here.
yeah.
Try to make something happen. Really hope that your frags come in here.
30
The
seconds left.
tough thing about that is, what that lets them know is the op is here now. Right? And they are worried
You do
about
not
that.
wanna
Look
peek
at
into
this.
that. 20 seconds on the clock.
Will the Astral be invested?
Face your fear!
Fade ult is, and the flash is
And
good.
Ace Flute looking at
What
the toe.
the most ignorant plant spot I've seen in my
Middle of the site,
entire
not even
life.
bothering to look towards Link.
Perhaps they thought they had gotten the read, that there was no one there, but smokes were not even down.
I mean, why not just push a couple extra feet, right, and sit in that
Yeah,
corner?
that is a baffling play, and slowly but surely, Samurais are bringing themselves back into this game.
Absolutely, and off the back of some honestly questionable plays
Yeah.
here, I think we've really seen. I think Kodiak's look a little bit lost on some of these rounds. Not really sure where they should be focusing their attention.
Yeah, and honestly, as we look at the scoreboard here, Soap has been that star player on the side of Kodiak's, but second dinner time and Snowy have kind of been the 1-2 punch of Samurais that's allowing them to come back
Yeah.
into this. And Ace Floof now holding down the B side, looking at the operator. They're going to be able to lean away from it.
Looks like a B-Link push, and right now it's looking
The
a little open. The
immediate
Brimstone going to rotate, going to catch this.
Oh, he's peeking into a
Oh,
lot.
and that op's going to move.
Oh, and the whip.
Ace Floof able to find anything with that op. Soap going to get killed onto Furiac.
Ow.
Smoke's going to go
out of
off.
nowhere?
Ace was going to back up into Hall.
And there's a lot
With
of
that
pressure
op.
on Ace Floof right now.
Here.
The shot
Nice
comes off,
kill onto
connects. Do we go
Toast.
for more? We do, but
Soap
Soap is so good, man.
Wow, it just feels like any time that they get anything, it just immediately refrags here. Vacates,
Soap with
nice kill.
3.
Wow, just dominating this round. No one
And
can
a
touch
ping,
him.
man. Is there anything this guy's not doing? He's info, he's kills, he's assists, he's trades.
Secondary time, last one left. They know where he is. Gets one, but Itzy with the op. Gonna take out secondary time. Plan's gonna go down. Take a look at that scoreboard.
Match
12
That
to
is
8.
a heartbreaking round to lose if you are Samurais. That was, I think the only person that went into that round with a gun was Soap, and he came out with 3 kills.
Yeah,
That is
And
ludicrous.
you think back to that link push where you had Floof taking that op shot, whiffing, and it just seemed like they were in this little box, but they just couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't get anything from that.
And now Toast, the duelist on the side of Kodiak's, with that op, is going to be looking for an early pick here. And this is one of the nice things about double duelists, is actually you can give the op to your Jet player, and the Phoenix is still able to get that entry.
Slow push towards
And actually whiffs on the Fade Eye lineup. It bounces off the top.
Toast with that op, gonna be looking down towards Hall. There are smokes in the way.
Takes a pod
Not really
shot.
gonna find anything.
Please
shooting
grab the
through
orb,
smokes.
brother. Please grab the orb.
Someone grab the orb.
You're 2 off your ult. If you get the orb and an op kill, you have knives. Like, that's huge. The Killjoy turret is down, and
Vacate's flashing out.
oh,
Not
an
gonna
opportunity,
peek it.
but no peek.
Molly gonna go in to push Vacate's off of that Hall position. Ace Floof.
Placing
Oh,
What
just
are
caught out in the middle. Managed to get the kill onto Loda.
Loda
Oh
with
boy. Oh boy.
a pretty big flub there. Unfortunately, not able to get that kill, and now Vacates using that bully to stuff the default plant spot
My
again
plant is fine.
and again, and Toast.
Oh, see that?
Oh, second dinner drop on the
Nice.
play!
With the second. Itzy gonna eliminate
30
that
seconds
threat. And now it is up to the Jet and the Killjoy. They
And
have the
Snowy's
spike,
here
but
too.
Snowy's in the spawn.
Do they expect him?
Oh, they're not ready for it.
Oh,
Snowy's just gonna
Itzy.
tap the head.
And
And they're
Toast
gonna
has been
use.
found.
They're gonna know where he is. Nothing gonna happen with that Sheriff. Snowy, wonderful positioning there to catch that rotate.
Yeah, we talked about the 1-2 punch of Snowy and second dinner time. Absolutely, that's what it was that round. That flank coming out from both of them, the reposition, the replay for both players ended up with 4 between the two of them. And honestly, that first kill from Acefloof coming out onto Loda stopped that push coming out from
Dead
Kodiak,
distracts, yeah.
right? And that's what
There.
allowed for that flank timing to come through. And so I actually think Acefloof is
Where are
really to
you?
blame for how that round went so wrong.
Snowy taking another aggressive mid position here. Might see Soap and Solid. Gonna back up. Not ready to hold that angle.
All right.
But now,
Oh!
second dinner time.
Blocking sight.
Straight in the crosshairs of Toast.
That hurts. That hurts, especially having now second dinner time out of the way, losing just a raw aim duel to Toast. I'm mad. I'm salty.
You're mad?
I'm not
Yeah.
happy. And Soap getting
Oh,
another
Acefloof
one.
stuck in a corner.
Toast
Toast
with the third.
moving in, and this is looking
it.
bad.
Last
The
player
KO
standing.
goes down. It's all on the hands of Furiac,
The
who has not had the
1v5.
greatest duels this match. And I mean,
Get out of my way!
it would take a miracle.
You're
but
dead.
I mean,
Sold everything.
Furiac
invested.
taken out.
A flawless
And that
effort.
is going to be the match. Just like that.
Kodiak's with the 13-9, and honestly, with the way that game started,
Much closer than I was
really
expecting.
good job to the Samurais
Yeah.
for making that even as competitive as it was throughout that set. But Kodiak's, the steady set of hands coming out on the side of Soap is able to close that game out. And that's our game one, best of one. That's it.
That's it.
Kodiak's move forth in the bracket, and so everybody will be taking a quick break as we set up the next match. But don't go anywhere. Alberta Esports Expo has more Valiant coming right up.
Coming right up. Like
Right
real
now,
soon,
right
yeah.
now, real soon. and the self-described team of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer.
And, you know, we are coming off of a really stellar match between the last 2 teams, and I'm just excited to keep this energy going because that was
I mean,
a great match.
Yeah.
Sorry? From me? It's lit, yeah. Technical difficulties, please stand by.
We're seeing if the mics are working. They should be working on
I can
our
hear
end.
you.
I can hear
Okay.
you.
All right.
Yeah,
Well.
so should be good. That being said, we saw a back and forth match. The last time that this thing started, there was a really early lead coming out of that Kodiak's roster, but the Samurais were able to bring it back to 9, which is impressive considering the 7-1 start.
Yeah, definitely made for a really tense match at the end there, especially.
And then a couple of standout players. We saw Soap, Snowy, Second Dinner Time were all players who really were putting on a show for us and proving why they want to be here and just how much heart a lot of these teams have.
We're here to be entertained, so I'm personally I'm hoping for some more, absolutely.
Another tight one, another close one,
I'm looking for those fraggers, that are come out and really perform on this stage because
I think it'll be really interesting to see, and especially when we have the U Alberta Nova team, which has spent a little bit of time together. They do a little bit of practicing, even against the main U Alberta team, as far as I know, versus the more of a pug team, the 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer.
Which it's in the name, right?
Yeah.
So
I gotta know who the Boomer is. Honestly, I gotta know.
Maybe we'll be able to tell from the gameplay.
Yeah. Whoever's doing worst, do we
or
dub that as
doing best? We have to value the wisdom and the
wisdom,
knowledge,
the
experience brings.
Yeah, they didn't let us know which one the Boomer was, so I guess that's gonna be a little bit of a puzzle for us to figure out as the match continues. But right now we're just waiting on the map veto to see where we'll actually end up going, and then we'll hop into comps and we'll hop right into the game.
Absolutely.
And we saw pretty traditional comps out of the last game. There wasn't anything too crazy. The Brimstone pick was a little bit weird, and the double duelist and the KO kind of went each other a little bit.
But nothing that makes you really go, was that a misclick?
Yeah. Nothing that was like, what were they cooking? Huh? Like, what is going on
they
here?
Seemed to have a pretty good idea of what they were running, and I'm sort of expecting a same thing where we might have 1 or 2 off picks here, but for the main part, I think we'll be keeping, to relatively normal comps.
I think it's challenging because a lot of those off meta characters, the Yorus, the Chambers, the Harbors, those are all characters that can be played and are good, but they're only good in very certain circumstances, right? And those circumstances are when you have a really coordinated team, when you have a really kind of heavy execution-based playstyle and everything like that, and so you use those characters, you use their util really well in tandem with other abilities to make them shine in a way that they don't really on their own.
Yeah. And like you were talking about with the experience of Nova versus 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer, I wonder if we're going to see some really conflicting play styles, right?
Yeah.
A more, pug style, right? Just get in, shoot some things to get out.
Yeah, see what happens.
Or just some really clean executes from Nova. So I think it'll be exciting to see
what
really happens with
I think at the same time, we don't know for sure that this is a pug team. They're not under the banner of everyone, but for all we know, these 5 people have been just grinding together this whole time. That's just the hidden demon squad, right? They've been hitting the custom games. They've been hitting the execute. So I mean, for all we know, this team is just as experienced or more experienced than any other team here. And so I think we'll kind of be feeling it out like we did at the start of that last game, where we got an idea of what the Kodiaks like to go for. We got an idea of what LCI like to go for.
Yeah, they definitely had some distinctive styles, I think, coming out.
Yeah, it was good pretty much across the board, and we did see some adaptation coming across as well, right?
Yeah, especially from
the Samurais.
The Samurais, thank you. Yeah. We definitely saw them sort of change it up towards the second half, right?
Yeah.
So I really like to see that.
And it keeps it interesting too, right? There's a certain point where teams can become kind of death ball simulators and just run at the side or run at a lane every time that they think that they have something. But I'm really glad to see that even in the level of round 1 gameplay, we're seeing that adaptation come out. We're seeing some ideas. We're seeing, map control taken, given, players pulled back and forth, and then calls coming out of the IGLs off the back of that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the quality and level of gameplay we've been seeing is honestly really awesome for a tournament like this. Like, it's truly awesome, especially the fan support. I a couple of times I heard definitely some cheering going on. When Snow would hit
people
a 4K.
are getting excited. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you see Soap doing what Soap was doing, it's hard not to get a little excited at the very least.
Yeah, you went up for an autograph after.
Yeah,
right,
I was like, who was that? Which one of you was that? And we see right now the map beto. We're going to Haven.
Looks like, yeah. And already we're going to have...
The Yoru hover?
Oh.
Okay.
I would have liked to see that, Pretty standard Jet, Killjoy, a couple sort of must picks here.
Jet and Killjoy are pretty standard. Sometimes you'll see a Raze, but Jet has really been leaned toward. If you see the Raze, I imagine we will see the Fade on the side of the team that picks the Raze.
Right.
Otherwise, Sova or Fade are pickable as well. Usually want double initiator going into this map. Omen or Brim, it's usually dealer's choice.
The lock on the Sova on the side of... Oh, who's attacking? It looks like the defenders are 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. Attackers on Nova right now.
Okay, so Nova's red team.
Yeah.
Okay, Nova on the red side of things. 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer.
There we go. There's the display.
We got it backwards, though.
Thank you, mysterious tech people. Wait, did I have it backwards?
Yeah, we got it backwards. We'll see once the game starts.
Yeah.
We'll get it started. But on the side of attackers right now, Doc, Sachi, Baby Shark, Gink, Gokay, I'm calling him Gink, and May, with a very standard comp coming out for side of the Haven. The Breach has been seeing a lot of favor on this Haven pick here. So I'm not surprised we see what we see. The Fade and the Breach coming out, and we are seeing the Raze, and so that's where the big difference is. It's the Jet Sova, or is it the Raze Fade? Those characters work so well in tandem that I'm not surprised that that's what we got.
And I love to see my boy Brimstone getting some representation here. Big fan, big fan. So hey, shout out Wombler, attaboy.
Yeah, and then the thing about Brimstone compared to Omen is Omen has that re-hit potential because the smokes actually come back, but Brim has the longer smokes, A, the smokes that you can't see through, B, and the smokes that can come all down at the same time, C. And so those executes are going to be a little faster out of the side of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers. And honestly, if I had 4 Zoomers on my team, I'd be looking for fast executes.
yeah, absolutely. We'll put 1 Boomer in the back, hold down the rotate.
See what happens.
Yeah.
And so then, we do see Nova on the red team coming out with the Jet as opposed to the Raze. I'm really interested to see the stylistic differences that come out of this, and if they're able to capitalize on how strong Jet can be and that potential to have that Jet up as opposed to the Fade Raze combo showing a lot of prowess.
Flash the commentators real fast.
And immediately, wait, Sif is all the way up mid.
Oh,
do they expect this?
They have the Killjoy utility on the flank, so they will spot this out, I think.
A full rotation is coming out of the way of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers.
Oh, someone's watching the flank there. And Sif does manage to get
Baby Shark.
May gonna trade that back.
Trades out Sif, and actually the 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers squad has now repopulated the map because of a lack of default on the side of Nova.
And we see the Breach getting really aggressive.
Is just
looking for something here in mid. Gonna have to back up a little bit. Flash out. Turco's on flank watch.
And they know
that Breach is still stuck in mid. They're hunting him down, looking to get something here, and he's going to go down. Docs with a nice pick.
So hard to get one there.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in. That's not where I would want to be here. And it looks like B-site, they're going to smoke it off and get the plant down. Right? Yeah. They're looking for a little shoot-through, not finding much.
If they plant default, Riker will not be able to spam. But the Molly coming out from Wombler.
Wow. Yeah. Ginkgo gonna get one.
Wow.
Steve gonna get that back onto Sachi. And Ginkgo with a second onto Riker. Gonna start putting that bomb down. And Schlieb just in the back of the site. All right, and the turret at like 50 HP. Turret goes down. This is looking tough for Schlieb.
I'm surprised that Nova was not looking at that right side to begin with. They had the turret to inform them if the left side was taken.
Yeah.
But playing
they
together,
get at the end, right?
Yeah, playing together, it looks good. It looks good. And really recovering from what was a lot of map control lost off the hop.
Absolutely.
And a great volley from Wombler, honestly, able to stop that plant. And it was the spam on the side of Riker that forced that plant off in the first place. There was potential for Four Zoomers to really come back into that round. And it's just a couple of gunfights that go the right way.
Yeah, and that's how pistol rounds go sometimes. You can only do so much with those classics, but here we're going to get these SMGs going down towards the seaside. I think I saw a couple of shorties in the buy menu, so we'll see if any of those get purchased.
No!
With the shorty, Baby Shark's
ping
gonna
comes
dash
out,
in.
though!
Oh, he's just in sight for free. Doc's going to get one, Sachi with another, and Sachi with a second onto Remnant there. Someone's just running into sight with the shorty. Gets one. Baby Shark's going to check that out. Ginkgo with the final kill onto Riker.
And as dicey as that could have been, considering that there were 3 people lead towards that C site, Nova does a very good job to, cross their eyes, dot their I's, cross their T's on the way into that site, make sure that the plant goes down safely and secure those kills, because that could have gone very, very wrong. I'm very impressed with that execute from Nova.
Absolutely, yeah. I really enjoyed to see that. I mean, the Jet entry was really good. He was actually just on site for free, if you saw it, basically uncontested, and was able to get a lot of intel, feed that to his team about who was where. And then they were able to execute off of that.
Yeah, the Sova Dart hitting there made such a big difference, but...
Big pick from Schlieb into the window of mid.
And these almost ignorant plays are just constant from Four Zoomers. They are
really aggressive here.
Yeah, very
aggressive. And Sif with a nice pick onto Sachi in mid.
And I think they're willing to fight this just due to the gun advantage, due to this being the bonus. They're willing to put Nova on the ropes.
Absolutely.
And try and take those fights. May here, seeing if she can get anything started off of maybe a lurk, maybe a peek that was kind of ill-intentioned, but Four Zoomer is not going to give her anything.
And now we're going to see this 3v5 execute onto the A site here with the Omen, KJ, and Breach looking to make something happen. We're going to get the full rotate from Four Zoomers, 1 Boomers now.
Yeah, there are 3 people on this site right now. 4.
And May with a nice early. What? Ginkgo! Just walking in and clicking heads. Schlieb! May gonna trade that right back. It is a 2v3. This round is closer than I thought it would be.
Absolutely. This is closer than it ever should have been.
Absolutely.
Considering the weak weaponry.
May gets picked out by the double peek, and now it's just onto Dox. He's gonna get taken out by Wombler.
That was... Honestly, that's a tough round for Four Zoomers, 1 Boomer coming out. That was weak weaponry on the side of Nova. That was a stack on the side of Four Zoomers, and they still only come out of there with 2 rifles. Nova is very, very happy about that round.
Yeah, and it seemed like that mostly just came down to winning your fights, right?
Yeah.
In the end, I didn't see too much, big impactful utility. It really just was who can click the outside fastest. And
yeah, I mean, we saw a big shot from May, a big shot from Gink, just to open that side up, and Gink. 4-1 already, showing they're here to play.
Absolutely.
On this KJ.
Yeah, Nova score of 2-1 right now.
It's what you expect, but it's these rifle rounds that really, really counted. Nova set themselves up very nicely with that last round, and so they're able to take this one. Oh, Remnant with the push up mid. It was expected from
early
Gink.
presence towards A. Baby Shark just going to push in here. Ooh, gets caught up by Schlieb. May going to retrade that onto Riker.
Oh, and wasted on the side of Schlieb.
You hate to see that, and now Nova is going to get the plant down on this A site. Sif up in window with that Marshall, going to see if he can get anything with it. Looking for a pick. Ooh, spots out Sachi. Oh, body shots him. It's just not enough.
But Remnant has absolutely been slaying in the background, and Sachi comes in the clutch. Nova barely escapes that round alive off the back of some aggressive plays from Revenant. Whew. Honestly, I'm really impressed with Nova, and the main thing has been their ability to trade each other out right now, right?
Yes.
They have presence around the map, but when they do hit that site, when they do make that play, we've seen the trade ability to just be so clean.
Yeah, and it's coordinated pushes.
Yeah.
And we see that Jet entry. We talked about that Raze versus Jet,
yeah.
And we're seeing that Jet being put to really good use with those smokes and the dashes into them. Yeah. And being put to really good effect there. Baby Shark with a nice pick onto Sif. That's just in garage there.
Yeah, and that's just off the back of these fast, kind of, like I said, ignorant plays on the 5 and 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. Nova caught onto that very fast and is more than willing to just wait a second, run that default, wait for you to get antsy, and punish.
Yeah. So I'm going to be looking to see, you know, throughout this game, can 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer adapt to this and start to maybe show a bit more respect in some cases. As much as I do love these aggressive pushes, you know, I think there's a time and a place, right?
There's a time and a place, but also if you do want to make these aggressive plays, which you can do, you have to do so with more than one person. Have to do so off the back of a couple people. You can't just have, you know, your fade player pushing through garage solo. It's not going to work.
Yeah. And Nova just taking this site. There's almost no presence here. Baby Shark on this box. Spike goes down. 3v5.
It's clean. It's clean. It's clean. It's clean. And we talked about this a little bit in the pregame. It just looks to be that difference of this is maybe a bit of a more pug style team who are just trying to, you know, play the game, get aggressive, versus a team that has coordinated pushes, a team that has coordinated post plants. It's so much more difficult to just win rounds against that, and so much more difficult to hold sight and Baby Shark
window, finding head, clicking it, taking a player off the board, and they're going to leave sight as that bomb is going to explode. Wombler with a Bucky.
Probably going to run
look
into the
at
bomb. No, Wombler saves the Bucky.
That is interesting.
And this is the same misplay we saw last series. You get more money if you die.
Remember to talk
If
to
they
maybe they're looking
reinvest off the back of this,
yeah, I'm not really. Maybe they're looking to post that Bucky up in garage or something.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. They are looking a little strapped for cash. Not too much in their pockets, but enough to get a good solid buy here on the side of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers.
and it looks like he is going to keep that Bucky. Yeah, he is. He actually ended up buying Sif. I don't know.
Well, let's see what he can do, you know?
I don't know how I feel with that, but an up on the side of the breach.
Ooh,
An
and we're going to see
interesting
this
play.
early pick down towards the A entrance.
The stun comes out and breach, not the best utility to effectively get out of this corner, but this
Ooh,
flash
just May
comes out.
walking right into that shot.
a great flash, a great repeat on the side of Remnant,
And
and
this angle again. This is so much intel that they are not pushed up this A long area.
and the Killjoy ultimate comes out. Remnant is going to have to abandon this angle sooner or later, but
Actually, I think he can stick in the corner there on long.
He is.
They might not know that he's there. Remnant actually in a really cheeky position. And he gets like, he's gonna get the spike. No.
And that is the first big misplay we've seen out of the side of Nova thus far.
Just one little corner to tuck themselves in, and they were able to hide there. And now 2v4, Sachi with one, Docs with another.
Okay.
Making this site open now. Remnant still with the op down into A long. Gonna try to push him out with some
what
utility.
util does the Omen have? Can you flash?
Oh,
Can you
but
blind?
Remnant not going to be missing those shots.
Ah, and that's so frustrating because the flash was online.
Oh,
That
but
flash
the Omen
could have
is
gone
gonna
out.
get the teleport over onto the C site. Spike is going to go down.
One coming long, one coming
Spike
from
planted.
the CT side. Nova's going to have a shot at this. Docs. It's their time.
Can she pull it off? The 1v2 Spike is down, pushing all the way into defender spawn here, but it looks like both of the defenders going to be pushing up of C long here.
Yeah, the ultimate comes out and is going to find nothing.
But that tells them a lot that they know this Omen is not on site now.
Out of charges.
Is this a blind? Coming out
Oh,
so
Docs!
good!
Remaining.
And only the half
come off
stick! Oh, Docs! There goes one! Docs! Unbelievable around!
What was that?
Docs and Nova had absolutely no right to win, and Nova comes out
That
on top with a
is
fifth.
heartbreaking for 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers. You should not be losing that round. Not after those beautiful picks off of Remnant, hiding in that corner, and Docs just with the teleport, the plant, and just waits for them to make a move.
Absolutely. I mean,
Wow.
the one-way smoke, the blind, the steady aim, even as the op shot missed, Docs
Played
comes
to perfection.
perfectly and allows them to get that round. That hurts so bad because that was a full investment on the side of 4
Yeah,
Zoomers.
we saw that breach all get used, and
There's nothing. There's no guns. There's no. The op is down. The money is bad, and Nova's living. They're very happy with all of this. And
Here.
Absolutely.
again, waiting for these pushes, we've seen the aggression of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer really stifled after Baby Shark was able to go
starting to get a little
online.
bit aggressive towards that C-long position, but going to back up here, show a little bit of respect. Meanwhile, going to see an entry in Garage from Baby Sharks, maybe? Oh, but there's 3 players in Garage from 4 Zoomers.
They have to know that someone's
Oh,
close
no.
here. They absolutely have
no.
to know.
Okay,
They
they're going to
do.
leave that Garage position. Although I would have loved to see that shorty get some action.
Would have been hilarious, and Riker actually
Riker.
takes out Baby Shark with an amazing shot on the Marshall.
And that's big, because that's going to be their entry onto this A site here, especially against a lot of KJ utility. Might make it a little more tricky.
It could be for sure, and they know that this A site is where they're ending because look at this
30
flank
seconds
coming
left.
out of Remnant. This is completely red. The defenders
Remnant, will
Killjoy.
he get Sachi?
Do they have a
Spike
lineup to
planted.
get rid of this Killjoy ult? They
Placing
don't.
swamp grenade.
Wow, and that lockdown is going to...
Gink is actually sticking it. They're going to get caught.
Oh.
2 players detained,
Oh my god.
and they're sticking
oh
this.
my god. He's just holding the button. He's holding the button. It's just-
Oh
it's over.
my gosh! Who used the Sova ult?
What is going on?
Oh my gosh! Nova spends a Sova ult as the round ends.
They must have thought he wasn't on the diffuser, but he was, and it's all over.
And the execute was nice. The set play was amazing. Sachi was getting kills all over the map. But just they did not consider the possibility
They could
of
have
that
been
KJ.
on the spike, I know.
Just the possibility of that KJ ult. That is what threw an
yeah,
entire thorn in their
definitely.
pants. They did not have enough utility to get rid of it after it went down, and that's a tough round to swallow because of all the rounds that you have pulled out where you shouldn't have won, that's when
You
that
should
you should have won.
Absolutely.
And Sif is getting aggressive early up mid here.
They're going to get
Gink
pressured, drop the smoke.
looks to be
Smalley goes
expecting
in.
it.
Going to get spied out from that dart. They know where he is now.
Baby Shark gets
Sharks.
Sif.
Open up the sky.
Oh,
May and
the
Sachi
Brim
go down.
ult.
And that is a really big misplay on the side of them. The options were either go through the smoke or run back into
Yeah.
the Brim ult. I would have liked to see them. They knew where Brim was. Run through the smoke and just try and take that fight.
Yeah.
It is not worth
Rock in
2
a hard
bodies.
place, though. Hard to make those split-second decisions, and they just end up getting caught up by that ult now, put into a 3v4. Trying to look for something into Garage, but Riker is there.
And just like that, 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer looking to put themselves back in this game. The
We
dash
do
out
see-
from Baby. What a play!
Kill with the second! And suddenly, this is a winnable round again. I mean, how does this keep happening?
And it's multiple times has been off the back of Gink finding kills that she just should not be finding.
Yes. Yes?
Last player.
That's all I can
Oh
say.
my gosh, and Baby Shark
Sharks.
for sleep!
It's just the...
That's it, that's it.
Wow.
It defies reason, it defies logic, but run from it, hide from it. Nova clutching in disadvantageous situations will find you.
If you put me in a lobby with Gink and Baby Sharks, I think I might cry and run away.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. If I see either of those in my ranked game, I'm like,
I'm out.
maybe we dodge this
Someone
one.
dodge, yeah, get me
maybe,
outta
maybe
here.
we dodge this one.
I mean, the teamwork and coordination, making sure people are watching the angles that you're not watching has been really good from Nova, right? They've always had a player ready and waiting for someone to make a move, and they've been able to capitalize on that.
And it's honestly, it's not even just Baby Shark and Gink. It's the whole team, right? Are within 6 to 9 kills, I'm pretty sure. That is everyone doing their job. That
Absolutely.
is everyone making a difference. This Nova team is drilled, and every single player on this team is pulling their weight.
We're going to see a little bit of towards A, but quickly backing off of that.
Yeah, so what Nova needs to do here, if they want this A fake to sell, is they need to get rid of the Killjoy
Riker,
utility.
big pick onto May here with that Marshall, and we've seen a lot of damage.
Woohoo!
Another shot. These Marshals have just been tearing apart Nova this round. Body shot, kill with these Marshals. Every angle, there's a sniper waiting for this Nova team.
Unfortunately, on the side
Sit with another. I mean, I don't know what to say.
What?
Did they buff the Marshal for this team only? What's going on?
Yeah, that maybe think about buying just a couple of those. It seems to be working better.
Who needs a Vandal? And
Oh, wow, what a consideration.
Dogs?
And through the smoke, it's Gink and Dogs. We've
30
seen them
seconds
clutch
left.
this before.
Running
Silence.
onto site here, Sif
The
not able
miss!
to do much with the Marshall.
One enemy
Waller
remaining.
pushing with the sheriff.
Last
That's one.
player
But
standing.
it's a
Together,
1v1.
Docs.
Down B.
And we've
Docs
seen
consider
Docs
the
in this
flank.
position before.
Does Docs consider the flank? They do.
Spike planted.
It's planted back sight, and Docs knows exactly where Riker is.
And gonna make a little getaway towards.
Riker has found an upgrade, though. No longer on the Marshall, has found a Vandal. What?
What?
Outplayed. I just, like, I cannot believe that they keep getting away with this.
And
time and time again, Gink, Docs, May, in the
And
clutch.
Novo, Docs was one bullet away from death. I mean,
Yeah.
if that was not just a clean headshot, it might be over, right? And so you have to be on point to win that round. And Docs is
More than confident, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's no question. I'm not even waiting for you to tap. I'm going to take the fight early, and one bullet, one kill on the side of Nova. That is... It's insane. These rounds should not be going their way. More Zoomers,
early
one Boomer
pick onto Sachi, getting
is
aggressive.
consistently finding advantages, consistently finding first bloods, and consistently losing rounds.
They just can't close it.
No.
Schlieb getting aggressive here, gonna get spotted by the turret. They know he's gonna be peeking this garage door, gonna back away.
Gink looking for the re-aggress, and Schlieb might give it to them.
Gink,
Yes! Gink, the greed! And Baby Shark finds Remnant. That is
And
two
just like
off
that,
the
that
board.
early pick advantage is gone. 4v3, gonna push onto this A site. Getting aggressive. Baby Shark winning the duel onto Riker.
And honestly, part of this is just the protocols that Nova has in place that have been looking so good. But another part of it, really, is the impatience of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer, kind of forcing them to lose to themselves.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't almost seen like a proper full team retake. It's been players getting picked at a site early, and then plant goes down, and then suddenly you've got 3 players coming from everywhere else. As I say that, Wombo trying to make something happen, but
It's just
unfortunately,
great post-plant positions. Everyone is ready to
too many
trade.
angles.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's great protocols on the side of Nova. They will not lose those situations unless 4 Zoomers, 1 Boober has stronger utility uses to flush them out of these kind of tough corners. The problem is we're seeing these individual peaks in the early round. And sometimes they're going the way of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. To be fair, we've been seeing a lot of first bloods, but the problem is when you go for these individual peaks, when they don't go your way, right? When someone is not set up, when there's no trade, that's how you drop advantages, and that's how we've been seeing time and time again that they are dropping rounds.
Wombler gonna see a little bit of a jiggle pick here. Gonna know that there's a little bit of presence towards the seaside, shooting through the smoke, not really gonna find a kill, a little bit of damage. Oh, Wombler through the smoke! That must be tough.
And I'm surprised that arrow didn't come out a little earlier considering the amount of spam
And that's
that
your
was coming
breach
through.
down. That's a lot of entry, and that's going to kind of make them move back away from C. You don't really want to be pushing without a flash or a stun there.
And Schlieb again in aggressive position, but
Here.
having learned from last round,
Here.
not getting over aggressive, knowing that someone could be watching that. And now, the timing is great from the side of Schlieb. They switch corners. That would have been the time to peek.
And Zoomers has a lot of map control right now. They know that there's kind of only one spot these guys can be going, and it is towards the B site, and they have the utility there.
And Schlieb now exploring these
Riker.
back lines. Nova
Riker unable to find Docs.
through the smoke in the nick of time. They are so lucky that Schlieb didn't find value there. But the ultimate from Remnant,
One
out
enemy
Schlieb
remaining.
on the back lines, is going to clean up the rest. Great play from 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. And that one was off the back of
Last
great
round before
timing,
the switch.
solid utility
Last
usage,
round to
and
use our
patience,
creds and
which is something
abilities.
this team has
Don't
been
waste your
very,
fire.
very lacking.
They got map control, and they held their angles. We saw the Rays from 4 Zoomers, 4 Boomers get really aggressive, but then hold back and really just control that part of the map and take a lot of pressure off that A site. They know that they can't be going there, and so they were able to divert resources and attention elsewhere and really just close in around Nova.
Yeah. It's a great round, but it's hard not to feel like it might be a little too late. That adaptation did not come in very quickly, and Nova, at the very worst, is sitting at an 8-4 lead this half. All right, some pressure towards this A side, and A quick flank from mid coming out from Remnant. Do they expect it? The turret will spot that, and everyone disengages. May and Gink look for that flank.
Brimel gonna get popped here. Gink.
Really strange ult coming out the side of Wombler. Doesn't really find any value, and honestly, map control has been given up by the entirety of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. Right now we're seeing Wombler go back to check out that B site.
And now we're gonna see the immediate rotate back towards that A site from Nova. But 4 Zoomers have read this because they have Remnant on the flank. They know that they can't have left him, but they're still here. So now it's going to be a 4v5.
The immediate retake from Sip, though, and they don't consider Baby Shark!
In the corner, ready for it.
And that just feels like an incredible misplay on the side of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. In a post-plant situation, who doesn't play graffiti? You know what I mean? Who is not?
I mean, if you're dropping down
not in
or
that
if you're
corner.
pushing a door, one of you has to be looking that way, right?
Absolutely. And they did have a great opportunity to make that happen. One jumping out of heaven, the other running through the door, but both looking left. Instead of one looking left, one looking right, and they come out at a 9-3 half. This is a very tough spot to be.
It's not where you want to be. Not where you want to be.
No, and you know, we all know the 9-3 curse can rear its ugly head, but with how clean Nova was on those site hits, I have to imagine that their retakes are going to be similarly drilled.
And if you're 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer right now, you really need this pistol round. You do not want to fall 2 more rounds behind Nova. And making the score 3-11, that is a bad place to be. But if you can get this pistol, get the next, 5-9, you're in it still, you have the momentum. And we're seeing early garage push, one trade. Ginkgo from behind just jumps out of garage window. Sif, not even knowing he's there. Ginkgo bombs. A bit of a miscommunication. It seems like maybe they didn't know exactly where Ginkgo was.
Yeah, that is, I mean, first of all, incredible for Sif to get 1 kill there, but incredible awareness from Gink to jump out of the window and trade Sif out and get another kill because of a seeming lack of communication on the side of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. May has entered this A site, and they are going to run into her. Will she get anything?
May
she
gets
will.
1 trade. Riker gonna get that right back though. Plant goes down.
And it's Gink and Docs, unfortunately. This is who we've seen clutch time and time again in an aggressive position on the side of Riker.
Riker looking for
this is do or die. Do they consider it? They do!
Just 1 bullet to the dome, and Riker falls. Defuse. It's gonna go.
It's those protocols. It's those protocols, man.
No, you don't deserve my
a lesser team, would have not considered that angle, would not have checked it, but we saw Gink and Docs. One forward, 1 back, trusting their teammates to get those kills, trusting those teammates to make those plays, and that retake is as clean as it could have been. I don't mind the play from Riker, but against a team as drilled as Nova seems to be, it seems like an ambitious play to hope that they don't check that.
So if you're 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers right now, what are you thinking?
You gotta force.
You have to force to try to pull this back here?
Going down 3-11 is a nigh impossible spot to come back from, and we are seeing a
heavy C stack with a Marshall. Gonna take that long angle. Dark goes down.
Ooh, the eye not shot. And they know that there's 2 here.
Drone's gonna go out and gonna see if these.
But they don't have the power of this jet entry. The raised satchels are gonna come out, but don't create as much space as they need to. And Gink!
Oh. Docs, again, where are the calls? You're being shot from behind. They're coming from garage. And it just seems like no one knows where these players are.
No. And part of it is that maybe the comms aren't coming through or people aren't aware of where they died from or where the trades are coming from. But the other part is Nova is doing their due diligence to make sure they're trading out their own players, right? Those players easily could have stayed in garage, easily could have played the retake, easily could have tried to just win that round because they had the better weaponry. No. They're going to come out as the play is happening, as players are falling, to get that advantage and make those trades happen. It's just experience from you, Alberta Nova, right now.
And again, we looked at that buy menu, and it was just a hobbled together, whatever you can buy, free for all, just looking to claw something out.
And if you're 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomers, things just went from bad to worse.
Absolutely.
You're staring down the barrel of 11-3. as Nova comes in with the gun advantage this round. You have to force again. And if this round doesn't go your way, you very likely lose the entire map. That being said,
Sleep gonna get control of B site, and it's gonna be fully theirs. And now it's just a matter of, can you hold these doors? Can you win your fights?
yeah,
Can you hold
Sachi
site?
caught on a bit of an island there, and the reinvestment
Sif
is not
getting aggressive. Gonna find Gink.
the reinvestment actually wasn't too strong here on the side of ALBERTA Nova, so maybe kind of conceding this round, not expecting to win. They have a lot of rounds to play with. That flash is perfect, but unfortunately looking the wrong direction.
Just too many
Sleep.
players on site. Too much of a bottleneck, pushing through and getting immediately destroyed.
And that's a dream on the side of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer.
That's what you needed.
What was absolutely a necessary round turns into a win as the reinvestments on a couple of guns, a couple of rifles are going to be coming through. But Nova, this is the first round this half. They're going to have full rifles, and they're going to look to capitalize on it.
And there's so much pressure if you're Zoomers to make this round count, because if you throw this one away, you might as well pack your things now.
We honestly, we can say that about nearly every round from this point onward. This needs to be
Absolutely.
clean, and Schlieb actually catches May
And
on the
Doc's
early
gonna
peak.
take a little bit of damage, drop down to around half. And the spike gonna just be able to go down here.
And this B execute has been so fast. We are seconds into the round. Defender Killjoy ult.
Jet is on the flank, gonna go into window here. Might get something,
Oh
but
my
Sachi
gosh.
not ready for it. Gink managed to find the trade onto Sif, but Schlieb is onto Baby Shark for his 3rd kill of the round.
Oh,
Gink!
wait!
No! No, don't do it again! Flash
Alright,
goes
the
out.
flash comes out. They know that Gink is off the bomb. The Aftershock also spent, but can Gink force something
They
here?
have this window position. It's so hard to make something happen. The utility comes out.
Oh
Managed
my
to find
gosh!
Rabbit, but Schlieb is there with the grenade.
Gink finds 4, Schlieb finds 4, and it's another round for 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer, but that was almost a disaster.
Closer
Orchestrated
than
completely
you ever
by
wanted
Gink.
to be in this position.
And look at the buy on the side of Nova now. It is very hobbled together. It is very poor. Meanwhile, the complete reinvestment on the side of 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer. This is a chance to go to 6, and these really fast executes on the side of Zoomers have been overwhelming Nova.
Absolutely, yeah. So now Schlieb looking to make something happen down towards A long here. Avoid the dart. Sees Sachi, doesn't manage to get anything, throws the grenade in. And a lot of
spent on
investment, but Baby Shark's for the shorty. Wobbler managed to get one, Riker for another. Sight is going to go to
Oh,
Schlieb.
what?
Gink?
What?
Sheriff? I'm not sure what happened there exactly, but
No one is
3v3?
watching that, and Gink gets away with an absolutely criminal peek. Now 2 people watching the flank as Dox and May try to run this one down.
Riker manages to find one, and Wobbler for another onto Dox. Once
It was
again,
expected.
It's all on Gink's shoulder.
They're gonna get a gun.
Can she pull out a round? Tries to spray through, not enough.
Oh, and
Sif is there, ready, waiting.
low
Happy to take that
HP
fight.
on the side of Sif and Riker. Riker ending with 4, Sif ending with 7. That could have gone very poorly for what was a complete save on the side of ALBERTA Nova. That being said, these fast pushes, they're coming through. They're coming in hot, but there's only so many times you can spend ultimates like that. And on a save, 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer spends 2 big entry ultimates that they're not going to have for this round. And I
They
think
really wanted to guarantee that round, but now Nova has these weapons, right? They have an AWP, and it's
yeah.
with only the Brimstone ult on the attackers. It's looking hard to see a longer future than just a couple more rounds.
Baby Shark coming out on that op is the biggest game changer, and it's going to be a matter of if 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer is going to do their due
And are they even
diligence.
expecting this, right? We haven't seen one all match.
Yeah, it's are they expecting it, and are they going to do their due diligence to push Baby Shark off that line?
Yeah. And right now, it looks like they have this set up towards A, so they might avoid this op completely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it seems like the read is more towards the C side of the map. Maybe expecting a fast B play again because that worked, or something through Garage to C, but Sachi's on a little bit of an island on A by herself. All right, stuck at 10 seconds here.
Looks like maybe a pause. Not exactly sure what's going on, but
A little bit of preamble, a little bit of Sif telling us what's up with the spray. And if we look at these scoreboards right now, we talked about we talked about how ALBERTA Nova was very much even across the board earlier in this map. It has been Gink who has stepped up as that standout player, as that player who is willing to make plays,
Yeah, and I
who's
don't know if
strong
you
in
caught
the
it,
clutch.
but it was 23 and then 10 for the rest of Gink's team.
Yeah.
So just the fragging powerhouse right there.
And not only that, but the #1 fragger on the opposing team is also sitting on only 14 kills. And so Gink far ahead of the pack right now in terms of pure fragging power. And it's just, you know, 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer have been sneaking their way back in, though. And that's the biggest thing is if they're able to isolate Gink on these islands or on these, you know, sites away from the one that they actually hit, Gink is not able to make 3v1s or 4v1s or even 2v1s happen every single round. It's unreasonable to expect that from even your star player. And so these site holds need to come in a little stronger, or we need to see some pressure in other parts of the map, because 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer has just been deathballing onto sites.
Yeah, they've been very just... I'm not sure if one-dimensional is the right way to describe it. They have executes, but only sort of towards one site, right? They're really focused on making one play and getting it to work here, I feel like.
The most insane Brimstone ult of all time.
I didn't even see where that was.
It went A-Link.
Oh.
For some reason. Wombler comes out against May.
Wombler managed to find one, yeah.
And Doc's very low HP here, so looking at this B hit, they're going to lean towards Garage? No, they're going back and all the way towards C.
The rest of the player's going to be walking towards this op in the hands of Baby Shark.
But Baby Shark's looking at the wrong angle.
Oh, no. They're going to close the distance.
Oh, no. They don't expect Baby Shark.
Steve is there in the corner.
Another peek come out of whip,
gets
and Remnant gets the trade.
3v3. Coming in from Garage is Gink.
Oh, the ult goes down.
They're going to push the matter. Gink, ooh, gonna be hiding behind the door. They're not gonna know he's there.
The ping comes out on Remnant.
Oh.
Oh, no! A whip from
Remnant!
Remnant! And then Gink takes out Wombler. It's now a 1v2.
No!
And Gink, again and again, that steady pair of hands.
It's a disaster. They had it. They had the world, but they just can't win their fights. And
stop,
Gink
man.
To close the round.
Stop letting Gink win.
Oh, no.
Stop it. Stop it. Someone focus this Killjoy. That's priority #1.
I mean, you've got to do something. Go unplug his keyboard, you know, smash his mouse on the ground. I mean,
if you have not found Gink, you cannot hit the site. I hate to say it. You need to know where Gink is. You need to go the other direction.
Absolutely. And it just seems like Gink is everywhere that you are, and you don't want to be there.
Another KJ ult online.
And in a round that if you win this one, it's over.
It's over. That's it.
I think it's a 3 ults against 1. It's
Baby Shark is all the way up.
Oh, Baby Shark looking for something really aggressive here.
Did they even notice that?
I'm not sure.
They're not turning around. They don't know.
Did you not hear the knives? Did you not see the smoke?
Ow!
Remnant in a and Nova is
completely
behind the other team. This is a complete flank of 2 players.
What is happening? No, they expect it.
Remnant goes down. Baby Shark unable to find a kill and stuck with a classic in the corner.
No!
Where are you looking? Where are you looking? He manages to pick up a gun. It's a disaster. Riker manages to find one.
The spike in spawn. Now the fight against Baby Shark will have to be taken here, but
and it is all on the backs of
Sleep. You
and
need the help. Help, Sleep.
The spike is down in control. Dox is there to kill Riker. Sleep at 28 goes down.
My God.
And Baby Shark closes the game. 6-3-13 for Nova.
And that was it was an incredible round, right? The push out of it was an incredible read, honestly. The push out C-Long from Baby Shark, the push out Garage from May, able to set up that 1-2 punch in your opponent's own spawn. for Zoomers when Boomer was not
They were
expecting that.
completely
Yeah.
boxed in at the end there, nowhere to go, pressured from all angles, and it is just a full collapse.
Yeah,
And honestly, you can't help but think that's kind of how the whole game felt.
yeah, it really did. The executes and the retakes on the side of ALBERTA Nova were so clean
Just
across
beautiful.
the board, and I cannot even count how many clutches Gink pulled out, who for me was definitely the MVP of that match.
Oh, yeah.
And so ALBERTA Nova will be moving on in this bracket. We will see more of them later, but we are heading off to a break right now, but don't go anywhere. There's more Valorant action at the ALBERTA Esports EXPO coming up soon.
Mine was, yeah. Yeah. Hit mic on. Sorry, a little bit of technical difficulties.
Okay.
You good? Go.
I can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything? You good? Can't hear anything?
I can't hear anything.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. What is strange.
It's there though? Are we good?
I think we're okay.
Okay,
All
I
right,
can
there we
hear you.
go.
Okay, okay.
Just a bit of technical difficulties.
All right. As I was saying, I'm Jockles, and I'm here with my co-caster Suyu. We are back live with the Alberta Esports Expo Valorant tournament. We are heading into the quarterfinals, which is another best of one, and I'm really excited to see what these teams have got cooking up.
Yeah, super exciting because one of these teams we haven't seen yet, right?
Yeah, I believe it's a division of the LCI team that we might have seen earlier. I believe they're going under Oblivion, but they were the top seed and they didn't play earlier, so now they are having their first game against, I believe it is Nerd Ghosts.
Yeah, super exciting to finally see one of these top 4 seeds come into play. However, I wonder if they're warm or not yet. We do have some setups on the side, but you got to imagine a bit of momentum from playing an earlier game and winning it in a decent fashion might carry over to their next set.
Absolutely. Quiet?
Is there a way for me to hear myself?
Absolutely.
Do you mind asking
I'm
somebody?
really excited
Do you think you can
to
ask somebody?
see how this pans out. I agree with what you were saying, Suyu, about the difficulties that they face going into this first game cold, especially with a team that's already played and already won. It's tough to get that momentum going, especially when, I mean, we're hearing them right now. They're hyped up and they're ready to go. So it can be tough, but they can swing it, and it can be, they can take it. It all just depends on what they come out with and how hard they hit.
Definitely. It's going to be a battle of preparation since our top-seeded team had the time to really analyze that last game and warm up on the side versus already being in game time. The other teams already had this ready to go. It looks like we're going to get right into it.
Yeah, we're getting right into Fracture. I personally, Fracture is a difficult map because you can either have a great offensive half or a terrible offensive half, and then on the counter side, you can have both on defense as well. And so these compositions that they're coming up with are going to be really important to how it plays out.
We are seeing a few lock-ins, and we are seeing a bit of a ditto with the Brimstone and the Killjoy online for both teams.
Yeah,
with for everybody else.
With the rest of the characters, it looks like it's going to be a mirror matchup across the board. We see Fade being hovered, Raze being hovered, Breach being hovered. Fade is already locked in on the one side. Oh, and now we've got Akuma hovering the Yoru.
Keeping everybody on their toes.
Everybody on their toes. Are we going to see a Yoru?
For the most part, though, it looks like the idea of both teams wants to be the same. How do you feel like having this kind of ditto match is going to play into a match like this?
It really comes down to preparation and how you execute. When you have these mirror matchups of all the agents, all it takes is one minor mistake, and that round can be lost because you're playing based on how you know you would play in that situation with those agents.
Yeah, you have to know not just yourself but the opponent too, and everything you can do with that character can be possible in this match.
Yep, and just like that, we get the mirror matchup. Every agent is the same, and I'm really excited to see how this pans out.
Yeah, seriously, I always find dittos difficult just because of what we were talking about before, just they can play completely different to what I know, what I've learned, how I coordinate with my team. If they don't do the same thing, it's going to be really hard to adapt and get into that. But that's exactly what both these teams need to do right now.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see how it pans out. We have Ghost on the attack and the LCI Samurais on the defense. And it's going to be an interesting game. We're already seeing a lot of, we're seeing 3 set up on A with that Killjoy being towards B. I really like that. I really enjoy the Killjoys setting up towards B. It can cause so much delay and kind of makes them have to force through the utility that a Killjoy can put down.
Brimstone also there for extra cover. We'll have to see how Ghost wants to play into this. It looks like they're all looking at A, at least to start out.
Yeah, if they can move quickly, get a pick, or get that pinch from the drop side of A, it's going to be really beneficial, and I think it'll move forward and potentially give them the round.
Oh, they're starting out slugging. They want to use that utility now. Just backing up a little bit. Now starting to play a little bit passively. Emily starting to try use that Roomba maybe to go out a little bit further. Taking their time here. They're starting to peek in. Ghost on the A site. Oh, crazy. Wow, what a flick headshot from Obstruction, taking down Akuma early. Gives him time to pick up that ult orb.
It looks like it was actually flipped around earlier, so LCI Samurais is on the attack and Ghost is on the defense. And Ghost is getting run through right now. LCI Samurais take that site and they have it locked down. Spike is down, they have utility, and they're playing Crossfires so they can secure this round.
Yeah, they're playing Crossfire, and it looks like Ghost, with only 2 left, really has to try and make this split push happen. LCI has enough people on the ground just to make sure they can cover every angle. It's going to be a tough way for Ghost to try and enter the site.
Yeah, that Sky Smoke goes down. It blocks off drop, but what they don't know is there's 4 on site. Or
oh, there it is. Yep. Easy way. Strong start here for Samurais.
Yeah, Cryptix gets 1. That's at least good. It starts to build up that Killjoy lockdown on the side of the defense. But it's a little tough to... when you go down and lose around by 4 members, that can be tough. Bouncing back, I think they're going to have to see a lot of individual play coming forward. Obviously, that's a pistol. Anything can happen in a pistol, but it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back in this eco against the bonus.
Yeah, definitely Ghost trying to conserve what little eco they have for now, as LCI uses what they have to try and take another round early.
Right there. That stim beacon goes down, and they are ready for a full-fledged push.
Yeah, they really want to push this now. It could be a 5v4 if they play this correctly. With one Ghost player sitting on A, starting to rotate around, realizing he needs to move over as Kamui takes down 1. 4v4 on both sides. Big headshot coming in there. They trade out again, but caught in the reload, able to reload in time. Cryptix goes down. 3v2 on the board as LCI starting to wrap back around to catch the spade coming in from the outside. They do. Only 1 player remaining.
Latino Thunder with that aggressive,
yeah,
the aggressive satchels to clean it up, and now Mr. Clean cleaning up the end of the round. And we're starting off 2-0 for the LCI Samurais, and those are some strong rounds. Yes, they do lose a couple members on that force in the second round, but all in all, great number advantage. They carry over 3 guns, and now they're going to be set up for round 4, and anything can happen in this round 3 if all it takes is 1 kill and they get a rifle. So it'll be interesting to see what they do against the defense here.
And now it's a bit more split than it was before. The raise for LCI is already starting to poke out a little bit into that A site. Everybody else on LCI, however, is on the north part of the map looking down into B. And they're starting to push their way through all 4 of these players together. They find Cryptix. They trade out 1 for 1. They're starting to rush a bit more. Okay, so let's see if there's anybody there, but no, Akuma is around the corner. Akuma being very patient, just holding this angle. As the rest of LCI, Brimstones looks like they're ready to fight, and they do.
The brim-on-brim violence, and
Trialic is the one to win that out. Starting to rush back through it, going back to that B corridor they were at before. Wave takes down Latino Thunder. It's on point now. 3-on-2 again for LCI. Bit of a familiar situation as we've seen, as LCI always seems to come out on top of the numbers advantage. Now they're stuck at mid, trying to find a way to wrap around, but they're backing up here. Try and rotate A.
Yeah, that was this entire round has basically been LCI Samurais gets a pick, Ghost responds.
30 seconds
and
left.
Now they're in a 3
Spike planted.
advantage against these buys that they had. If they get this round, Ghost goes down and they're on a low buy once again this next round. This is a big round. This can put them down and start to snowball into
Last
a
player
very large
standing.
advantage. Camwee gets one.
Trial goes down,
One enemy remaining.
gets another. It's a 1v1. That was low health too. It is clutchable. Ghost knows he's around the corner. Guys go over the spike, forcing the rotate for LCI.
Can he get the half?
Can he get the half? Yes, he does. And they allow it too. They're trying to peek out around this corner. Who's going to get this first? Defuse touch. And yes, Camwee wins that out. Nice fake on the defuse touch. Just to bait out LCI.
Yeah, that was really well played by Camwee. Gets Ghost on the board. They lose 4 rifles, which I think LCI Samurais have to be really happy with, especially bringing them down to only carrying over 1 rifle. That being said, they can rebuy, maybe? No, it looks like just a light buy on the side of Ghost, and like that's a big disadvantage going into this round because now LCI Samurais has this first full buy from their squad.
Let's make 'em dance.
Yeah, the most we're really seeing is this Marshall online. We'll have to see if they'll be able to get a strong headshot early in the game. They're going down top A side. Obstruction already taking down Wave. But I like this though. They're not trying to rush in, go too fast. They're taking their time. They do that every single round. They know they don't have to go in super hard because they know they just need a bit more intel. They don't need to overextend.
Absolutely, and
There.
that first contact that they take, there's 2 of them peeking, so they're able to trade off of each other. If something was to happen and one of them went down, they would still get that trade and at least keep even numbers. And in this instance, Ghost goes down, and they're now playing 4v5 against the attack of a full buy.
It might be a 4v2, 5v2 though, if they don't realize that a full push is going to happen soon. They're going to rush in now. LCI trying everything they can, trying to get a pick early. But it's giving enough time for Ghost to start rotating around. He's already on site now.
Great incendiary to stop the push there, especially when they invested so much util to clear it and push in. This is great play defensively by Ghost.
Just keep seeing peeks in and out. Somebody trying to get a shot early, missing that shot. Finally, Mr. Clean taking out Camwee. This could be the start of a push. Then taking down Cryptix. Into the concuss, not going down. Akuma gets one, but it might not be enough. He's alone on this point now. LCI made a full rotate to B on that as well, just to flush everybody out. They have to know by now. They have to know this remaining player is just sitting on A, trying to poke out, get a bit more.
10 seconds left.
Tries a flash, doesn't work out in the end. Obstruction cleans up that round.
Yeah, honestly, Akuma doing as much as they can, and it comes down to if they can get any damage, it's good damage. And yeah, they go down, but they still have this full buy this round. They're on light armor though, so that is unfortunate. But overall, I think they're pretty happy about how it's been going. These rounds are tight. Yes, they lost by numbers that round, but the fight could have gone either way had one bullet hit differently.
Yeah, Ghost needs to be careful this round, though. They really need to win this one, using a bunch of their economy to try and prop themselves up to take this round. And I think that's respectable. Now they're opting LCI, not going in quite yet, using Prowler to try and scout out a little bit.
I'll find you.
Using util. I think they're starting to realize they're playing very back on B. Obstruction takes out Cryptix early in the round. Everybody's kind of split on stage. 2 from A side are starting to rotate over mid, trying to help out on B. And it looks like LCI has a very many angles covered right now. Bialik mid-fight gets taken down by Akuma though. And Akuma takes down another with him.
Yeah, great flashpoint there on that first kill, and then gets the second one on top of that. You gotta be happy as a Breach to get 2 off of 1 flash.
Let's see if this momentum swings in Ghost's favor. They need this round to keep their economy alive. They do have decent angles doubled up on A and also having a little bit of crossfire through B. LCI taking their time, slowly rotating on their side into A, with one holding up at the top of the screen.
Yeah, we see the Samurais heading towards A. And what they
30
think is
seconds
that
left.
they've rotated at least one of these players over towards B, especially now that the Fade is pushing in and creating these footsteps. And we're seeing Wave. Wave gets one, Camry goes down, and now they have the site for free because Coca had already started to rotate off of the information they had garnered because of the Fade on the B site.
Use opens down, stuff out this point a little bit. They have the spike planted.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
it gets two, and it gets herself too. I think that's a little bit unfortunate, but I guess a pick
Last
at
player
the end of the day.
standing.
We're down to 1v1 now on this point. Huggy trying his best. Molly doesn't quite stuff him out enough. Shooting through the wall. Coca with the peek. Able to get that defuse.
Absolutely massive round by Coca there. Gets the clutch, able to get the Ghost around, an important round. They push back, now it's 3-2, and I believe they get another full buy here. And that's going to be, it's going to be a mixed buy actually, looking at that economy.
Yeah,
We
they did
have a-
lose 4 that round, which
Yep.
hurts them a lot, but at least they still get a round win at the end of the day, still keeping their momentum in this game.
True enough. They've got a Sheriff, Bucky, Guardian. We're seeing maybe a Sheriff, maybe a Ghost from Kamui. It all depends on what they want to do, but
Careful
this
here.
is going to be a tough round if they want to take this from the Samurais and make it an even game at 3-3.
SCI really likes the full push into 1 point, making sure that they take advantage of the way Ghost is splitting themselves across 2 different points.
Where are
Do
you?
they know that Samurais
You should run.
Haunt goes out as well as the lockdown, and it's looking like a full push onto this B site. They do put a counter lockdown down, and Obstruction gets
okay.
Akuma, which is big, and it'll be interesting to see if they push onto this site through the Defender Killjoy. If they don't, they give it up, and now they're going to push in after. I'm intrigued to see how this works out, because they are at a numbers advantage, Samurais. Orbital Strike goes out to clear heaven.
quite there. Ghost coming in through mid. This guy has full control of the start. You know, smokes are online, trying to stuff out some of these angles.
Spike planted.
Spike planted in the same corner. You're going to see that a lot, I think, this game. They're just trying to shoot through the smoke, but nobody is there for now. Everybody else is playing through cover. They're peeking out. Obstruction gets 2. It's 1. In with another Kaka trying to fight back against 2 all by himself. That's 3! But in the end, the numbers advantage really working out there for Samurai. It's just an unfortunate pick on the Ghost early in that round. Just not enough numbers-wise to sustain that.
Valiant effort from Coca, though, to get 3 and bring one down to super low health. They have to reinvest in those rifles, and we're seeing it impact the side Samurais. They have 3 full buys. They have a Spectre with full shield, and it's undecided on the fourth one at this, or the last one at this point in time. I believe Ghost actually gets a full buy here, and so these rounds are becoming ever so important. They're losing, but they're winning. The economy is going down, but they're staying stable enough to keep the rounds close.
It's definitely a mixed bag of the game so far. Neither team is exactly running away with it yet. We'll see how it goes into this round 7. Raise is super, super low. It's online now. 1v1 trade.
That Nightfall takes, I believe, 3 off of it. They get 1 down, and it looks like they're going to hit towards A, but we're seeing 2 members heading towards B.
Yeah, we're seeing Samurai really split across this map. We saw maybe an A plant, but now they're trying to rotate back into B, and Ghost is early enough to where they can detect that and come back. The eye sees nothing. A little bit out of range there for the one at A site, but they're starting to get in a bit of a fight here at B.
Yeah, this is a really good read by Ghost. As they were leaving out of A, they heard the footstep. Wave did, the fade over in ropes on A, and they were able to get to the site and secure it before they could push in.
We're seeing a bit of a do-si-do on where the spike is going. It's going from A to B, back to A. But the time is starting to wind down. Around 30 seconds left. Wave is there to take down Obstruction. They know exactly what the Samurais are doing right now. They are setting up on point, however.
Getting that plant down, 3v3 retake situation. Chip damage onto the Ghost players. Wave takes out Mr. Clean through the smoke. Nightfall comes out, and we're seeing Nagi with this Rolling Thunder. Are we going to see it out? We
They're
are.
going to have to now. They're all trying to take down this bomb. Nice molly just to make sure everybody's clear off of the spike. Are they going back in? Everybody's in score dirty. Nice shots there from Nagi. That's two. That's two. This could be the killer here. Kuma trying to tap that spike. Nice jump peek. Do a little bit of damage, a little bit more. Does he get the round? Yes, he does. What a fantastic play there from Trowlick at the end of that round.
Yeah, that was, again, a round that Ghost pushed themselves back into, and they have the 3v3. They take out one, and then they lose two immediately, putting themselves in that number disadvantage. They trade it out, and then in a 1v1 situation, that's gotta hurt, Ghost. That stings, but hey, you move forward. There's still lots of game, lots of round to play, and you hope that you can bounce back.
Absolutely, and they have stolen rounds off momentum before. That's how they've gotten these 2 rounds that they have on the board. Oh! Loses the duel immediately, though. That's got a sting. Mr. Clean, he is nice with it. He is nice with it today. In case you revealed.
Growler follows the haunt. Tryout gets one. Coca trades out Mr. Clean.
Ghost is all caught up in this one hallway, and they get punished for it immediately. Two Thunder is there to clean up. They're going through, They're trying to push into it, take this round early, but they're getting picked out for it. One, can he do it? Yes, he does.
Does Coca know, though? Does Coca know?
Does he know? Does he know?
Trialic.
Right behind.
Trialic. Great play.
Back again. Same players again.
Yep, they keep rotating through.
Even.
Yeah, they keep rotating through. They're do-si-doing, and they're playing the site so well, and they're getting behind the opponents, and they're backstabbing, and it was working for them. Coca made a phenomenal play with the stinger there to get 2, and it just so happens that Trialic was already behind him the whole time.
Yeah, and LCI is just chilling now. They do have economy to fall back on. They have a really good amount of stuff on the board for this round. And they're really splitting all their punches this time. They are doing their hard push again to go into A. Killjoy is set up on A, trying to use his resources to step out an early approach.
Yeah, this A split can work out really nicely, and we see Trialic.
Oh no, he gets caught while he's trying to throw out the Roomba. It's a 1v1 trade again. 1-on-1 trade.
Trading out while getting, at least he gets traded out.
Yeah.
Getting caught with your utility out stings, but if it's traded out, it stings less.
Oh, it's good to have a teammate on your side to help you out in situations like those. LCI looking strong, just playing it calm, making sure they're looking behind, make sure they don't get backstab either.
Haunt goes out, doesn't see anything. They've cut noise, but now they're re-guessing up through a main, and the Raze on site does note them.
Going through the smoke, got blinded too, and obstruction capitalizes. Kamui is down, and Mr. Clean in the corner takes down Coca.
Find you.
Strong here for LCI again as Wave goes down in the corner.
30 seconds
and there's only one left. They have so much time to plant. Can any damage be done right now by Akuma? Yes, it's true. He can do that. He does those. Nagi goes down, trying to use his utility to push into the site all by himself.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Not saying it's out of the realm of possibility, but any damage is good damage.
He gets it too. Oh, and unfortunate. And however, decent damage done by himself.
Yeah, Trialic has the great positioning to be up by that rope rafter, and they don't... Ghost is none the wiser. They think maybe they're probably a main, or hey, they could be on the sand around by the door. And those positions are so tough to read when you're in the 1v4. You get 2, which is big. So going into this next round, Samurais obviously have a very big advantage in rounds, and I believe in the economy as well. What does Ghost need to do to bounce back here? Do they need to play more aggressive on these defensive rounds, more aggressive on their retake? What do you think they need to do?
I feel like, especially on the retakes, they are being aggressive enough to where it can work. The only problem with that is that they're not splitting up enough where they're going. They're getting caught in the hallways, and they're all being clustered into one area. And with a game like Valorant that has so much utility to flush out people that are sitting in one area, when you're all sitting ducks like that, you're just going to get shot, and that's exactly what's been happening. They need to be able to move around more, get that information on where LCI is setting up and capitalize on that. We'll see if that's what they're going to do going into this round.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with you that their defensive rounds could use a little bit more aggression, especially on those retakes. And I think to counter what the Samurais are doing, getting those fast flanks, we have seen it a couple times, but Samurais have countered it quite well.
Yeah, Samurais are like, they seem to be the aggro monsters. Look, another pick at the beginning of the round. We've seen that so many times from the Samurais. Those are just getting caught out in places where they shouldn't be. They do take one back. Mr. Clean is down. So trying to push into this B site. Trialic takes down Dude by himself. They have a lot of time to set up here. Yeah, just a really fast round there. Nagi cleaning the rest of that up. And this is what I wanted to say at the beginning of the round. LCI Samurais are doing a fantastic job of being aggressive early on and catching ghosts before they're really prepared.
Yep, I definitely agree. Those first picks that Obstruction is getting, Obstruction is the Killjoy, the Sentinel. They shouldn't be taking those first bloods, but nonetheless, it's working, and that's evident. And while we see Mr. Clean go down to Kamui there at the beginning of the round, they're able to counter it by Trialic getting 2 and then Nagi also getting 2. So it was unfortunate, but it happens. And there's just so much going on these rounds. Cryptix,
there we go.
Cryptix gets 1, gets traded out. Coca trades out Mr. Clean. Just like that, we're at a 4v3 in favor of Ghosts.
This is big, though. They really need this round. Both players for LCI that were on the top side are eliminated, so they're able to pierce down where everybody is on the map. LCI needs to go now, and they take down Wave, trying to enter into the A site. Kamui goes down 2. Ghosts no, they need to rotate pack and try to capitalize on the low health target, and they clean up the other 2.
Any retake is a tough retake. It's even tougher when you have low health.
They flush them out, and they capitalize on it too. That's 2. Back in that 1v1 situation again. Are they able to clean it up this time? Tino Thunder sitting in the corner. He's going to allow this first half of the defense. And he just shoots it through the wall. Akuma gets a little too greedy with it, and he's punished huge for it.
I honestly thought that was going to happen.
Yeah,
I thought
maybe
it was
just give him like the one.
Scary. But
the wall bang is there.
The wall bang comes through, and just like that, Samurais take another round. It's 9-2 going into this last round of the half. We have a really mixed buy from the side of Ghost, and Samurais are looking good. Their rifling is good. Their plays are good. They are just playing extremely well.
Let's see how fast Samurais want to play into the 4 ultimates that Ghost have online. Tino Thunder coming in with the fast aggression, trying to make use of that Soul Stomper. Has to try and keep the momentum going. Finds out Akuma and gets the pick from it. LCI so strong at playing fast, and with that ultimate online, getting 1 early yet again. Their game is going absolutely amazing. Kamui takes down 1. Is it going to be enough to try and get these information through? He gets 2. The third, no. Unfortunate end to his run there. And we're back down to Coca again. This lone Brimstone trying to push in to the terror that is the Samurais, and he's caught out at the end of the round. What a fantastic half here from LCI.
Yeah, that's massive. To go up 10-2 in a half, and on top of that, you can tell they're all feeling confident. They're taking the gunfights. They're winning the gunfights. They're rotating down through the underground of B. They're playing so well off of each other as well. And Ghost is struggling with these trades. They are getting the trades, but it's usually after Samurais has already gotten 1, so they're putting themselves at a disadvantage regardless. It's going to be tough for Ghost to make it work. I think they have to be really aggressive on these hits going into the second half and just force the sites. They can't slow down too much until they get a little bit of a bankroll going where they can make a mistake, because if they make the mistakes, it's going to be tough.
They really do need to start playing Samurai's game here with the fast aggression, but however, they're opting for a bit of a slower initial start to this round here. With a split push with 1 going on to B. Offense is actually really good. As we were talking about earlier with this map, it could be very steamroll heavy. However, wow! That happened so fast!
Okay, it was like
What
1,
happened?
2, okay, 6 are dead.
Let's just
okay.
finish the round. Move on. Let's
Yeah.
go to the next. Let's go next.
Samurais 11-2. They have the force now. They have the option to force up this round, and I don't want to be that guy, but usually in this situation, it goes in the favor of those that have the force here. Realistically, it could be 12-2 here and put Samurais on match point. Anything can happen, though.
Anything can happen. It's always winnable. You never know. I mean, they're still sitting on those 2 wins from earlier. I really think they need to go back and understand why they did so well in that round and really try and focus on aggression here. That's something we've been talking about for like the
100%.
past 2 minutes. Just trying to go in early, the same way LCIs do it. Catch them out before they're early. Land maybe a cheeky headshot, and all of a sudden you're 5v4, and you're able to steamroll off of that.
Yeah. It's going to be tough for Ghost to work here. I think we're going to see probably a force here. I don't think you can not force.
Yeah, if you're Ghost here, you're on the back foot. You have to do everything you can to
Yeah.
keep in this game every round. You have to at this point.
If you take this round, you can buy up next round, just drop your weapon. But if you lose here and you force up, generally that's game. But you never know.
Having a big timeout. I believe they're just checking something with one of the PCs.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
But yeah, this second half is going to be really tough. There's so many ways they can work back into it, but that one mistake that they make could bite them and put them at that match point where they are fighting for their lives every round. And when those high pressure situations, those high pressure rounds come in, it's so much easier to make a bigger mistake than what you're normally used to.
You just got to hope that Ghost clutches that up. On the side of LCI, though, like, it can't be overstated how strong they look right now. They are so confident. They don't even really need to do much on the defense here. They can really sit back because their offense, that attack was just so pristine.
Yep.
They really wanted to force their game plan, and it worked. Ghost was always on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Samurais, LCI Samurais, they took the aggression. They took those first bloods. They were open to those challenges. They took their foot, put it on the gas pedal, and they held it down. They didn't stop. They put themselves at an advantageous position. They're only 3 rounds away at the end of that half from moving on to the next round. And that's something that is so important going forward. Like, you can, yes, when it's a 9-3, 8-4, whatever the half is, you can come back. I'm not saying Ghost can't come back, but when you are already that far ahead, your confidence is sky high. Your challenges might be a little bit more ego-y, but it works out generally more in your favor.
They really have to be happy with this timeout right now. Just taking the time, deep breath, come back into this game fresh, just like it's round 1, and start out different.
100%. Get a little bit of a discussion in where you can. Hey, what do we need to do? Okay, we need to reset. And yeah, it's going to be so important for this coming round. And yeah, 11-2 going in. We are seeing a force up on the side of Ghost.
Yeah, they're gonna need this, and they're gonna start rushing out early. This is what we needed to see. This is what we've been talking about. They're starting to go into A immediately. Power doesn't see everything because LCI is backed up into A a bit, but there are 3 sitting on B side. Do they rotate in time? They're starting to make their way over. Caught alone, and he's taken down for it as the rest of LCI tries to conversion at this point. The spike will be planted here. However, Nagi, nice shot onto Akuma. 4v4 situation.
Yeah, 4v4, but 3 of the Ghost members are
Yeah, it's looking
low.
Gotta be thankful for that Brimstone health, though. Bringing that back. Oh, Mr. Clean, he's nice with it again. That's a 4K.
Clean!
That's huge. Oh, my goodness.
He gets the 4K.
It almost feels like every round somebody else on at the Samurais just steps up to the plate, just like, hey, this is my round. Let me take this one. And then next round, Mr. Clean's like, this is my round. Let me go get a 4K and let's clean this up.
Yeah, it can't be understated how much he's done for the team at this point. Every round, whether he's getting the 4Ks, the 3Ks, it doesn't matter. His impact is insurmountable. There's so many assists he's getting utility like the Prowlers off and getting that information to the team. Wow, just wow. Samurais are looking good.
Yeah, definitely doing it all for his team. This could be the last chance for Ghost to bring this back.
And we're seeing a stack of 5
We
on
are.
B running out.
Oh, and they want to aggress in. The defense is the one to push in, trying to control this hallway, and they read it correctly. LCI, El Latino takes down Wave. Crickstick is down 2. Everybody's caught out in the spawn. They want to end this off with a bang. Flash is online. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Can we try to take this back? But it does not matter. LCI Samurais take that with a clean 13-2. Wow. I didn't expect it. I don't think the crowd expected it. But wow, what a way to end that off. Just, I don't even know what to say anymore.
No,
Oh my gosh.
full aggression. You know what? Hey, we're going to push there because why not? We're up enough. Maybe it'll work. 13-2. And they run all 5. I got no words. That's incredible. That's got a sting for Ghost. You never like to see that happen, but Samurai's played really well. They got to be really happy with it.
Yeah, and this is the alt team for LCI too. I haven't got a chance to see the other games earlier.
True
but
enough.
if one team is this strong, you got to imagine the other one's doing real too.
Yep. Yeah, I'm excited to see where they go and how they play in this next matchup. I believe we are getting another quarterfinal matchup.
Ooh, okay.
Right
nice.
after a little break here while everybody gets set up. And yeah, I think we head to a break here for a couple moments while we get that all set up.
Yeah, so stick around. We got a lot more Valorant coming up tonight. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Alberta Esports Expo, and we're going to be continuing the Valorant Winners Quarters Finals. My name is Suyu, and I'm joined here by the lovely Joe Coles.
Hello, hello. I'm really excited for this next quarterfinal matchup. We've got Nova once again against, I believe it is Nate.
Yeah, Nate Ooks. That's going to be a fantastic collegiate match. Really excited for this one, especially for Nova. Bit of a homer. Really rooting for the Alberta squad here today. But we'll have to see how these two stack up to each other. As we were talking before, Nate hasn't played yet.
Yeah, this is another showing of Nova playing the first round, and this other team, Nate, coming in cold. Yes, they warmed up, but does it play a factor in how this game goes forward?
Yeah, you got to think that Nate really sat down and just took in that whole game, made a bunch of notes, and really try to counter whatever Nova's going to do. But Nova, they've already been playing the game. They've already landed their shots. They've already ran through everything they want to do. So it's just a battle of what's going to carry over and what won't. We're going to get into it pretty soon.
Yeah.
Both these teams seem to be in the lobby. I'm very, very excited for this one.
It'll be a good one. Nova had a great showing in their first game against 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer.
What a good name. What a good name.
And yeah, they took that pretty handily. Mind you, 4 Zoomers, 1 Boomer did push back a little bit, but Nova ended up taking it, and that was that. We are going to see Ascent here, and we are seeing Nate on the side of attackers with Nova as the defenders in this first half. We already see May lock with that KO. I do like a KO pick, especially when you're going up against a KJ.
Yeah, I think that's something more teams are taking to lately. I think Tens just kind of like put that on the maps, just like, if Tens can do it, why can't I, right?
Yeah, it counters these like stay-at-home utility with like Killjoys, Cyphers, as well as Chambers. KOs counter it so well, and so it's such a high-impact agent choice going into these maps where you generally have 1 or 2 of those Sentinels.
It looks like, just like the last round we saw, we might see a ditto as Nova is hovering over the same characters we see on the Nate side. They're starting to lock it in, just taking their time, making sure they're ready to go.
Select your agent.
Yeah, and all we need is Docs to lock in, and then we have
another
ditto match.
But this, I think visually this is going to look a lot different. The only consistency we see from that last match is that Killjoy. How is this sort of team composition going to play a factor playing into Ascent?
Oh,
it's a loaded question.
It's a really tough question because these KOs can be so impactful. They can negate the Killjoy. It can negate the Sova. It can negate the Astra Stars from being put up to negate those pushes. And it's really going to be fun to watch because you're going to constantly have something new happening based on what characters are alive and what characters fall early in the round.
See if we see any more of those really fast opening picks like we did with the last game. This Nate gets really on. Ooh, left hand. Like to see that. Nate on the attack, trying to set up here. Looks like they might be going straight into B site. 1 looking through B long into main, and 2 setting up close to the A site.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this kind of push for mid control early on, just because it can garner so much information and put the other team in an underhanded position because it doesn't happen very often. Usually it's a full A or full B push.
Info out early here for Nova. A lot of Killjoy utility at B, trying to detect if they're going to be pushing in. Nate just taking their time, starting to push through mid now. See that Sova just waiting to go and peek through. Sachi, though, takes down Taken early. Spike is actually dropped. It looks like they're not really wanting to use that spike early as this Killjoy comes, wraps around. Everybody's starting to converge at A. Psych.
The Killjoy
We're going to get out of there real quick.
And they're pushing up Catwalk for it. And yeah, this heavily leans towards A, but we're seeing this counterplay from the side of Nova.
They did
2 in towards Market and 3 over towards A. They've read this perfectly.
And now it's only a matter of capitalizing. There's a trade going on, but Baby Shark Zaza, what a tag for Nova. They're able to get this to 3-2, 2-2 now. Hasty does get the kill. Oh, wow, just sits up there. Sachi takes it. The first game here, first round for Nova.
Yeah, just really well played. They were patient, didn't push out too aggressively, give Nate any sort of advantage in terms of damage or even information. They forced Nate to make those first plays where they gave up information and inherently gave Nova the advantage because of it. And then on top of that, they read the rotate and where the spike was going, and they were able to hold it perfectly. Just a good first pistol round by Nova.
Nate on the back foot, coming in with pistols again this round, opting to save that eco for the next round. Starting to go too early, but they're getting mowed down right away. There's a trade. Taken comes out on top. Docs and May. There's picks coming out for every part of this Nova squad. 3v2 now.
I wish my Stinger would do that.
Oh, there's a reason these teams are where they are. They are huge. They are skilled. It's down. Docs gets that pick. It's a 3v1 situation. Can Hasty do any more damage trying to poke through the economy of Nova, even just a little bit? Gotta be careful of the star utility. No, it's there. Good first pick. Doesn't quite finish it out.
Yeah, Docs gets that third, and just like that, it's 2-0 for Nova. Going in, they lose 3 of their purchase from the second round, so it will be a mixed buy here. It still is a bonus in towards Nate's first full buy of the game here. Again, traditionally, you see these spots and you think, yes, Nate should win this. But all it takes is 1 kill, getting that rifle. It takes 1 trade, and the round can be swapped on its head. So it's going to be really important for Nate to recognize to play slow and carefully here against Nova and not give them any rifles.
Looks like a bit of a resemblance to round 1 using that KO utility early. However, Nate wants to wrap that KO around the back onto the A site. Meanwhile, Nova just making sure they're all calm and collected with the Killjoy sitting on B with the utility set up, waiting for a push to happen.
Got those nano swarms right in the entryway into the lane.
I like where Nova's position too. They pretty much have every angle that Nate is at covered right now. Oh, and a great shot there from Jingo.
Wow. What
That
a
was
shot.
solid. Wow, okay. Okay. Show off. They're starting to rush in a bit now, trying to plant this spike. They're going to get it. Nova starting to wrap around now, realizing nobody's anywhere else on the map. Everybody has to be at A. How are they going to attack this? Not with a great start. That goes down early, that jet offline. Sachi trying to take it back, gets taken down in the process. Nate looks a bit strong in this round with Caro taking 2, and there they go. Just that very standard, wait 2 rounds, let's build that eco, come in with the full buy, and they take that round.
Yeah, they played it really well. They got the spike down. They lost that early duel, which could have put them in a bad spot. But they took the site with ease, just based off the information and causing that rotate to happen early. They took the site, got the plant down, and then held angles that were advantageous to them. They didn't overpeak. They had the players there ready. And when one went down, they were able to trade it out almost immediately, giving themselves the round win. Big win, and excited to see how this next round plays out, where Nova has a little bit of a half buy.
Nate looking for less of that splish push we were looking at earlier and looking just to aggro into A. I don't know if Nova knows this yet. There's not a lot of recon going into that area, but Nate knows that Nova isn't there. They're starting to push in now. Nobody on site. They're starting to rotate late. Oh, wow. Look at the movement coming here from this jet, trying to find somebody early. They know they're on the top platform, but he drops down. Unfortunately, can't get any damage done.
Yeah, really well played. Really good take, and that first kill by Sachi onto Hasty gets out, trades out Sachi, and just like that, it's a 4v4 retake.
Just sitting on the smoke right now, trying to see if they can crack a way in, while this Killjoy from Nova is wrapping around the corner, trying to find a separate angle. They're really playing this 3v4 right now, since one of Nova's is still sitting around at B, waiting for something to happen. Jingo takes down Taken, Still a 2v3 on site. Are they going to be able to clutch this up in time? Will they be able to retake this?
This is going to end up being a save. They had that jet over towards B main almost the entirety of the round. They were 20 seconds in after the plan had been down, and the jet was still over towards B main. They weren't confident in the retake there, and they opt for the save. That's not a bad idea, especially when you have an operator in hand. But you do yourself a disservice by not at least trying or putting yourself in a situation to potentially get those kills.
At the very least, they had a round to give. They're even 2-2 across the board. And hopefully saving that round will give them the eco they need to buy for this round and start coming in, take this back.
Yep.
And looks like we might go into a little bit.
We got a little bit of a timeout happening.
Pause, but right before we switched over to this scene, I saw Nate really trying to converge at A, just like they tried to do with B on the last round, trying to maybe switch up where they're going, but they have the same idea, just aggro in.
Yeah, they're taking these aggressive pushes, and they're like that first round. The first round they tried the split. They tried to do 2A out through main and 2 up the catwalk in through tree. Now that's a great plan, but the instance that happens is for them, they just didn't get the timing right on that first round, and that since then they've worked out the timing, and these hits are working for Nate. Again, it's only 2-2, so there's lots to go on and lots to continue, but it'll be interesting to see if they keep up the aggressiveness at the end, the hostility they have going into these sites, willing to take these fights.
Definitely enjoying the controlled aggression from both sides. Less of a spray fest as we saw in the last round, more of a controlled madness going on for this one.
Do you see a nebula go up in mid, so it covers that the archway. Baby Shark gets a tag with the op through the wall, and that's big damage done early on in this round to the enemy jet.
Target is hit. They do have the knowledge on one of Nova's players at the very least. Starting to take control of the center of this map. Nova peeking in slowly, trying to find different angles to shoot from. Just trying to creep through. They have full control of the site, so now they're trying to put through. Conflict starting to go off. Bullets are flying. They storm in on Sachi, find him out. With 3 on him, I don't think there's too much he could have done there. The rest of Nova trying to wrap around. Ooh, takes down Taken and also takes down AO. It's starting to fall apart a little bit. 4v2, 4v1 now for Nate. What just happened?
Timmy gets a kill. The Killjoy turret. Timmy gets a kill. And just like that, it's a 4v1 in favor of Nova. May wraps it up, and that's a 3-2 round. Wow. Again, it's one of those rounds where so many things are happening, and then within like half a second, everything that was combating is done. Everybody's dead. And, you know, Timmy wanted to get in on it himself.
Yeah, I think this is what Nova wanted to do, though. It looks like this is exactly how they envisioned this going. Just take the first 2 rounds quick, then take the foot off the gas just a little bit, let Nate catch up a little bit, and then re-aggress, reassess where they are, go back in. Now Nate, I think they might be taking another quick pause just to figure out what they want to do for this one.
Yeah.
Where do you think they're going to go after losing that game?
So that round was very heavy mid to B hit, and it didn't really work. Even though they had the aggression up towards Sachi right off the bat in market, they were able to take that aggression, the KO flash, the Sova dart, they took that and they were like, hey, you're dead. And just like that, it's a 5v4 at that point. But what the Nova did was so well done is they backed everybody off of site and played for CT so that they could take the interactions with them being in the advantageous position. So they were able to end up winning that round with 4 members alive.
It's very strong positioning.
Realistically, I don't think we're going to see another mid-hit for a couple rounds. I think it'll be more towards like specific sites with maybe a lurk up through mid, but generally like the way that they're working it isn't working right now with these fast pushes, and so they're going to have to slow it down, try and get these picks, make space with the ability to actually act on it.
Definitely. And I do like the idea because that's what they've been doing before, is just have 4 going one way with 1 in the back just to make sure nobody's coming through and take a bit of an off angle, create a bit of crossfire, and it might work out for them because from what we've seen so far, Nova's really good at controlling the entire map and just locking down one site, locking down another site, and being able to rotate fast. They've got good reads on where Nate is going, and they've been able to clutch up on it. So it's 3-2 right now, Nova versus Nate.
Yeah. Yeah, going for these rounds are going to be really interesting because it's going to be, you're going to see the counter activity of both teams. It's at this point now where these rounds are going hand in hand. Nate wins one, Nova wins one. And you're going to see it continue this way, and it'll be exciting to see who comes out on top.
See how long this back and forth lasts for. Recon Bolt trying to find out enemies in the area as Nate wants to push in fast into the B site. One following up behind, taking the spike with them. Now, they find something with the op. They do find a drone. They have to shoot it down.
They know that the operator is there, so they may opt to go for rotate or try and bait out a aggressive peek. And looking at the map, it looks like they're going for this rotate.
I like leaving the Killjoy at that B spot too, just to leave some sort of semblance of presence, trying to fake out Nate or fake out Nova into making the wrong play. Because now they're starting to aggro into B. Or into A. I got my stuff all mixed up.
They've already rotated 3 members of their squad over to A, so they are ready for this. And this Killjoy turret makes this presence known over towards B. The astral, the cosmic divide comes up. Baby Shark gets a massive pick onto Caro, and just like that, it's 5v4 with the cosmic divide up, and just like that, they're actually opting for another rotate.
Yeah, time is not on their side, so they do need to make this faster. That cosmic divide almost making it work, but he just peeks a little bit too early. He's taken down early, and May is just waiting for these people to feed in. That's 2 in a row. Solid work from May, just peeking around that corner just enough, and Docs for the flawless here for Nova.
May gets 2, Docs gets 1, round cleaned up. Really good positioning and awareness that, hey, this cosmic divide is up on B. We got a big pick from Baby Shark. Let's not do a complete rotate because they know the operator is there. They waited out. Sachi gets the pick through mid. May gets 2 in tree, and Docs just cleans up the straggler coming through A main. That was just really well played by the side of Nova in terms of knowing what's going on.
Looks like they're going to rush into A again, really try and make that play work, but it hasn't worked 2 rounds in a row. Like, Nova is just doing a really solid job of keeping the entire map on lock, keeping the game pace their way.
Yep, yeah. And so it'll be interesting. Like, this pace that they're going for is working, but Nova is reading them really well and is able to counteract the pacing that Nate is going for. Going forward, do they have to hit faster? Do they have to get that plant down and play post-plant with nobody on site? Does Nova just keep playing the way that they're playing and it's working for them? So why would they change it? There's so many ways that this can go, and it really depends on what each team is doing.
Let's see how they're able to adapt now. We're already in the middle of the round. Going into A. Shark still has that operator online. Will we see a kill with it this round? They're sitting up on the top of the A site, and yes, Nate is going to get the plant.
Spike planted.
So Ultimate trying to go through the wall, find something a little cheeky.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury. Oh, gets 2 tags.
Ooh.
That's big damage done.
And that's knowledge too.
Yeah, as a Sova, you have to love that. Pharaoh takes down May. AO gets Ginkgo with the shock dart. Dogs. Caro get a trade. Baby Shark gets 1. Caro gets another. That's 3.
He wants to clutch us up by himself. Does he know enough? Throws a smoke to the corner. Finds Caro. Finds 1. There's 2 more, and they're going to split him in. There's another one. Gets right in front, but it's not enough.
The right click, unfortunately, failed Baby Shark there, and they go down in that round. They are now ahead 4-3 over Nate.
I saw the potential of it. It was very close. A little bit on the head. That could have been a way different round.
I saw the vision. I saw the vision. That
I can see it.
Tailwind right into the Sova. It was close. It really could have been different if one of those knives had hit.
Look how even the picks are across the board for the Nova squad. Nobody dipping under 4. Everybody helping each other out.
Baby Shark with his operator peeking in towards mid tiles once again. Gets spotted out from the 0-point knife. They get the information that the orb is being taken in A as well as, and the KJ turret is there too, so they know that the KJ is there.
Nova plays so patiently. May finds out 2LX. Just single duck, and that's gonna let. It's Killjoy from Caro. Okay, trying to throw out the ultimate, get some space here on the A site.
They're doing the bait and switch, but
is it going to be a big enough bait?
Baby Shark heard them up on catwalk and
gets the pick for it as well.
Just like that.
Well, another
round flipped on its head due to Nova hearing and pushing out. That was, again, really well played.
Fantastic recognition from the Nova squad. May with another headshot taking down Taken yet again.
Last player standing.
One play remaining, and it's not going to matter. Jingo get here to clean that up. Double headshot. Gotta love that.
Yeah, a flawless round on a where Nate tried to bait out a full rotate with the Killjoy lockdown. And honestly, it was one of those things where most of the time it works, but they didn't take any space out towards mid at that same point. So Baby Shark was able to push out from tree, down catwalk, and get the information that, hey, they're rotating. I'm going to hold it through tiles with the operator and get a free kill because they won't know. Like, it's just phenomenal thinking and outplay by Nova there.
It always just seems to start so well for Nate.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, Nova just locks down completely. It's got to be really hard if you're in this Nate squad, just knowing that, like, you're taking space and you're making proper plays, but it's never enough.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, they only are down by 2 rounds at the moment, so anything can happen. And I think in this next round, I'm not entirely sure about their economy. I think they'll have a mixed buy with full utility, but going forward into this round, I think we're going to see a lot more aggressiveness just in this round in particular, getting ready for that next round, because in these timeouts, it's not about the round that you're in. Most of the time, it's about the round after, because that's when your next full buy is. And so this will probably be an aggressive round where they take a lot of space or try to get a kill, do any damage to lessen the economy of Nova.
Here we go, starting off. Bit of a splish push with a look into mid. Got the ult orb and they're trying to go through B. It's actually trying to see what the utility is on that Nate side. Not seeing anything through the smoke, however.
Oh no.
Spike now. Are they trying to rotate into mid?
Baby Shark is going to swing this in like 2 seconds. Oh my god, the timing.
Oh, May with a headshot again, taking down again, and he just sits up there. Hasty had no idea.
That timing was absurd.
That is ridiculous. You gotta check your corners. You have to know where everybody is. I was trying to find some more information. Not quite getting it. I don't think it was enough to get that Killjoy in the corner. Sachi, regardless, taking down 2LX. They're all over the map. Carodit finally takes down May. Jinko wins out that duel. Rest of Nova trying to make sure they pincer this final AO.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Good headshot there. And Jinko is low. This might be doable as a second pick. He really wants to peek it out too. Gets it!
Oh, Baby Shark there with the operator to clean it up. But hey, that's okay. They took the round. 6-3 going for it. So this round is the round that this timeout that they took is about. They're going to have a full buy here. They'll have all of their utility. What has to happen in this round for them to take a round away from Nova?
And they've been landing shots. They've been pushing pretty decently. It's just finally making that one push, that one breakthrough, maybe using their utility in different positions, trying to find out Nova early, and it looks like they're going to do exactly that. Knife's been thrown, and they're trying to find out where Nova is setting up, probably getting the drop on them before making the aggro play themselves. Starting to poke through 2LX. Finds out. Trying to poke through. Start going, trying to use that movement up in the air now. Gets Jinko with the headshot in the air. Sachi, wow, actually coming up with the Odin, trying to get some stuff done. Does go down ultimately. But because
As
they
a
can use
Sova
that KO
main, you
ultimate.
have to respect the Sova with the Odin, you know?
Yeah, why not, right?
This is a 5v3 post plant. They're all posted up on site.
Yeah, now finally Nova has to be the one to push in completely.
Hasty gets spotted out, and we are seeing Baby Shark push that.
Concealment.
We'll see come out here. Yes, Hasty will get one. Dox will take that right back.
Last player
Coming
standing.
through, Caro taking down May.
Yeah, Doc, sorry, is going to have to opt for the save here. This, I believe their economy is healthy enough, but at the same time, oh, they go for the operator. Okay, that makes more sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you save the operator, you bring it in for Baby Shark next round, and going forward, you have that operator. Nate gets an important round and ever so slightly pushes back towards this even half. That is a possibility. It's going to be tough, though. These next couple rounds, Nova's going to have a lot of utility up. You've got full utility on top of 3 ultimates, big ultimates as well. The lockdown, the null command, and then the cosmic divide as well. That's a lot of utility that they can use to stalwart a heavy push into sight.
AO running it back on the Odin now as well. See how fast Nate wants to play this round. They're going for a bit of a split here. They have their Killjoy set up on A site just to make sure there's no stragglers coming in from behind. And it looks like they're starting to rotate around to the bottom.
Oh, does he peek up into this?
There you go. They know where their operator is now. You know, be extra careful. Baby Shark trying to play back a little bit more. Just barely out of sight of that recon bolt, but it wasn't enough to catch him earlier, so they know exactly where this jet is going to be right now. Shark holding this angle. Well, everybody on A site, they're starting to push through. Nate, with 3 coming on A site.
Yeah, Baby Shark sees the knee, and then they actually opt to push out and around. 2LX takes out May in mid, and now it's a 5v4 on site with this lockdown already going. Nova, they baited out the ult from Nova, the lockdown over on B. Great play here from Nate.
Okay, Baby Shark here with the op to take that right back. Doesn't want to be down and out just yet. Wants to keep the momentum going here for Nova. A long play here. Can 2L find out the second angle? Yes. Doesn't quite get the kill though. Gets a bit of a tag. It's a scrappy fight. 2v1. Ultimately, the 2 win out against the 1. And it's continuing to snowball, but the spike is planted. It's getting close to detonation. Nova.
Player standing.
Big here. Sachi's down. Boom. There it is. Nate making the 6-5.
Yeah, they're able to utilize that AO's Hunter Fury there and get 2 picks based off the information that 2LX is able to get from swinging out of tree. And that's a big round. They're starting to get into the swing of things where they're trading off each other. They're gathering that information off each other, and it's benefiting them as a whole because they're taking these rounds by command. And this last round, everybody's got a full buy going into the half. This is going to be a great round and big if Nate can even this up 6-6.
You are divided.
Seems to be reading a bit more B-side push. They have a bunch of people set up there, but are rotating fast to realize that Nate wants that A-site push.
Yeah.
Carol already on site to plant, and they have the big wall online to help them with cover and with protection.
Yeah, that Cosmic Divide is massive for that push.
Oh,
and Baby
Big
Shark
Shark.
gets a yo.
Just spotted him out around the corner. Wants something else too. Let's go! Amazing headshot on the top platform. Wants to run it back. Caro does take out May in the process, but it's only the duplicate. If they can bring back that KO, it would be huge. Nate taken down. They're not trying to scrap this out. They're aggressing in. They find 2v1, and they win it out to end the half. Nova on top for now, 7-5.
Yeah, that's a big round. It's one of those, you never like to go into a half even if you were ahead for most of the half. So taking this extra round up 7-5 is big, and Nova looked really good in that first match they played, and they're showing that they're ready to play. Nate looks really good in the way that they're playing and bounced back, and it's just a matter of, do they have the drive and want to keep pushing back. This momentum right now is in Nova's favor, but that can change. All it takes is one round, one mistake. You just got to keep a strong mental and keep pushing forward. So it all depends on what happens in these couple rounds, if the players can keep it together.
With the sides flipped, we need to see how both these teams want to play their attack and defense. And it looks like Nova also wants to be the aggressors too, piling up on the B site and just running straight through. No time wasted. Double smoke on the site. Trying to get that jet in there early, find out some early aggro. Starting to push into these smokes. Find one. Oh, doesn't quite get the shots. Unfortunate. Ao's able to clean up with the headshot. And it was a strong start for Nova. However, not quite landing their shots, and they're down a member and a bit of health.
Yeah, they got really low health. Dox gets one. Kero trades out Sachi. Ginkgo.
They're taking it back. Okay, they're here to land shots, but Hasty's here too with the 3K to end that round.
Wow.
Fantastic work there. Just to clutch up the end of that round. Just when you think it's going one way, it switches to the other and it flips right back.
Yeah, they had such a great aggressive approach, Nova did, in that first round. They take the aggression, they take the site, and then Baby Shark goes down, and you're like, okay, now it's a 4v5 post-plant once it gets planted. And then all of a sudden they swing it, and Hasty's like, hold on. It's my turn. I need the 3K. We're getting this round. And now it's 7-6, a very important round, and now they have a bye here. This is great, looking great for Nate in this second half.
It's been so tight for this entire game. I don't think we've seen a team go over 2 rounds advantage so far. And Nova really wants to go for this mid push here. And they're all filing through, nobody to check these back ranks. They just want to go in now. There is nobody there. They do have one sitting right outside of A. Is Nate going to notice in time? They are going for a huge flank here. They're going wrapping all the way around into enemy spawn, but it's not going to work out. Trades are coming through, but right now, it's Nate that are on top 4-2.
Yeah, Kero gets one.
Last player standing.
Wow.
The bold push there, I'd say, trying to catch Nate on the back foot, but Nate were absolutely prepared for that. Oh, and just coming in from the back too.
Yeah.
Hasty cleaning that round up yet again.
Yeah, so on those secondary rounds after you lose a pistol, doing something unorthodox is what usually happens, because you have pistols going into guns, shotguns, and those rounds can really throw a team for a loop. You never see a team push through tree to spawn, and you catch one, guess what, that's a gun. So it was a great try by Nova, but really well played by Nate to kind of hold back and not get too aggressive into the footsteps that they hear pushing through A.
Sets even now, but Nova does have the full buy, and this technically third round, just like Nate did before, they could swing the momentum back into their favor. I do like where this Jets position is just trying to take a huge angle while everybody else starts to come up into B, part mid, part B, but they're taking this very slowly, just really taking their time.
Yeah, this patience, sometimes the patience gets to people, and it causes a mistake to happen. I don't know if we're going to see that with Nate, but it may happen.
Both these teams seem very grounded in the position, but starting to change now. Nate's starting to rotate over into B, leaving one on A to defend. Nova unshaken, undeterred, want to keep their position for now, but the time is ticking down. They need to start moving now. 43 seconds on the clock.
Recon Dart goes out. They destroy it almost immediately, but the hero, the Killjoy, does get spotted out. And 30 seconds left. Spike is down in mid. They have no information
30
towards
seconds
either
left.
site. This
It's tough.
This is not looking good for Nova this round.
I don't know how feasible it is to just chill out here for the entire time and just let Nate kind of take this round. Ooh, maybe there's something big behind the scenes we don't know about as the timer is paused.
Yeah, looks like a technical issue, but you know what? It happens. You know, I did like the presence they were putting there that round. They were really slow and patient out towards mid and their own spawn. They created this. Where are they? Oh, we're silent. Okay, here's a recon dart. As that recon dart went out, you saw a couple rotate through spawn from A towards B. So that kind of pressure, non-pressure, is kind of what's necessary to bait out these rotates from the side of Nate. And Nova, it'll be interesting to see how Nova implements it going forward, because obviously there was an issue that round. So that is known now what they were doing that round.
Might have to switch it up here, but it is definitely a great tactic. Not necessarily needing to be up in your face with the gun to exert pressure. They can exert pressure from across the map. It is fantastic to see this high-level play coming up from both teams, both being aggressive, passive at the same time, both being very focused on what they're doing, and they know exactly what the other's doing, trying to be one step ahead.
Yeah, being able to like flip the switch and be like, okay, we're going aggressive, everybody go kill. Or, hey, we're taking the site, everybody here is dead. That's it. It's really awesome to see that, and then you can go, okay, you guys do what you want. I'm going to sit back. If you push into me, that's on you. And like the way that you play these rounds is, this is why I love Valorant, is there's just so much versatility, and there's so much you can do every round. And yeah, you can play fast, slow, patient, lurk. And it just creates so many opportunities for outlandish, wild, smart plays.
And we've seen a few of this game already with the amount of unorthodox stuff that can happen in between rounds, and then when everybody gets the full buy, everything creeps right down. Let's take it easy, and let's really focus on the plays that we've built up before. You can really see the discipline out of these both teams. Like, just in that round, even though something went wrong, just being so patient, they just sat there.
Yep.
And for a lot of people, you're itching for a trigger finger. You're itching to go kill something, because in the end, that is really the objective of the game. But these players are disciplined enough to realize that going in and being aggressive like that doesn't always work out, especially when the other team is set up.
Exactly. And they're reading based on the information they hear on site, not even necessarily that they see from the Sova Dart or the Recon drone. They are hearing the Killjoy turret. If you get close enough to a nano swarm grenade from the Killjoy, you can hear it like vibrating in your ears. And so because of that, they are inferring, hey, let's kind of wait here for a sec, see if they pull back any of this utility and start to rotate. Or, hey, if people start to rotate, we can go to the other site, anything like that. So it has been really interesting to see how they've played out these rounds, especially because we are getting the duplicate matchup and seeing how the Killjoys play versus the KOs, and it just in general the style of play from the Astras, because using those stars is so different from player to player.
Yeah.
Because you can have 2 Nebulas go up. You can have 2 Nova Pulses go out. You can have a Gravity Well go out. It all depends on how the round is playing out and how you choose to use those 4 stars. And I think both of these Astra players have played extremely well and utilized their utility to almost the fullest degree they can.
Yeah. Each one of these teams definitely pushing each other to the limit. It is so close right now. I really don't know who's going to take this one. It's getting dicey.
Yeah. It's tough to say any one team is going ahead, just because these rounds have been very close. Or if it is like a blowout round, they bounce back the next and they'll take that next round. Because as you said earlier, there's only a stream of like 2, maximum 3 round wins in a row. There's not many 4, if any, 4 or more.
Yeah, like we talk about momentum so much because it does so much for teams just to have that confidence booster between 3 or 4 rounds and just snowball that into this one. That's not happening in this match. Everything's every time you think somebody's going to start getting ahead and one team's going to get the lead, it just gets shut down right away. There's fantastic counterplay happening, especially like you said with these micro plays, especially in the Ditto with the way these two teams are using the same utility in wildly different ways. It is really beautiful to watch.
Yes, it is, and it causes such a dynamic, like, viewing experience. Even watching for us is, you never know how the KO plays against the enemy Killjoy, and vice versa. This KO can play aggressive towards their KJ, but might not. They might play more aggressive towards the Astra or the Jet because they want to isolate. Yeah, and it, again, just the way that players use their agents differently is so fun to watch because of the multitude of ways you can play an agent.
Definitely excited to get back into this game, but in the meantime, there is another stream going on. Make sure to check out twitch.tv/esports Alberta to look at the grand finals for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Doubles. And I can see there's definitely a great set happening right now. But right now on this stream, we're getting back into the game. Both teams finally ready to go. We're going to hopefully iron out the rest of our issues with the tech.
We've got this 7-7 going into this a light buy for Nate, or a bonus for Nate, and a full buy, except for Baby Shark, who has a Bulldog on the side of Nova.
There's that eco.
Great flash.
This angle, Sachi found out immediately, and Hastie's there to follow
Spike
up as
down
well.
mid.
What a great way to just charge into that angle, Karo. Finding out Jinko, this round is going really fast. No time to set up Spike, as there's only one person on Nova left to even do it. And everybody on Nate knows where that person is. And there it is, headshot from Karo. Super, super fast round. We are right back into it after that break.
Yeah, that break fired up Nate. They're looking aggressive. They took that. That round was just so quick. Like, it takes me a second to think of everything that happened. They pushed out a B main. They put that pressure out towards mid. They had the aggressive flashpoint grenade from Nate, from Taken, and took that aggression. And Hasty, Karo, like, they were just so in such good positions after the initial push that it was basically round 1 already.
Confidence from Nate. Maybe they can hold on to this. Maybe they can finally carry some momentum into these next rounds, as Nova starting to push into the B site now.
Here.
Very long.
Blocking sight.
Smokes are being thrown all over. They know that this guy has, this Jet has dashed into their own smokes, trying to find different angles. Trying to get a read on anything here, but they are going to take the site as the rest of Nate starts to swarm in at different angles.
Spike planted.
Finding 2.
Yeah, all 5 are on site.
Standing ahead.
None of them are off site, so this is going to be a tough hold for them. Baby Shark, though, with that Sheriff, getting a nice kill onto Taken. Hasty gets Baby Shark. AO gets Ginkgo. Karo gets May. Dogs gets Karo.
Yeah.
AO on
Pigs are just
Sachi.
flying through, even with the blind. Docs, though. Oh, my goodness.
Oh!
Strong round from Docs with a bit of heroism on that Sheriff, but just not enough. Nate just able to take that.
Yeah, again, it comes down to that light buy. Nova loses that 3rd round, is forced to kind of go into a light save, low buy kind of situation. I mean, taking out 3 is phenomenal, as they have to reinvest on the side of Nate. But going forward, Nova has to win these rounds and take out as many rifles as they can, because if they lose here, their economy is broken, and that essentially is handing Nate another round on a platter.
They do. That might be the first time we've seen the rounds go 3 up in favor of either of these teams. Nova needs this clutch now.
This patience off the start. Sova drones kiss each other in the sky.
Big recon bolt. Forced away. That op needs to leave and reposition. That allows Nova to maybe peek into the site a little bit more. Unfortunately, that lineup not working. They are going for a bit of a split push here, maybe looking to opt towards mid now, as they have two holding out around the A site.
Good flash out by May there.
Jet holding it down, but the smoke is in the way. Forced out again to try to do something else with this operator. Starting to go on Viva. So is Nova as well, trying to make their way through. Jet and this Astra have just been waiting outside this A site for so long, wanting to aggro in now. This Jet is in, trying to get something done, but Dox is the one that goes down first. Shark going down as well.
Lockdown's destroyed, but it doesn't matter. Nate's already taken out.
Yeah. Boom. Massive
LX.
shot there as well.
That's 4 rounds in a row for the side of Nate.
Yeah.
That's 5 rounds in a row.
That would,
yeah,
yeah,
7-5 at the half. 5 rounds in a row for Nate. They've bounced back this half on this defensive side. They're ready and raring to go. They're playing the positions. They're doing the perfect amount of aggressiveness, and it's working out in their favor. And we're seeing a timeout called on the side of Nova.
I like
and you know what? Definitely a time for a timeout. And we're seeing a little bit of a light buy on the side of Nova because we got a stinger there. So it'll be a mixed buy. But what needs to happen? What do they need to do?
It's hard to say because you think they have such good positioning, but it's a mix of them being a little bit too passive on one point and being late to fail and being late to push into the other. Because on that last attack, they were split out. They had solid control of where they wanted to be, but nothing was really moving. And when you're on the attack, you can't let that happen. That clock is not on your side, so they needed to push in. They tried to use Jet's mobility to try and get in, but it just didn't work out from the end. That Astra goes down, and so does the Jet. You're down 5-3 early in the round. Everybody has to rotate onto the A site. Everything just collapses.
Yeah, It's not looking great. Things can look up. This is an important round. This is somewhat of a lower buy for Nova. If they can take this, this at least puts them in a good spot going forward.
See if they're able to pull that off here. Bolt not finding anybody out at B quite yet. A bit out of range. Nova is hard pushing, finding that same play again, but they know that Nova's been doing this so many times. They find that pick out early, down 5-4 already. Nova trying to regain their composure. Has a setup on B. Plant now, but not finding too far in. But the blind, wow, does she know? Does she know? She's able to find one on the right, but it's a trade. And no, Hastings able to peek through. And now we're back down. Sashy's taken down. We're only down left to this Astra, and it doesn't matter. What a momentum shift here for Nate, taking 6 rounds in a row. What a fantastic play to get around May as well. The blind and just barely rushing out in time to get under that block.
Yeah, able to get into logs, and then a smoke pops, and it blocks May's vision perfectly to the point where they have to then take a different fight rather than seeing the fight that was right in front of them. Nate's point, Nate flipped the switch.
Something
They've
happened
won
in
6
those
rounds
pauses.
in a row, and they are popping off. They're making the best decisions that they can make, and it's showing. This is a strong, strong half and a strong look for this Nate team.
Nova really want to make their attack work. I don't think they've gotten a successful round this half yet. And they're full pushing it again, this time into A. Ultimate is online for Baby Shark, trying to find out a pick, but nobody's peeked out quite yet. They take down the drone. They're smoking through slow, trying to make sure they're not being able to see. May's able to take the crossfire into Taken, and this could be a momentum shift in Nova's favor.
Oh, good turn away.
Oh, no, Carol!
Down
Baby Shark, okay, takes down Carol. Back down to a 3v3, but we are going to get a plant. Hopefully, no, it all falls apart at the very end, and we're down to game. We're almost at, game-winning round here for the Nate squad.
That Nova had it in their hands.
They had a good play.
And Nate was like, give it back. Give it back. And they just yoinked it. They took it by force. They got the shock dart onto Baby Shark as they were planting. That was Hasty gets 3.
Yeah. Oh.
That was just such a good retake. Even though the spike was not planted, they had the site, and it was a great retake to regain that site.
Nova forced to force buy for the rest of this now, or else they are out of the tournament completely. They need something rather than just pushing straight through. May comes out the early pick again, onto the same taken pick again. Really holding out this central control, but they have to be careful with it. They don't want a repeat of what happened last round. They're trying not to be predictable. They're going with a completely different play, not rushing in with the jet smokes. Instead, opting to split off the jet off to the side and take control with only 3 in the middle.
Look at Hasty, though. Oh, that's the smoke goes down.
Big. That's big.
One.
Spike down mid.
They do know where Hasty is now. It's a 2v1. Is he able to poke out? No. Jingo takes him down. Caro finds May with a headshot, however. We're down to a 3v3 situation. And it's a little split. Oh, wow. Okay, 2v2. The picks keep coming, but they're coming from across the map. Both teams are split.
Spike
Nate
down mid.
This could be it for the Nova squad, down to only their jets. Are they able to clutch us up? We have seen heroics before, and it's down to the 1v1, just taking down that last bit of health out of 2LX. Does he know where it's around the corner? No! Ayo's prepared! And Nate is able to take that 13-7. What a massive comeback.
Wow. From starting that first half down 7-5, Nova looked great. They bounced, Nate bounced back and captured a few rounds that they probably shouldn't have. And that second half started, and they just climbed. They climbed 8 rounds in a row. I've got nothing to say.
No.
That was clean, and they looked good. They just need to get the rest off. They didn't play that first round, right? So they get the second half. They get that first half as a warm-up, and then they lay it all down, and they go. That was phenomenal.
It's amazing to see that, too, just able to pop that out on the side switch as well. You think it would maybe change a bit because you have to change your mentality so much on how you have to approach taking sites, getting information, just playing a bit more back. But because they got to play that defensive side, I think they had a bit more of a comfortable time. They're not the ones aggressing anymore. They don't need to go in super hard, and they were reacting super hard. I noticed, too, Nova really liked a certain play where they would rush out to one of the sites, smoke off early, and hopefully try to cover the jet moving in. Eventually, that stopped working, and it went from working to, okay, now we know where they're doing it. Let's not push in, to, I know exactly where you are. Boom, headshot. And the momentum for Nate just piled on and on. Nova had no response, so I think that's something they really need to go into the lab with.
Yeah.
Work on those attack pushes on that map.
Yeah, overall, though, really good game. Super happy for both teams. Nova wins their first round. Unfortunately, they lose the second round. Nate moves on, and they're heading to the semifinals.
Yeah.
And we're going to be having those up next. And I believe we are going to go to a break for a little bit, but we will be back soon.
Yeah,
it's always a pleasure.
That's going to be it for me doing Valorant here. Been super excited to do this, and it's amazing to have such a great co-caster to help me be into it and just really give the big analysis. It has been fantastic 2 games. It's only going to keep going from here, so stick around. We have more Valorant coming up after the break.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Valorant at the Alberta Esports Expo. I am Nurse, joined once again by my good friend Kathoa. We're getting excited for the semifinals of Valorant to begin.
Yeah, we have two teams who have, made it this far. We have Nate and we have Awesome Dudes.
The self-proclaimed Awesome Dudes.
So we'll see just how awesome they are when this match starts up. So far on the main stage, we have seen, I think, different maps every time, which has been really exciting to see.
Yeah, for us at least, we saw the Pearl come out in map 1, and then we saw the Haven come out as the map for the next team. Those two maps in particular seem to be really popular picks, kind of across the board right now.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw one of those coming out, but as we talked about, earlier, the cutthroat format of this event means that even the semifinals is still best of one. These teams still need to come out in that first map and really, really show us what they're made of, because there are no second chances.
Yeah, and last game on the main stage, we saw Nova take on Nate, who had previously, Nova had won, and just like that, they were gone. Nate taking them out. It was a close match in the first half, and then we really saw Nate pick it up there, I believe, on the attack.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be interesting to see whether Nate is going to kind of, keep that going, where they have a really strong half in this game.
And I believe they did. They won something like 8 rounds in a row once the sides actually switched.
Yeah.
And so
I don't think Nova got around on defense. So
that is a tough spot to be in. We saw how strong a team Nova actually was, and so knowing that Nate was able to come through at a 7-5 half and then string together 8 rounds in a row for the win. That's impressive stuff coming out of that team.
Yeah, it's scary, you look at that and you got to think like, oh boy, what am I getting myself into here, So, looking out for those key players in these games, really, because we've seen some players at this event really pop off.
Yeah, really step up and kind of lead their teams to victory, especially by example. And, this Awesome Dudes team is a bit of a pug squad as far as I know, whereas Nate, like we talked about before with the Nova squad, is one of those teams that has played together a little bit, so you expect them to be a little bit more drilled, a little bit more clean on these, both the retakes and the executes. We expect a little bit more from them, as well as the post plant, so it'll be interesting to see what the Awesome Dudes can do to kind of combat that play.
And so far in this tournament, we've really seen that sort of more disciplined, team-oriented approach sort of yield the best results so far.
Yeah.
But Awesome Dudes, they've made it this far, with their play style. So it's going to be, we're going to have to watch and wait and see, I guess, whether they can carry that through into this match and take it away. And looks like we have our map.
Oh, we're coming up, and we're on Pearl. We said
back to it.
We probably weren't too surprised to see the Pearl coming out. Like I said, it's a very, very popular map for whatever reason. The full chamber hover from the side of Nate. One thing that you will notice is Odorous was actually in the reserve squad for this Awesome Dudes team. Odorous being probably the most prolific player at this event as far as T2 experience, where Odorous has played on teams like NSIC and I think SOAR at one point. So a lot of experience coming in from that player, but on the sidelines for now, Awesome Dudes is going to have to make it happen without him. And as these locks start coming in, the Neon and the Sage.
This is definitely a switch up from the first time we saw this map today. Notably the Viper on the defenders here. I don't think we've seen Viper at all on the main stage yet, so that's exciting to see. As well as the Neon, I think, is making a first appearance.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is
Cypher.
Very interesting. The Cypher pick's a bit of a change-up.
Interesting.
But Viper as a solo controller on Pearl is a little bit out of left field. It's not always what you see. Usually you'll see the double controller if people are running Viper on this map, where she's paired with the Asher or paired with the Omen or paired with something else, just so you don't have to hard commit to those sight hits. But it seems like Awesome Dudes are going to be comfortable with just that Viper and value the Initiator utility instead, opting for both KO and the Fade. On the side of Nate, also kind of an interesting comp. No Viper, but the Astra, the single Initiator in actually KO, which is very interesting considering there's no Fade, no nothing like that, no kind of info Initiator on the side of this Nate team. But they are coming out with the Sage and the Neon. That means combining the Sage, the Neon, and the KO are going to allow for some very fast hits out of this Nate squad, and you know, maybe to get some timings that Awesome Dudes aren't really expecting. The Sage especially can set up some unique situations on both the A and B side.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but we are in game now. Semifinals have begun. All right, and it looks like fast mid control from Nate. And I think taking a lot of early presence there. Wall's going to go up, and they're just going to make their way towards this B site. Walking in, Savorin with the first pick. Hasty going to trade that back out. They're going to have Hall control.
Oh,
Kevin with 2!
And Kevin just kind of
stuck in no man's land.
What?
Dead Hunter going to get one in the back.
Oh my god, he's trolling!
Hasty going to get taken down by Peanut. Going to go to the defenders. Awesome Dudes with round 1.
That one hurts. If you're Nate, that one hurts. You come out with a great game plan. The wall is invested in that link play, but you actually invest 4 players towards that link play with only the KJ coming from long.
And it left Kevin with so much space to distract the attackers as they try to make their way onto site. Meanwhile, your teammates are coming in behind, and it's just, you just get boxed in.
And it was such a key pick from Kevin onto Caro, who was coming down long. He was the only player there.
Yeah.
And it allowed Kevin to kind of tee off on the rest of the team.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, it was a good play from Nate.
Did you see the Neon? Oh, just running in there.
Jeez. Oh, and they expected it.
Peanut. Oh, no. That is a gutsy play.
I mean,
and the Sage is so deep, too. Gary going to get... oh my god, they're being so aggressive right now, taking so much of this map. But Dead Hunter there with the Spectre, closing out that round, not giving them an inch.
And that's kind of the play that we were expecting from Nate. We were expecting that fast pace, those hits through either Lake, B long, A main, wherever they may choose to let that Neon kind of run wild with the utility of the Fade, the utility of the KO and the utility of the Sage to kind of back them up. I think awesome Dudes have just done an incredible job so far of reading that aggression. You saw how far back they were playing, realizing that they had the weapon advantage, and really taking advantage of how this Neon is going to be in some compromising positions if they're going that fast in AO.
Can't use it.
And so now we see a little bit of a slowdown here from Nate as they make their way towards the B site.
I'm out of
The
here.
early op shot from Kevin is
Wall's
the wall
gonna go up.
Do they peek it?
AO just going to run into sight here, go back into Halls, going really fast, manages to get some forward. Kevin goes down as well.
And that was a very risky play on the side of AO, sliding through the mollies, both mollies, the KO molly and the Viper molly.
I don't think that Viper was expecting that at all.
No, and sometimes it's those weird plays that can make it happen. And we see now the Sage Wall used to boost up, and
Gary has no idea. And the rest of the players fall to Nate, who are going to grab their first round here.
And flawless at that. The very first gun round on the side of Nate, no guns lost, which means this is going to be a comfortable round 4 for them as they try to answer back to the early start from Awesome Dudes.
Yeah, this is where you want to be after those initial 2 rounds. Up, getting 1 round, feeling confident. You got a bit of momentum coming your way, you know, and now we're going to see whether they can build off of that and bring this match a little bit closer.
And even early, we've seen kind of the give and take that this really fast comp can have when Awesome Dudes are ready for it and when they aren't. In that round, we saw a lot of space being taken that wasn't necessarily expected in the lineup here.
Coming in, Wall's going to go down once again.
All right,
going to get out of that corner, and
wow,
AO just already in Hall,
do they know?
back of sight.
They do.
Oh,
okay.
Silvorin's going to be watching that taken!
And
that just dominant over this B site, really taking any space they want, really, and taking,
okay.
Not really paying attention to towers. That smoke drops down. Nate, 21X and retrade that. Now Kevin going to be pushing in here. Oh, through the smoke!
Wow, through the smoke! And Kevin on 20
Kevin.
HP. Hasty knows where he is roughly
and gets the kill. 3 for Hasty to close out the round, bring the score to 2-2. This is already a very exciting match we have.
And for all the silver and gold players out there who want to pick duelists, we saw that round. AO didn't necessarily have to get the kill to find value, right? We saw so much value out of that Neon just sliding into bracket, setting up shop there and taking the attention of the defenders away from the rest of the site. They were forced to focus on AO, and that gave 3 kills to the rest of his team. That is what your duelist is meant to be doing.
Absolutely, and then you're able to get that sage wall up and really isolate parts of that site. Oh, but aggressive play from Awesome Dudes.
Yeah, all the way up B, trying to make this happen.
Oh,
knowing
21X getting 2.
Knowing
Hero
that
with
they
the
were on the
third.
weaker weapons, you have to try and make something happen, so I respect the effort. That being said, Nate, 3 Vandals right outside of B long. If you're
And-
able to disengage from the first surprise, you're probably feeling pretty good. And we see AO has already worked their way onto the A site. This should be a free plant and, quite honestly, a free round.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like Awesome Dudes maybe just looking for a gun or something. I'm not really sure.
Oh my gosh,
Just
and a
clearing these
little
corners.
disrespect being shown between these two teams.
Come on, 21.
After the first round, when Kevin put a little fancy footwork on the side of Awesome Dudes, Nate is willing to dish it back. And
Yeah.
that's what you like to see
and
from these two
Hasty
teams.
waiting
and
there. They don't even check it.
What do you do? What do you do? You're in such a bad spot there.
Go next.
You know, the
Go
lesser,
next.
the lesser weaponry, everything like that. That round was all but over, and Hasty's willing to put it right in the coffin. Being said, this round 5 will be a full gun buy, but the economy on the side of Nate is so good right now.
Yeah, they have a lot in the bank. Even if they lose this round, it's going to be an immediate rebuy. No worries about it.
And they have the Astral and the KO ult, 2 very strong sight-hitting ults, and it's hard to see with the combination of those ults how the Awesome Dude squad is actually going to stop this sight take from happening in the first
Well,
place.
immediately, Awesome Dudes are going to do a full rotate towards this A.
Wow, yeah, they bet
all
on
their
this.
bags in one basket. Wall goes up.
And they're right.
AO's going in. And this is going to get messy fast.
Oh, no. The Cypher Trip is...
Plant is going to go down. P-Dot with 1.
And that's the spam through the side of the wall, actually able to get one,
Now
but
the
the
wall's
res
gonna
is
go
going to
up.
come out after the plant.
Flash goes in.
Some aggressive
P-Dot
play
looking
here.
to go in here. 21
Oh my
Kiro
gosh.
with 2.
And the Cypher ult does not completely go off as
That's
Dead Hunter actually-
heartbreaking.
actually
and
falls.
AO just walks right into Kevin. Gary manages to trade that up. It is a 1v3, and Kiro for the 3rd.
I mean, that was a round that could have gone very wrong, right?
Yeah.
The ultimates were invested on the side of Nate, but the read was absolutely correct from Awesome Dudes. They full rotated, and that was kind of a 5-on-5 on the site there, where there was no flank, there was no reflank, nothing tricky like that. But Nate just able to hunker down on the site, just able to hold steady. And as Awesome Dudes are trying to get on, trying to catch their bearings, a weird play, a weird push from AO just catches them a little bit off guard,
Kevin
and that round falls
wasn't
to
ready
Nate.
for that, and now we're going to see, looks like a B hit. B site looking relatively empty, and I'm wondering if Nate's going to read this and go really fast. AO has been taking really aggressive pushes here, and he might be able to capitalize on this.
Yeah, this was a complete
Oh,
read towards
and the site
mid.
is it's just theirs. The wall goes up, and plant is going to go down.
And they're going to be able to play this plant from
Spike
long.
planted.
So
Oh boy.
in the 5v5 retake, this is going to be tough, but the Viper wall is actually there to cut it off, so
You should
as
run.
long
Good
as
bit
this
of
Viper
utility
is
is gonna be
alive, there's a
very
better chance
helpful.
for them to stay alive, and the KJ ult is also invested. Dead Hunter
Oh,
trying to make
dead
something happen,
in the
and does!
smoke. Savorin gets one with the stinger. Looking for more.
Oh no, and 2
Oh,
players
and the
detained.
KO ult goes off. Dead Hunter gets detected. Hasty with 2.
Oh my gosh. And I think those were the two detained players.
Think so.
Unfortunately,
Over
just
in
3
Halls.
kills, and Hasty is going to swing out again.
Hero gets one. Gary unable to find anything. 21 with the final kill, bringing the score to 5-2 for Nate.
And Nate is looking incredible. And it's not just the takes, right? The takes have been great. They've been fast. They've been pacey. And so when the incorrect reads are coming out from Awesome Dudes, these pacey takes are playing off huge. But what's really been shining for this team is those post-plant positions have been so strong. They have not been giving up free kills, especially when they have 4 or 5 people on the site. They are taking opportunities given to them and just winning it over and over and over. And you see that right now with Hasty sitting at 10-2. on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I really like these really fast pushes and then the disciplined post plants we're seeing from Nate. It is really well done, and they're showing a lot of versatility in the way they can play.
Yeah, now we're seeing the flank off the back of this pacey play. They know that there's no fake. They know that Nate is actually going to be committing to this B site, so Kevin is willing to try and make something happen.
Aggressive,
but
trying to find
so
support. But Dead Hunter just peeks out tower and gets him.
That being said, Taken and Caro trade it right back, but they need to find this Viper. The soup tasting as good as ever, and the Viper lurking within.
Taken. Looking for Silvorin in the Viper.
Oh my gosh, the reload!
Oh, but Silvorin just walks in 21 minutes to trade that back.
I don't know how much I like that swing on the side of Viper. It gets rid of the Viper's pit, and there's kind of more of a free sight here, but the 2v2, Spike's not down yet, so Awesome Dudes has a
Gary
great
gets
chance.
the kill onto Kiro.
It's a nice play on the side of Gary, coming in, getting the trade, making sure they win that 2v2, and I think that's a round that Awesome Dudes really needed to keep this first half from spiraling out of control. And even that one didn't look too clean. You know, off the back of a Viper ult, you can make something happen, but my concern here now is, you know, Nate have been going for these pacey hits. They've been going fast. They've been full committing, right? What happens when they make it look like they're doing it, but throw in a fake, right? And I think this is where we see what is the depth of this Nate team in their strat calling. Because I think now is when we're really going to have to see when the pacey hits stop working, what do they have left in the bank?
Absolutely. And also, are Awesome Dudes going to be able to slow the pace of Nate down, you know, and really find a way to sort of punish them in a lot of these situations where they're being really gutsy, you know?
Yeah.
We have AO just charging in, you know, as Neon and just getting so much space on sites, right? And just not being punished for it.
Yeah, it can be tough too, and what we've seen as a response out of Awesome Dudes is they've been stacking different parts of the map, right? We saw that mid stack, we've seen the A stack, we've seen the B stack. They're kind of almost guessing, and it's an educated guess for sure, but you know, you haven't played the team enough to really know, and I'm assuming Awesome Dudes did not do VOD review on Nate's Pearl, but you're kind of guessing where they're hitting and trying to meet them there with enough presence to stop that very, very fast hit, because the retakes have not really been working so well.
Yeah.
That being said, the fault of that is the fake ability, right? When you've shown that you're willing to hit sites and you're willing to hit sites hard, that opens up opportunities for your IGLs to pull a fake, to call a fake and get those rotations in place and have your Killjoy and your Astra and your KO kind of play on that other side of the map and work up the other site while that fake is taking place.
And I mean, if you're Awesome Dudes, like, you almost have to respond in some way at least to these aggressive hits, or you're just giving them sight every single time.
Yeah.
And we've seen Awesome Dudes just not really be able to play that style to full success.
Yeah.
Right? They're not fully able to play these retakes to perfection the way that I think they're trying to right now.
Yeah, and it can be tough against a team that is, again, the team that sticks together, a team that is drilled, a team that has a lot of scrim hours together. Their post plants are going to look better than yours are as a Pug team. And so that makes situations like retakes really hard. Where Pug teams thrive is kind of in the chaos where, you know, these aimers and these, you know, individual players can kind of take those moments and shine.
Yeah.
That being said, I think we're on a little bit of a tech pause, getting something sorted out for the players, and it happens. It happens from time to time.
Just like that, looks like we are back into
I jinxed it.
There you go. Round 9, starting off here. Looks like a fairly spread out approach from Nate here.
And honestly, the stack gameplay that we've seen from the side of Awesome Dudes is not taking
with the
place
kill onto
either.
AO, and that's that entry going down like we talked about.
Wow.
Really
And that's the
slowing
Spike.
down, and P-Dot with one. Gonna grab Spike. Now gonna have to get out of here.
And Viper's gonna get Killjoy in mid too. The timing was so good on that double doors push.
And they're just losing these fights everywhere on the map.
Wow.
Kevin with another onto 21.
And that was a more defaulty play on the side of Nate. They have found Hasty, and they are going to start hunting him down. I think
Hasty
this...
just looking to maybe do a little bit of eco damage. Not too much he can do with a round like this.
This is
taken
a
out.
round that I don't love from. I like that Nate tried it, right? They tried that default play. They tried to see if maybe they could work a pick, if they could work part of the map and force rotates or something. And I think kind of what we're seeing is the raw aim power on a lot of the players on Awesome Dudes is very strong.
Yeah.
Right? And these one-on-one duels are not necessarily going the way of Nate. What has been going Nate's way is the ability to trade and those very fast hits that cause that chaos. And so
But
I'd like to see that pace come
on
back.
the other hand, we've seen the weakness of an approach like that, where if AO gets taken out right away, suddenly your entry into the site is gone, and you're kind of just stuck
Wow,
in.
that knife lineup
Oh
is
my
crazy.
goodness, does that catch him?
gets bracket. Yeah,
Oh
they
my.
got the jet. So now they are well aware of where the jet is. There's no punish on the tripwire. There is a punish on the tripwire.
Just
There's
spotted
two.
out, and there's nothing to do about that one. Awesome dudes.
Wow.
Really good intel game and
And
playing off
Cypher
of
was.
that.
Oh, this flank is huge.
Oh, is he gonna?
Completely unaware. This is the round.
Oh!
A
Okay,
slight whip,
gets Kiro.
cleans it up.
Gets
That's
two.
two.
Can he get the third? Come on, Dead Hunter.
And
Oh,
not
Hasty.
on the
Gonna
third.
get him.
But that said, he did more than enough.
4v1. They are going to run Hasty down.
And I think the best Hasty can hope for right now is a plant, just some money, or just to get away. He's gonna end up taking this fight, though.
Oh dear.
Yeah, there's
Oh
nothing.
dear.
There's nothing you
Hasty.
can do about that. Awesome Dudes, 5-5 now. The double Cypher wire setup, and that's a tough part of this squad where you have no actual info initiator utility. Is
Yeah.
you don't have the Sova drone, you don't have the shock darts, or you don't have the prowlers to get rid of those wires.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I think Cypher it was a really good pick in this particular instance, especially against
Against the Neon.
Against the Neon,
Yeah.
right? Able to like catch them when they're coming in really fast, and then maybe get, like we saw, get a pick off of that and really deny them a lot of space on the site.
It almost feels like a bit of a counter pick. Perhaps Awesome Dudes.
They did do VOD review.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did do VOD review, or they watched the prior matches.
Maybe.
On the side of Nate, where they
Oh,
knew
but
that Neon
Nate
was coming
going
out.
in deep now.
And the trade on Gary.
Oh, and the res goes in.
And now they have full control of this backside. Nate looking for them to push into, Awesome Dude's looking for Nate to push into spawns, but they're not going to overcommit. The Astral is coming out in this A site. There's two people on it, but I wouldn't want to be them running
Well,
into.
Viper's going to know this is
Wow,
all
really?
in on A site through the smoke, I think.
And Dead Hunter is on an island right now. The flank coming out, though.
Ooh.
Silvorin.
Oh, gets taken out by 21. Not able to do much on that flank wall. Is going to get shot down. But Dead Hunter, I'm not sure. And just, yeah, they have so much site presence. So many angles to watch.
Kevin
the last one.
They're spamming the smoke. They were the smoke bandits that round, for real, man. That's 2 kills through the smoke, 3 on the side for 21, who had some great trades early in the map. I think that's a nice round, and I think that goes to show, again, these pacey hits is what's been working for Nate.
Yeah,
Their
and we're
ability
gonna
to trade
see-
out as opposed to just those raw aim doodles now.
Kevin
Kevin
is
is
op
gonna
come out on
gonna commit to
Kevin,
the op.
holding this B long angle, but looks like Nate's going to be avoiding that by heading over towards the A site.
Be careful with that gas.
Yeah, one thing about this op is it came out pretty late. This is the last round of the half, but you know, Kevin does have access to those knives, so maybe that's what he was worried about, kind of getting caught out. But
You should run.
the read on that B
Okay,
hit,
lockdown going down early.
the Cypher Cage is injected, and can they find this wire? They do.
They're going to go down, take
What is this plant spot?
Okay.
Almost completely
5v5 post-plant
uncontested
situation.
and pushing
He got
into Ard.
AO
Wow.
with 2. Oh,
Shot.
but picked off by Dead Hunter, who's pushed up onto the site. And now, the defenders, 3 players on site. Kiro with a nice kill onto Kevin, taking those knives off of the field.
One enemy
And the
remaining.
commitment to this stick, the
Flag
Asher
got
suck.
halfway, still foreign.
Yeah, there's
Eliminated by
there was no
Hasty.
way. There was no way. Unfortunately, with the Astra Suck on the bomb, Nate was well within
Switching
control of that half. They can peek off the Astra Suck. They can peek off of Caro, and they can really, just convert that round. 7-5 in favor of Nate on that half. There were times when Awesome Dudes really looked like they were controlling. kind of what that was is when they were taking those individual aim duels, they were coming out on top, right? And so on the attack, I'm really interested to see if they're able to kind of isolate those fights so that their players have a chance to have a chance to shine in those aim duels without being traded.
Also, I'm going to be looking for how aggressive does Nate get on the defense now with their comp. Are they going to be taking some really early engagements, trying to throw Awesome Dudes off of whatever game plan they had cooking?
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of a comp like this with the Sage and the Killjoy is you're going to be able to maintain a lot of map control.
We see AO getting really aggressive but taken out by P-Dot.
The death ball approach that we saw from Nate is kind of being adopted on the side of Awesome Dudes. 4 men down the middle. And we're seeing a 3-stack on that A site right now.
Wall still up, denying entry over towards B-Link here.
Kind of abandoning strategy, shooting the wall. I really like this, taking the time to shoot the wall just so you know your opponent has to worry about that angle again. Leaving
but look
the
at this
wall
flank.
unchecked.
We see the Sage on the flank from Nate, moving in.
And they have an idea. They're thinking about it.
Oh, and
But
we're going to
this
see the
timing
B
could be
hit
huge.
now, I think. Silver's going to go up.
Will slow them down a little bit, but
So far,
there's a lot of control on this side, on the side of Awesome Dudes.
Plant
Oh
to
my
go down
gosh.
and safe kill
Arrow.
with one. Trade out by Dead Hunter.
Miraculous that Caro gets a kill there, considering how many people are on the site. Kevin is able to find 21. Hasty, though.
Hasty,
Some
nice
fancy
kill
footwork.
onto Kevin. But taken out by Gary. It's all on the shoulders of Taken, who can't find anything. P-Dot closing out the round.
Yeah, that was a clean one from
Dead
Awesome
Hunter.
Dudes.
Oh,
We've seen
bad
a,
manners.
We've seen a little bit of disrespect for both sides of these teams, and honestly, I'm kind of here for it. A little friendly rivalry, a little bit going back and forth, and that round I think showed exactly what we were kind of looking for from Awesome Dudes. It's the isolated fights, it's the aim duels, right? And catching AO, kind of trying to be aggressive, make that mid play, and then working that advantage.
So now off the back of winning pistol round, Awesome Dudes. Guns in their hands. Fairly spread out so far. Not really committed to any site yet.
Yeah, Nate is actually poking and prodding around this A site, and they're going to know that the B hit is incoming, or at least that the mid pressure is going on
And
right now.
we might get a big flank from Nate.
3-man.
However, that tripwire might catch them and might reveal a little bit of their plans. Hero stuck in this link position, immediately gunned down by Kevin.
It's a lot of damage, though. It's a lot of damage. That being said, due to how committal that flank was, this A site, or sorry, this B site is
walking
completely
right
free.
into Gary's sights, gets taken down.
They're actually going for the reflank through mid. No, well aware. Gary is more than ready for this possibility, though. A little bit of a whiff.
Neon
gonna
gonna try to get aggressive on Gary, not able to land the shots. Gary closing that out, so Voran with the last.
Yeah, they just cycled Gary out to make sure he didn't die. And that's a flaw. Yeah,
nice little flawless round on the eco.
Yeah,
you know, you're happy to see that. You don't really want to take that eco damage, I think, there.
It sets up Awesome Dudes for a potential win in this bonus round, right? They have all of the guns that they invested from that round, and we've seen time and time again that Spectres and Bulldogs can be plenty competent in the right situation.
Absolutely.
So this is a really big round for Nate to win and show that, you know, they weren't just the first half. They need to make this half happen as well, and it starts with the gun rounds. It's also worth mentioning that both pistols have gone the way of Awesome Dudes, meaning that, you know, Nate has been dominant on the gun rounds.
See a little bit of dog fighting over towards A entrance. Kevin gets one. Nate committing to this. Gets two. P-Dot. Oh, third. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's a disaster for Awesome Dudes.
And by all accounts, that should have been disaster for Nate, right? The first pick
AO
goes the way
goes
of
in,
Awesome
gets
Dudes.
taken out.
There's 3 people there, but 21 able to make a heroic play.
And they have to push into this because Spike is down here. 21 holding down the fort.
And he's got support. He's got players here.
I feel the ace coming. I'll call it.
Yeah, let him have it.
Yeah.
Honestly, let him have it. All right. respect being shown, respect being
One
given.
enemy
Don't give up 3 guns. And
Take
Taken ends up finding Cyber.
Savard,
21,
okay.
the
Take it
only
for
one
2.
to fall that round, but that is a hero play if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely.
And if
Pulling that round for his team all by himself.
if I'm Nate, I don't feel so good about that one. That was like, hero plays are great, hero plays are nice, but you cannot rely on that kind of performance every single round. And if 21 had fallen to a traded kill there, that round
Whole round's different.
Not only the round, but the implications for the rest of the match would have been different, right? And so a huge round from 21. It cannot be understated how big that was.
Nate taking a bit more of a passive approach here now. Prowler gonna miss 21. Flash goes out.
And no commitment on the side of the Jet. 21 thought perhaps that a commitment was coming through, but 2 players
A little
mid.
bit of poking and prodding. 21 almost gonna take that engagement.
I like the safe play here. I like the uncommitment. If you know that there's a couple people there, or that there could be a couple people there, you can comment to your team. You can kind of reset. Don't give your life away for
Now
free.
A-Link going to be completely open, and now Awesome Dude's going to be able to walk into the site, and I love that they're still watching this flank, making sure 21 is not able to push in here in anything cheeky. AO with a nice kill onto Kevin.
Yeah, kind of found that one out of nowhere, and
Dead
21
Hunter.
is caught. Yeah, so aware. Dead Hunter again.
AO trying to make something happen. Taken with 1, making this a very winnable round here.
Yeah, they know one's main, they know one is Arc.
Oh,
Are they gonna get the fight?
Taken just...
That was
taken out by
just
Gary.
That was
Yeah.
just Gary swinging for the fence.
1v1
kill!
Dead Hunter cannot close it!
And that is incredible on the side of Caro. They knew where he was. They had 2 different
my
angles.
goodness.
And due to just a slight mistiming on the trade, Caro's able to get both kills. That is a round that Nate should have had no business winning. And now they're up 9-7.
And you know
awesome
Kira's
dudes,
feeling
man.
good about that. I mean, you're happy you win that round. Absolutely.
Awesome
Swing the
dudes have
momentum.
no money, man. There's no money.
We're seeing the Stingers and the Sheriffs come out. 1 Guardian being bought.
And the operator
Bit
on
of
the
a
side is taken
desperation
on the
buy.
Sage.
Keep it cool.
I'm wondering if we're going to see a cheesy Sage operator angle, if it's just going to be the B long hold.
Ooh, boy.
Something that's tough about Viper is actually...
Oh, and they might get caught up by this op. They're walking right into it.
Ooh, a shot taken but missed, and Taken is going to have to disengage from that.
Gonna repeat that? No.
They really know, honestly. Nate is giving tremendous respect to just the firepower of this awesome dude's team, and making sure to only take engagements that they know that they can win, which I really respect.
And also,
from
I
this
think
team.
they're really trying to not give away a free kill here, so the Cypher isn't able to get his ult off.
Vision.
I think that they're showing a lot of respect, partly because of that. See Dead Hunter just playing mid, just poking around this B-Link area.
Oh, and
Kevin
Kevin
going in with
finds
the
Taken.
knives, and that opens up the site completely. Silvorin.
Wow, and Kevin on to Caro as well!
Oh, and the Stinger
Okay,
spray.
yeah,
All right,
maybe
I'd like to see it.
You can ADS that gun. You still, yeah, you can.
That looks a bit like how I play this
Ooh,
game.
Kevin's
Kevin
so deep with the
picking
op,
up
though.
that op up in tower. Oh, and it's
Is he gonna
such
see
a
ahead?
deadly position for Kevin to be in.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Savora,
Savora
nice
gets
kill with that
hasty.
stinger, and it's all on
Wow.
21, who's not able to make it happen.
And a thrifty round out of awesome dudes off the backs of,
Yeah.
again, a really good play on the side of Kevin with those knives, able to find the first 2 kills and then convert with the operator on the third.
Crucial.
Kevin's actually kept the operator into this round.
And it looks like they're going to post that operator up towards B, maybe try to get a pick and then go fast, not really sure.
This is a full save on the side
But
of Nate.
yeah,
though.
I
There's
mean, these
nothing.
pistols are not looking too good against the full might of awesome dudes.
It's tough. It's tough.
It's not where you want to be.
We-
Not the round you want to be playing.
We thought the last buy was a little dicey. This one is downright poverty.
Yeah. And this op is just such a threat. You can't peek this aggressively. You have to play so passive with these pistols.
And is that a whiff on the Astra smoke? Or is that
Weird
what he
little
wanted?
Opening.
There's a
Not
gap
really
in
sure
there.
what that's for. Maybe to keep.
An
Yeah.
interesting play to say
Yeah.
the least, but
Doesn't seem like much is going to happen with it either way, so just going to wait out those smokes.
And Dead Hunter with his full control over mid.
And
They actually
P-Dot just pushing all the way into sight, clearing all the angles.
They committed this KO ult to the save round. I guess
Clearing
showing a
out
lot of
all.
respect to this Nate squad and how close this game
Plant's going
is.
to go down.
Dead Hunter gets hasty on the late lurk and
Ooh, Dead Hunter for
Hitting
2, so
another
Vorin going to find
ultimate.
one as well into 21.
I really don't know if I like this all of a sudden. What was a full save round saw 2 entire ultimates committed on the side of Awesome Dudes, the KO ult and the Cypher ult. To a point, I get if you use it, got it. Or if you got it, use it, but I don't know about that on the pistol round.
But
so
at least
does have the
get
Viper
a
ult
pick
here.
first, see if you can find some foothold, but to just throw those ults away, you have to wonder what are you really hoping to accomplish here, right? Against these guns, I'm not really sure exactly.
That being said, Hasty, Caro, and Taken have the ults coming into this round, so they're gonna have a couple of retake ults to try and help them secure this round. 9-9. This is the closest one we've seen so far.
I think
man.
of the main stage, this is yeah, definitely closest match we've seen. Score within like 2 all the way through.
Yeah.
Astra smoke's gonna go out. We're gonna see
Find you.
Fade utility trying to find some
Oh,
intel.
okay, there's no hole in the smoke this time. So it looks like it was just a little bit
Little
of
bit
a
of
whiff on
misclick,
the
yeah.
last one. Yeah. It happens. It happens. Cleaned it up for the next round. And
Awesome Dudes seem like they don't really want to commit to this B site. Maybe making their way in towards mid.
dude, Nate has not really bitten at all. Due to the pressure of the Sage wall in the double doors that was not shot down, they know that they either
Dead
have to be
Hunter
B
gonna
long
be
or
spotted by
committed
that knife.
to Cat or A main. And so there's still, a player roaming mid and
Kevin
and a
with
player
the
on
op
A.
looking for some cheeky little picks over towards B. Will he find anything?
There's a timing to be had here, but I don't know if Kevin's going to end up finding
He's
it.
deep in now.
Oh, and the wide
Taken.
swing from Taken.
Ready for it.
30 seconds left.
I'll give it up. That was ambitious. That
It was. It
that was
was.
ambitious.
And now Awesome Dude's just pushing all the way into water here.
Oh, and actually forcing them onto that A site with the defender.
Viper
ult
pick
from
gonna
AJ.
go down.
Yeah, and the pit is going to allow them onto the site.
Plant
Did they
should
expect?
be good. 21 pushing a Dead Hunter
Oh.
there, protecting the spike plant.
Great work from Dead Hunter to watch the spike plant as the rest of his
Absolutely.
team ran through that. That could have been disastrous.
And
if
this
21
is
was able
a
to find
tough
value
position
there.
to retake. We've seen this post plant be really dominant on Pearl here on this A site, especially with this Viper pit.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot to be in, and kind of blindly shooting into the smoke right now.
And AO trying to one. Oh, can't find any more. So close to something.
Wow,
And Dead
whoa, what
Hunter
a
and
shot.
P-Dot closing out the round.
And that is honestly a great play. I don't know if you noticed, but on the side of Awesome Dudes, they actually left the Viper's pit. They retreated from it, went to A main, and once time had been spent a little bit, they decided to play that Molly game. Very, very smart play from them. Don't risk anything. And now, a chance for an advantage to be put up by
Nate
Awesome Dudes for the first time in this map.
Nate back on pistols here. Couple sheriffs. Nothing really special here.
No, nothing too special at all. And yeah, we see the sheriffs coming out. This is a round you want, but a round you don't expect. I'll tell you that
And
for sure.
I think Nate tried to read a P-push here, tried to stack it, get aggressive, and completely left the A site open.
It happens, sometimes
you
get
gotta
the
try,
read,
right?
Sometimes you don't. Look, we've said it a couple times, but with the pistols, you have to make the play. We saw it on the side of Awesome Dudes as well.
Sometimes that play just...
It's not the right one, you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
You had a 50-50 shot, and unfortunately you guessed
Dead
wrong,
Hunter
and Dead
finds one.
Hunter...
Hasty does
Okay, the
manage to
trade.
get Dead Hunter. Maybe going to be able to pick up that rifle, actually. It looks like.
Okay, the wall comes out.
There
and
is an opportunity here to make something happen, but the
3
flash
players
is
are
big.
watching
Gary
this fight.
finds one.
There's opportunity,
AO.
yes, for AO!
From site, Hasty finds another with the Sheriff. Here with the classic. It's not enough.
Hasty with
Hasty
a
who's
gun in
picked
hand
up a
now.
rifle.
Only 2 players left, but they've retreated to the site.
Oh, and the Astro Wall's up. You have to push through this, and it's tough.
Isn't this his Astro Wall?
Oh, and the time is just, there's no opportunity here.
Oh, I see Hasty was trying to put up that Astro Wall took pressure for the guys that were actually on site in Caro and whoever else was with Caro. But unfortunately, coming up a little bit late, those kills go the way of Awesome Dudes, and that wall makes it nigh impossible for him to push onto the site.
Yeah. Bit interesting not saving the rifle there. Just tying to the spike, but, you know, looking for the, I guess, the exit maybe.
You
You
can
know?
afford it anyway. Whatever, live your life.
Yeah, you're fine.
That being said, we're seeing the op come out from Taken again. It has not found a ton of value. In fact, I'd say it's probably found more value falling into the hands of Kevin. So
Yeah, and if Nate loses this round, they are back on pistols, and that is not where you want to be, because that would mean you're going to the possibly final round with pistols. So this is a really important round for them to win if they want to stay in this match.
Yeah, that could just be the game right there. And so Nate needs to make sure something happens here, something
Absolutely.
big. And honestly, not a lot of space taken around the map, playing rather passive as Awesome Dudes has full control of mid. Caro backing up, again, slowly working this mid, trying to take some of that control back, but Awesome Dudes has been so patient.
Ooh, Kevin finding one.
Just willing to take that fight. Kevin has been so good for these first bloods. AO though, the timing, no, he's expecting a flash.
Just looking at the wall. Oh, AO, no!
And it's a good idea, it's a smart idea, but the whip from Taken as well.
This is tragic.
And this would need a Herculean effort from
But
Hasty
Kevin's there,
Kevin.
Kevin's ready. He wants to go to finals. Kevin with 4.
And dude, Kevin had a good first
He's
half.
not here to mess around.
Kevin has had an incredible second half, showing just the prowess in this guy's aim, taking fights, and if it's a 1v1, you can pretty much bet that Kevin is coming out on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Timeout here from the defenders with pistols, looking to make something happen, looking for some magic, and I'm not sure if they're going to find it.
Yeah, it's a tough one to come back from. You know, you are on pistols, and you need to win the next 3 rounds in a row. This will be the hardest one, but it is a big ask.
And you know, even if you win this, Awesome Dudes has the economy to just buy again.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
Like it's not a question of will these guys get sent back to pistols? Awesome Dudes, no. They're here. They're gonna have guns every round.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough spot to be in, and oh man, just these defaults have been brutal on the side of Awesome Dudes. Kevin has been so good at isolating fights, finding these 1v1s, and then the rest of Awesome Dudes have done such a great job of following up on that advantage and taking sites.
Absolutely. It really feels like no matter where Nate is playing, they cannot get that first blood. You know, they are always on the back foot of these rounds, always trying to claw something back. And we see sort of a hobbled together by Guardian, couple rifles, Bulldog Spectre. Yeah, I mean, this is
most you
really,
could ask for,
yeah, it's.
Oh my gosh! And immediately
Okay,
AO takes
we
out
get a
Kevin, but Gary
trade.
gets the trade, and now what was looking to be a hasty fast round turns into a slow one. This default is taken back.
Big Sage Orb.
You know, a little bit of time is spent, but look at this on the other side of the map. Viper and Cypher.
Oh, they have lurked
finding
all
their
the
way up
way
this
onto
B
side.
side,
Dead
and
Hunter
Hasty,
finds
no!
one. That is not what you need. You need to win that fight.
Oh my gosh! And Caro called upon and does not answer.
Gonna know where these players are now.
The Awesome Dudes default once again has isolated players across the map on the side of
and
Nate.
Taken, looking
does
like
he
he's just
expect
gonna walk
it?
into
No!
this. Taken, check your corners.
That is such a hard spot to be in now. We saw a heroic play from 21 the last time we focused on him, but this is an ask beyond anything we've seen so far. With the crossfire setup here, how do you break this
Spike
apart?
is down.
Four-man
Clock is
crossfire.
ticking. There's utility
And
across
they've
the board.
located
Fade's
him.
gonna go out. Oh, and
He's
they're gonna peek
flying.
him, and that's gonna be
my
it.
gosh.
Awesome Dudes winning the round, 13-9.
And we saw so much control out of the attack of this Awesome Dude squad. So much coordination, pulling and pushing back on the map and isolating those fights. We talked about it in the first half. Awesome Dudes were coming up on top of individual aim duels. They recognized that as they went into the second half and did an incredible job of setting up their players for these advantageous fights.
Absolutely. And Nate, throughout that entire defensive side, just losing the 1v1s.
Yeah.
Right? And it felt like everywhere they were playing, Awesome Dudes was ready for it. Awesome Dudes had the aim there. And what are you going to do?
Well, congratulations. That'll be Awesome Dudes moving on to the finals. But we will be taking a quick break before we get there. But don't go anywhere, because the finals of Valorant at the Alberta Esports Expo will be coming right up after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Finals at the Alberta Esports Expo. I am Nurse, and I am here with my good friend Jockles for this finals match. How are you doing today?
I am excited and ready to go. The matches going through this the group stage into the quarterfinal semis, they've all been absolutely incredible, and I'm excited to see what these two teams bring in this grand finals.
Yeah, and so if you haven't been keeping up throughout the day, we are seeing the U Alberta green team coming up against the self-proclaimed awesome dudes on the other side of things, and so kind of the hometown heroes in the Alberta squad, the U Alberta squad versus more of a pickup team that has really kind of forced their way into this finals.
Yeah, they really surprised everybody, and then I think there was definitely an underdog look to them going into that semifinals against Nate.
Yeah.
And I mean, they pulled out all the stops and they took that, and it was really impressive. And I honestly am excited to see what they can bring against this U of A squad.
Yeah, they more than delivered, and especially on that attacking side, I think we saw more than we kind of expected out of them as far as, strong defaults, pulling rotations, and isolating those 1v1 fights. I think kind of a key player for that squad throughout that game was Kevin, who
absolutely. I was going to mention Kevin.
Could not lose a first duel. I swear to God, it just wasn't possible.
Kevin was high impact all the time. Whether it was the first frag or getting the rotate to happen, he was doing it all.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. And so, like I said, we talked about it a little bit when we were commentating their match in the first place, but maybe we expected more of a puggy style, and we actually got a little bit more coordination than maybe we were expecting. And even that final play of that map that we go back to on Pro, we saw a coordinated triple swing on the post plant come out to close that map. And so this team, familiar with the fundamentals at the very least, and more than willing to capitalize on those situations.
Absolutely. And the other thing too is like familiarity of whether you're playing with people you know. So yeah, it is probably more of a puggy team, as in like put together the team for this tournament, but at the same time they're probably familiar with how they all play together.
Yeah.
And that familiarity gives them the option to do the triple swing, to bait the rotates, to play more as a team than as an individual, like you would in, let's say, ranked, where you're solo queue, right? So this has been a really bright shining for them as they continue to progress, and we're seeing how they're playing.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. On the other side of things, we have this U Alberta green team who has been together for, honestly, quite some time at this point. They've been scrimming out, they've been scrapping it out, and they've looked very good across the board. And interestingly enough, we're going to see Split as the first map. Throughout this tournament, it's been best of one. This finals match is best of three, which means map vetoes are going to come into effect, and there's going to be room for adaptation for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I love Split myself. The very minor changes they've made onto the map make it much more susceptible to the attackers and being able to progress onto site. So it's going to be interesting to see how the attackers gain space and how the defenders take away that space, whether it's A ramps or that mid fight. Are they going to contest it every round? Are they going to use util to clear it every round? It creates so much versatility on this map, especially with these agents that are being picked. But I will say, I am surprised that we're not seeing a Sage.
It can be interesting. Sage is kind of a double-edged sword on this map sometimes, where that wall can give a lot of value. But at the same time, it's really easy to just waste it, especially if you're not using it in those kind of good scenarios. I think the most interesting thing that we see coming out of this agent select is actually the double controller on the side of U Alberta Green. We have the Viper and that Astra, and so that's going to give a little more control over to the attack side as far as smokes, but a little less power on the entry with no KO or flashes to speak of.
Yeah, having that explosiveness does help, but I think with the two controller aspect to it, they're going to be able to either, well, as they're on attack, they're going to be able to take so much space, whether it's with the toxic screen from the Viper or it's with the dissipates from the Astra, not doing the full smoke with the Nebula, just picking them up. It'll create so much space and they can take it all, right?
Yeah, I think you're right on about that, and I think it also leaves open Alberta Green's opportunities to create fakes, right? With that Viper wall, with those smokes, right? They can afford to spend a couple of those resources and maintain enough to actually, execute a site hit. And so I think there's strengths to that double controller as well. And right now we're seeing the leans from both teams trying to get a read on what's happening, and these pistol rounds we've seen throughout the day can have huge impact on who ends up closing out the map. And if we go back to the last match we watched, Awesome Dudes actually came away with both pistol rounds against that Nate squad.
Yeah, when you are able to pick up at least one pistol, that most of the time guarantees you a second round, as you are able to force up in that second round. But if you can snowball it from there, you get so many rounds and you can take control of the game. If you get both pistol rounds and then the force after, you get 4 rounds right away. And that can put you at such an advantageous position, and it kind of just continue to snowball you to freedom.
Yeah, and honestly, thank God we're out of the Stinger meta where that was the guaranteed round 2 force, because that pistol round started to mean a little less than it used to for a second there.
True. It didn't matter whether you bought a pistol or bought a gun. Stinger was coming in. It didn't matter if you won or lost.
Yeah, so. That honestly is. Sometimes that gun is scarier than a Vandal. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, when I was casting earlier with Suyu, there was a round where the Stinger came in and long range double head dink, and it's like, I wish my guns did that. I want that kind of aim with the Stinger. This isn't fair.
That's something you get hit by, and you're just like, oh, it's that kind of game, huh? Yeah, interesting. Shake my hand, I guess. Good, good play. You did it.
Absolutely.
That being said, we're just getting ready to hop into this pistol round, making sure the players are good to go. And I'm excited, man. I'm very, very excited. And like I said, I think there's a little bit of uniqueness to this Alberta Green team, the double controller. I like the contrasting comps, and I think that's something that's so great about Valorant as a whole, is that both of these comps can look a little different, and how those kind of minor differences, the double controller versus the double initiator, can make huge differences over the course of the map.
Absolutely. That's, as you said, Valorant is so versatile with the agent compositions, with the team compositions, and how you personally play each agent, because you can play aggressive, you can play passive, you can lurk, and as long as there's synergy within your team, you can make anything work. And we've seen high impact sentinels, we've seen high impact controllers. Anything can work, and that's what I love about Valorant, is because that versatility right there. Anything can happen any round. It doesn't matter what the buy is.
And I think what you've been saying is so right. And if you've been keeping up with stream yourself, you know it. You've seen it today. We saw Soap on the Fade almost dropping a 30 bomb on Pearl. We saw Gink on the Killjoy almost dropping a 30 bomb on Haven. And so, there's a lot of space for individual players to step up and kind of lead their team to victory by example. And even in the last map, maybe it wasn't almost a 30 bomb like the other 2 examples, but on that second half of Pearl, Kevin came online and found impact kill after impact kill after impact kill for that squad.
Absolutely. And when you start to snowball as a player, when you're getting a lot of kills, when you're having a lot of impact in each round, it feels so good.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like you get online and you're just connected and you're like, let's go.
Yeah.
And you start, yes, you might take an ego peak that's not in your favor, but you're confident, you swing, you win it, and now you're building it even more.
Yeah.
And that can turn a game on its head, because all of a sudden you're feeling yourself and you're getting in the heads of your opponents, and that momentum can swap.
You're very, very right. And as the clock strikes 0, we are getting into the pistol round of Grand Finals. And as we get into the pistol round, we slowly working our way up mid, and this 5-man push coming out from Alberta Green. But do they spot the player hiding out on site? Where can he be? And P-Dot with 2! The one and done angle there, that's more than you could have asked out of P-Dot.
Absolutely. High impact. Puts himself at an advantage.
Just a greedy play, man. A greedy play from Wintercott with the utility up of velocity and shimmy. putting the kills back in their favor, and Kevin
One enemy remaining.
asked to shine.
Shimmy. Gary versus Shimmy. Gary clutches, and that's round 1. Pistols for Team Awesome Dudes.
And Awesome Dudes, man, as long as they've been on stream, they've been flawless on the pistol round. And so they said, grand finals, semifinals, what's the difference? Let's put you on the board.
Yep. That was... P-Dot was in a great spot off that initial contact. They pushed through the site but didn't clear that box in towards the side of the sign on site. And by doing so, P-Dot's able to swing and get 2. Like you said, from usually a one-and-done spot, that already more impact than what they could have asked for in that round.
Yeah, that was a huge play to set things off from P-Dot. And then, you know, the greedy grenade pull on the side of the Rays on ALBERTA Green just opened up that round for the retake, and Awesome Dudes capitalized fully. But now we're seeing a bit of a slower pace out of this ALBERTA Green team, seeing if anyone gets a little greedy.
Patience is a virtue in these styles of rounds, and wow, Kevin gets Nabil.
Pushes all the way up, man. That is brutal.
It happens that way sometimes. You hate to see it, but Gary gets Shimmy. And P-Dot gets 2. Gary gets another, and just like that,
a gun is lost, but you're not too mad.
Yeah, a martyrdom from Winter gets Gary. So it happens. You carry on. You got to be happy with that. You carry over 4 guns that you bought in that 4th round.
Yeah, that's big. And as I was talking about before, when you are able to carry over all of those guns in almost a flawless situation, you are able to have a really good chance to actually win a round in the bonus. We see a Bulldog, 2 Spectres, a Stinger, and a Sheriff on the side of the Awesome Dudes. It's very winnable given the right circumstances.
All it takes is one enemy down, and then you get that rifle.
And look at this stack towards the A site. Awesome Dudes have made a bet, and they have bet right. The Stinger immediately. Whoa! Kevin! A little ambitious, but the trades are going the way of Awesome Dudes. Silvorin leaves you ALBERTA Green in a 1v3.
They're both low. All 2 Awesome Dudes are low. 1 U of A player low.
And the forced swing out of Velocity. Velocity trying to get these fights, trying their best to isolate the 1v1s, but you gotta win the 1v1s on top of the isolations. And Awesome Dudes put a 3rd on the board.
Wow. You gotta respect the attempt from Velocity, though. Able to isolate 1, knows that 1 other is for sure weak, gets the isolated on the top of ramp, unfortunately goes down to them. But, hey, that's okay. It sucks to lose that round, as now you're on an eco, and Team Awesome Dudes has the first full buy for themselves here. But I like where they're at and where they're attempting to put this pressure.
Yeah, and as much as that round sucks to lose, it was off the back of a gamble stack on that A site. We did see 4 Awesome Dudes players start on that site, and this pressure is insane. Kevin, fearless up mid here, and they found him. Are they going to be able to get him out?
Oh.
1 HP, the spam would do it, and Velocity through the box. A little bit ambitious from Kevin there, with no help, with nothing but a little bit of util coming his way, but Dead Hunter and Silvorin able to clean up the other 2.
Yeah, you got to think that that's not the best play from Kevin there to push up through mid, but it ends up working out as the lurk up through A gets caught out, and they're able to trade it out. It could have ended up Kevin giving them a rifle, but they didn't push for the rifle.
Yeah, they couldn't, right? There's too many players in mid, and actually Awesome Dudes has done their due diligence to re-clear mid. And so they know all of these players have to be on this ramp position, and Silvorin gets 1. The push out now. Left. Velocity trying to make a miracle happen, but the 4v2, Gary now taking out Velocity. The plant should go down, but I wouldn't hope for more than that from Shimmy.
Any damage is good damage here.
Okay, peeks into 3 and 1 on the Dead Hunter, but honestly a great play from Silvorin to not over-rotate, recognize where that pressure was coming from, play the turret in that heaven position, and secure the kills for the round. Awesome Dudes off to a very good start.
Yeah, they're flying out of the gate. Awesome Dudes get 4, and I mean, they're playing well. Like,
Yeah.
These rounds are getting a little close, but they're playing well. Their trades are on, their reads are right. As you said, Silvoran was there in A heaven, ready for that rotate if it was to come, and is able to get the initial picks that start off that round for the Awesome Dudes.
Yeah, and something that we saw out of that Nate squad that actually gave Awesome Dudes a little bit of trouble were those really pacey hits onto site where, you know, they almost deathballed their way in and missed shot from Dead Hunter. I would love to see a pacey hit out of Alberta just to try it and see if they were able to get something going, but we're back into this kind of mid-default with, you know, the Viper and, you know, Velocity on the KJ holding the extremities of the map.
You should run.
This puts a lot of pressure onto Witter and the other crew in mid.
And
wow, the counter KJ ult too.
2 lockdowns go down, and I think this is, yeah, it's going to signal, it looks like a rotate from the U of A in through vents to A heaven against Dead Hunter.
Oh, Dead Hunter with the shorty. Oh, Dabbit is lucky to get away with that one. And now, after having pulled the rotations, Alberta is in a great spot to take this round. A perfect bait through that mid play, and they know the location of the last player. Peeking out too many angles to worry about, and just as the fire looked to be getting at its worst, Alberta comes in with the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, honestly, they needed that round.
Yeah.
They needed that to kind of reset, get their economy in check, and are able to just begin to cycle some rounds in.
There.
If they can get 1, they can get 2.
Yeah.
And it just has to start at this point. They can't go down any further because, yes, this is a game that first to 13.
Yeah.
But you just don't want to be down by a lot.
That being said, Alberta Green, or sorry, Awesome Dudes had enough money in the back pocket. They are still going to be coming through with a full buy on this round. So Alberta Green cannot rest on their laurels. This is another round that they would really, really like to pick up to get themselves back into this half.
Absolutely.
We're seeing, again, this slow default. Alberta Green really trying to play for these picks, trying to find somebody out of place, trying to pull some sort of rotation. And it worked amazingly last round. And that Fade ult is going to confirm that there's not a whole lot as far as Heaven goes. And Witter more than willing to take that space. Conscientious of what could be a speak, but Dead Hunter! Just better on the swing!
Yeah, Dead Hunter, Silvora, and P-Dot get 3, and then Shimmy takes down 2 with the KO being knocked in his ultimate form.
The Viper ult invested here. Are they going to be able to get the res on this KO? I think they might, but the pre-aim right now, no, he's up and
Shimmy
through
goes
the
down.
soup! This is now a 4v1 for the Viper, and unable to take the pressure of just that many players.
Wow.
I don't know
Awesome
about
dudes.
that. I don't know about that ult investment.
You know what? It's a 4v2, 3v2 with the KO knocked. It can be a 4v2. You're trying to secure a round that you, I don't want to say desperately need, but you
But that you
definitely
really want.
need.
Yeah, that you really would
and
like.
Investing that ult, it makes sense because you want to win that round. You want to put yourself at 4-2 rather than 5-1, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it was the right call. It just so happens that the Awesome Dudes were ready for it and have the high ground, putting themselves in a better position to counter that ult.
Yeah, they did a really good job of making sure they were able to trade up the Viper, especially after the spam through the smoke came onto the Fade. And Kevin.
Oh no, Kevin. Oh no, not that.
What hurts about that is that grenade very likely would have found a decent amount of value.
Yeah,
And so,
100%.
unfortunately, Kevin, that piece of utility goes wayward, and Alberta Green, quite a bit of control up mid here, forcing those Vents players back, but they are ready for some aggression.
Yeah, but the thing is they're not aggressing up through that middle position that they just gained. And now if Awesome Dudes want, they can clear that space and have it back for free.
Not exactly free. Velocity has embedded in that
True.
stinky little corner there. If anyone decides to get a little bit curious, but that is the kill that they are looking for. Shimmy finding the first blood that should open up this A site, this ultimate. Not going to find too much as the site has been mostly evacuated. And
Dead Hunter and Kevin.
Dead
get 2.
Hunter just finds that perfect timing on the lurk, but Atlas says, I'm about to make something happen. It doesn't matter what role I'm on. It doesn't matter what agent I'm playing. We need this round, and I'm going to get it for you. Witter absolutely just
Witter.
saved Nibble's life. Absolutely.
That's a big round. That's a necessary round. One of those rounds that going forward is massive when you look back on it. They're able to keep 3 of their rifles. They have enough to reinvest. Awesome Dude's economy is pretty much broken. It's looking like maybe 1 or 2 buys for a rifle and the rest on light. And that's a big round going forward. Witter is just clutched that and saved the life of Nabil.
Yeah, if anybody got me, I know Witter got me. That's how
100%.
Nabil was feeling, and gets out of there somehow with his life off the back of that play by Witter. And Alberta, another on the board, 5-2. We need to see more. We need to see more of those plays. We need to see more of those first bloods going their way, and we need to see more of those big site execs. But the aggression now, Nabil caught on a little bit of an island. That being said, how many players that he saw gives you Alberta Green the idea that this B site is open, and it will be a 4v3 post plant with the post plant positioning of their choosing. This is very hard to come back for now.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the aggression that you have to show here is one of no fear.
Yeah.
Run into garage, get the kills. If you get the kills, then you can kind of slow it down.
Oh,
There's
okay,
one.
wait. Shimmy peeking by themselves and isolating that duel, kind of giving themselves an advantage, but unchecked by Velocity, who gets 2. We knew he was there, and I was waiting for when the shot was going to go off.
Oh my goodness. If they had cleared that, that could have gone a lot more,
a lot worse.
different, a lot worse for you for Awesome Dudes there.
That being said, great trigger discipline on the side of Velocity, not pulling the trigger on the first person they saw, instead waiting for the second and third and cleaning up both of those kills.
Yeah,
great
those moments where that happens, it's so tough because you're like, yeah, I'm going to do this, wait, and then all of a sudden that last person, even though 3 people walk by, they'll turn and clear you.
Yeah,
and you're like, why?
Yeah, and it might just be because they saw you on the mini-map or something that, right? It can be a risky play, but this early aggression has started to get caught by this Alberta Green squad. These aggressive plays, while in the right location, are not finding the value that they're looking for. That being said, Dead Hunter, a steady pair of hands on sight, and this lurk down ramp is going to get caught by Velocity's turret. That being said, nobody turning around just yet.
Yeah, a 3v2 going into the post plant, it's going to be tough, but it definitely is doable.
Shooting at ghosts.
Yeah, ghost shot definitely tells them where you're at, so...
All right, and his shoulder seen. P-Dot's location will be confirmed as well as the location of Gary, but 2 kills going their way, and now Shimmy left in a 1v1 with P-Dot. A little bit of spaghetti on both sides, but Shimmy will come out on top with 30 health.
Wow, that was close. That both players unfortunately missed a little more bullets than they probably wanted, but it went in the favor of Shimmy there, and Shimmy's definitely happy about that one.
Hey,
getting it closer to 5-4.
Sometimes being the body shot bandit pays off, and at least you didn't miss coming out on top of that. And now the buy coming out of Ops and Dudes, very labored, and this will be a great opportunity for U of A Green to put themselves at a 5-5 scoreline.
Yeah, and if they do it near flawless, their economy keeps getting bolstered.
And do they expect this?
Oh
wow! I said, do they expect this? I have never gotten a more resounding yes in my entire life. That was clinical on the side of Witter, expecting that big play from the shotguns. Only 1 bullet left in the gun, the reload, and now P-Dot caught on an island with that Fade utility, and this site has been absolutely dismantled by this Alberta Green squad.
Yep. And it's looking near flawless. It's flawless.
It's looking near. Never mind. It is flawless.
Thanks for taking the words out of my mouth. That's a flawless by U of A, and they bring it to 5-5, and their economy is bolstered. I mean, there's only 2 rounds left in this half, but they have firm numbers to be able to buy in both rounds. And Awesome Dudes, if they don't win this round, they're looking at an eco round for their last round of the half.
They're looking down the barrel of a 7-5 on a 5-1 start.
Yeah, not ideal, not ideal. But that being said, it can happen. So Awesome Dudes has some work to do, but it can happen that they can beat that they can pull this out.
And I love the confidence out of Awesome Dudes to continue going for these big plays, for continuing to trying to make something happen. But I'll keep it a stack with you right now. ALBERTA Green has caught on.
Yeah.
There is no mistake about what Awesome Dudes is going to try to do. And ALBERTA Green has picked right time and time again in where to put their players, and that's some great IGLing on the side of ALBERTA Green to recognize where this aggression is going to come in and punishing it so hard. Awesome Dudes it never even looked like they had a chance in this round.
Yeah, that aggression, it worked at the start because they were taking U of A Green by surprise. And Atlas finds the foreign, and just like that, Awesome Dudes get eliminated, and they have a weak bye for this last round to finish out the half.
This is not where you want to be, and this is sometimes the double-edged sword of having a very strong start to your half where you're feeling really good, you're feeling really happy with yourself. If you start out 5-1 and end on a 7-5, Awesome Dudes all of a sudden is thinking, where did this go wrong? What happened?
And that's just it. It's like the aggression, they were taking them by surprise because they hadn't played them before. And they were like, hey, this is probably a structured team. We are a bit more puggy. Let's take these fights. And it was working. But as soon as they figured that out, U of A Green resolved to not push as aggressively.
Yeah.
To let them push into them. And it's worked out phenomenally for U of A Green.
And a player that we expected to be a power player in this series was Kevin, who has been shut down at nearly every turn as far as those aggressive plays. The attacker side, Killjoy ult, is invested on that B side. How long is Dead Hunter going to stick around? The answer is not very long.
Yeah. I like this paranoia play, though. No, he doesn't use the paranoia at this point. Backs off of sight, and yeah, just gonna play you. Okay, we got the Nightfall. The Nightfall down is good. It gives them enough. The paranoia goes out. A couple prowlers.
Oh my gosh.
Witter, though,
Witter,
takes out
man.
Dead Hunter.
And now we see the flank coming in from mid. Nabil with a great flank coming through mid. That guy was placed there nearly the entire round, and the timing could not have been better. This round, it looked like maybe there was a chance to play on the reflank in with the Fade ult invested, but just the positioning out of the U of A Viper, much too strong. They didn't expect it for a second.
No, they didn't. Nabil is such a strong player. Like, if you've ever watched him, that's just so strong in his positioning, in the way that he moves about the map. And that was evident as he pushed up right into that mail room near the round start. Was like, okay.
Yeah, he was actually posted up in vents.
Yeah.
For a while as well, and just chilling.
Just like, okay, when you guys rotate, I'll be here, and meets them in B heaven and takes that, and then ends up with 4 on the round. Just really well played by U of A. After starting that half down 5-1, they bounced back phenomenally, playing extremely well and balancing out what their problems were at the start.
That being said, this is the exact same half that we saw against Nate, that 7-5 score with Awesome Dudes down, and we saw how strong they were on this attack side, especially when Kevin was given those fights. And so I really want to see if they're able to set him up again for the same success that he saw originally. We see the mid pressure coming out right now from ALBERTA Green, and Dead Hunter forced to go off a little bit.
This aggression up A ramp, they have all of it by themselves.
That being said, Dead Hunter is taken out. The grenade coming in from Witter finds a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. A 3v2 as we head into what should be a spike plant on the side of Awesome Dudes, but a very hurt P-Dot. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get done in this post plant, and with double controllers still available, Astrostar with anything you want behind it, this will be a tough one.
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit of a whiff on both sides, but the location confirmed, and P-Dot actually confirms that headshot during the Astra suck. An incredible individual play, but taken down, and double swing from Atlas and Witter is enough to win that pistol round. This is the first pistol we've seen Awesome Dudes come on the bottom end of.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose. They get both of the U of A remaining players down so low, but they're unable to finish them off. And this is where it can start to turn around and progress even more for U of A. We said they started down 1-5. They've now pushed back to 8-5, and this If they get this round, it keeps snowballing. Their economy keeps building. They keep getting these rounds. It's going to be really tough for Awesome Dudes to push back here.
They need to make something big happen.
Yes.
And they just need to shake the confidence of this Alberta team who, quite frankly, just looks comfortable right now, right? They look like they're playing their game. Their executes are working. Their defaults are working. And that first round of their defense worked without too much of a hitch. So something needs to break this comfortability and introduce a little bit of that chaos into this composition.
Yeah, because that's exactly what Awesome Dudes did to Nate. They induced a little bit of the crazy fast strats and made Nate second guess everything they were doing.
The nade coming out a little bit ambitious on the side of Kevin, maybe hoping someone was behind that box, but a key piece of utility now expended and not a lot of map control gained off the back of it. Alberta Green has a very good idea of where these Awesome Dudes players are now setting up.
We are seeing this slow creep across mid. The smoke does go up, so they do barricade themselves off, and we see, I believe that's just the Killjoy over towards Sushi, where they're able to just kind of chill, wait, see if there's any information they can gather.
Yeah, we see the Jiggles coming out from Shimmy here with the Guardian, now left on this A site by themselves, and the Killjoy actually fast
30
rotating.
seconds left.
They have an inkling that this is happening. It took a little bit too long, and 2 headshots come out. 3 kills, and Shimmy! 1 man is all they needed to take complete control of this site.
Yeah. Gary gets
What a shot, honestly. What a shot. I mean, as much as that round is a tough one to lose, it is the force up on the side of U of A. They're expected to win that round, and at the very least, Gary can go into the next round knowing they hit a pretty nice one.
Yeah, but I do want to point out Shimmy. Shimmy's there with the Guardian, and they read that perfectly. Velocity starts rotating, Nabil starts rotating, and as they're getting to the site, that's when Shimmy sees that they turn the corner, and 3 kills.
Yeah. If you guys haven't played Duck Hunt, it looks a little bit like that.
Guardian and long range.
Yeah. That's just heads going down, heads being popped on the side of Alberta Green. That being said, the first rifle round of this, not full rifle round, but first rifles for the side of Awesome Dudes. They're going to try and make something happen.
One suppressed.
The suppression on the Astra. That KO knife expended, and the spam the smoke almost finds something onto Shimmy. But the teleport is going to get Dead Hunter out of what was a very compromising location.
Yeah, that was really tight. You do not like being seized, and you do not like the fact that the enemy team has a raise while you're seized.
And this is a scary spot to be in. You do not know what is on the other side of that smoke, and in this instance, it is pure pain and suffering.
You hate to be on the receiving end of a judge by the smoke. We're in the smoke.
Yeah.
There.
That being said, Awesome Dude's smart enough to not push it, well aware of the implications, and Kevin able to find Atlas through the smoke. Kevin, another, but 2 kills coming the way of Witter and the snakebite of Nabil. It's going to be a 3v2 on the side of Awesome Dudes.
Yeah, getting that spike down, getting this
Oh my gosh,
advantage
this is so
massive.
fast. The flash comes out, not turned at all whatsoever, but the utility coming out from Shimmy actually gives Witter a chance! Screwed up by his own satchel, but still finds one, and the headshots that we saw from before, not quite as clean, but there was a chance in that round, and for the bonus, you're more than happy with 3.
Yeah, Witter's got to be upset at himself for throwing that blast pack in front of himself. If he doesn't throw that, he's
a great
able to
chance
get
he
2
spray downs 2, yeah.
because it doesn't move him.
Yeah.
The blast pack literally put him out of position for the shots and made the spray go wild. So
sometimes it really do be your own.
Yeah,
really do be your own. You're fighting your own demons. And although, I
100%.
mean, great work getting 1 off the back of that even.
But we have to point out that Awesome Dudes get that round, and that's a really big impact thing going forward, too. It's 9-6. Their economy is good outside of 1 Spectre at the moment.
And Kevin.
Yeah, this fast hit velocity through the smoke gets 2.
How? Was he just spamming? Was that just completely through the smoke? 2 kills come his way, and the pressure applied on the site by Kevin. Velocity's playing too far back to even care. blinded up the location known in Shimmy. Awesome dudes. I don't even know if they saw anyone that round.
No. Velocity sprays through the smoke. Omen, a Dead Hunter, uses Shadow Step up to A Heaven, A Heaven, and then is caught out as walks out of the smoke. Kevin gets killed by being blinded by the Prowler twice in a row.
Spent a good 30 seconds in the Shadow Realm for that round for sure. And
this isn't Yu-Gi-Oh!
That one hurts if you're awesome dudes, because that was the round where you could cement yourself as that team making a comeback, cement some sort of momentum, and instead you don't even see your attackers. And these spams have been so strong. That's the value of the Phantom that maybe you don't always see. Shimmy with 2, and now the jiggle on this rope.
Okay.
That was really long range for the shorty to get a kill.
That really was.
Gary also finds Nabil on the other side of the map, and so 2 kills go the way of awesome dudes. But Witter, I mean, there's only so much you could do with the judge in a position like that, especially once your location is known. And now Gary, nowhere near the spike, nowhere near play, and soon to be located. The edge shot is good, but Atlas is better.
You know, that's what they say, Phantom diff. Because
but Atlas also had a Phantom.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he hit him twice.
Yeah.
He hit him twice. Gary did not hit him twice.
Catch me buying a Vandal after that round. That's all I'll tell you. That's
hey, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah. If that's me in a ranked game, I'm like, come on. That being said, 4 ultimates on the side of awesome dudes, only 3 on the side of U of A. There is potential this round for a clash of these ultimates, and around that awesome dude desperately needs, I expect to see at least a few come out.
Yeah, look at this aggressive push from U of A out into mid, and they're walking right into
the spam, though, given away. Dead Hunter. That smoke's gone.
No charges.
Wow. These kills.
That's
these
yours.
kills they're getting in between, like the smokes, is just phenomenal. It's putting them in such advantageous positions.
And honestly, if you're awesome dudes, like, what do you even practice on the way back? Like, oh, I gotta learn how to spam through smokes better. Like, thank God, I guess. Like, that is a tough one. And you saw the Killjoy ult expended, and the aggression from U of A actually allowed them to get 3 kills while that ult was going off. It didn't even matter. And now spamming through the smoke, it will not be enough. Nabil finds Gary, and U of A finds that 12th round. A 5-1 start turned into a 12-6 game.
Yeah, that's tough. It's hard to start out so fiery and then have this happen. The thing you have to keep in mind though is like keeping a strong mental. Yes, it's whatever. You're down in the rounds, but anything can happen. All it takes is 1 round to bounce back. And also, this is a best of 3, not just a best of 1.
Yeah.
So map 2 is gonna be important, and they're just gonna have to bounce back on it to keep themselves in it.
And for all we know, this was U of A Green's map pick. So
true.
This could be, you know, just a place that they felt particularly confident. And P-Dot actually able to trade out Nabil here. So a 1-for-1 trade actually goes the way of awesome dudes and Velocity. A little bit of a greedy swing there, trying to make something happen. The first advantage, we've seen it in a second, but Atlas is completely unchecked on that flank, and a 3v3 will be acquired with 2 players on awesome dudes.
Extremely low.
On life support, man.
Yeah. The breeze goes by and they fall on the ground pretty much.
Yeah, man. Secondhand smoke will take these guys out at this point. Like there is not a lot going on, and this rehit is fast and it is furious. Shimmy and Witter, the 1-2 punch of this ALBERTA Green squad has secured the game at 13-6. And honestly, after those first 5 rounds, U of A Alberta looked comfortable. They were
defenders win.
Honestly, very few players that were called upon to clutch. This was almost just a coordination difference, and we're seeing the experience of this ALBERTA Green team.
100%. The synergy, the way that they play off each other, utilizing their smokes and the haunts from the fade, everything worked in cohesion with each other, and they were able to cement themselves. what, 14 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
Well, 13 rounds out of 14?
Yeah.
Like, that's...
Yeah, 13 out of 14 rounds went their way.
Wow. That's a big bounce back, and you have to appreciate it. And Awesome Dudes, they had a great start. Unfortunately, they fell flat, and that happens. But map 2,
Yep.
you bounce back, you reset, and you go in, and now you full tilt. Not tilt. You go full tilt,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you get in,
You
and
untilt,
you win.
hopefully.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that is one of the biggest things, too. You know, it's your reward for getting to the finals. It is this, you know, best of 1 tournament turns to a best of 3. You're allowed to have an off map. You know, you're allowed to bounce back. And honestly, most of all, you're allowed to kind of make those adaptations, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing we're going to see here because, honestly, like you said, 13 out of 14 rounds going the way of one team, and adaptation absolutely needs to be made. And it didn't feel like Alberta Green's win was off the back of one player going crazy.
No.
Or off the back of, you know, just one player carrying them across the finish line or, you know, a couple players clutching every round. It was the entire team knowing their job, doing the work, and securing every single round.
Absolutely. Every round they won, everybody was involved.
Yep.
Whether it was a kill or an assist, whatever. Information gathered, awesome. And then on top of that, there was rounds where everybody had big rounds. Nabil, 4K. Witter, 3K. Oh, I have the rotate because I hear everybody. That's huge information that they pass over, and it's so big to pass off to your team, and that they thrived on split.
Yeah,
They
and like you
thrived.
said, it was big plays from the entire team. You know, the shimmy 3K with the Guardian. Even nearing the end there, the Atlas reflank on mid to catch Dead Hunter with his back turned. It's these kind of, in the case of that flank, these kind of weird confidence plays. And I'm assuming calls made by the IGL just based on how the game was going.
Yeah.
That just shows comfortability. It shows game knowledge. And it shows a whole lot of just experience in counter-picking teams, in counter-calling teams, and making those smart plays. And so on the side of Awesome Dudes, we're going to have to see something big.
Yep.
You know, we're going to have to see some calling, some strategic reads, and we're going to have to see a lot more success on those aggressive plays because as it stands, sending Kevin to die up mid is not going to work.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it on the head there.
All right, and so as the teams get ready, I think they're taking a quick break before we get this second map started. Just kind of, you know, rejuvenating themselves, taking a breath, maybe talking to the coach, seeing what went wrong, what went right. I think it's always good to take a second, right? Take a second between maps, and honestly, that's why that time is there for you. I think a lot of people can get angry or can get a little anxious and be like, hey, like let's just go, let's run it back, I'm angry, like let's make it happen, especially in fighting games, which this is not. But you can get really eager for the run back, and I think if you're able to take the time, able to decompress, going into a new map fresh with a fresh pair of eyes, a fresh pair of, you know, I was going to say morals, but a fresh pair of goals and a fresh pair of you know, just a fresh perspective on the game is going to allow you to come back and perform at your best. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're here to do, right?
Exactly.
You're here to perform your best. And so putting yourself in a situation to do so, I'll always respect a little bit of the time being taken between games.
Absolutely. It'll be really exciting to see how or if they can bounce back on this next map for Awesome Dudes. And going forward, U of A Green has proven that they are resilient.
Yep.
Down 5-1, 13 of 14 rounds won after that. Wow.
That's tough to come back from too, and I can't help but think about the mental aspect of that even, right? You cemented one of the best leads you could have at the start of that game, 5-1. And knowing that Alberta Green was able to completely come back from that deficit, it's just, in my head, even if on this next map they have a similar start, are they going to be thinking, we lost this, right?
Yeah.
This already happened. And so I was, a strong start, it's always what you'd want, and you think it's kind of necessary to getting them into this next map, but I have to hope that taking this time means that they're not going to have that loss in the back of their heads.
Absolutely. And I think on top of that is you have to mentally reset in terms of that was the game. That happened last game.
Yeah.
Even if you get out to a 5-1, 4-1, 3-0 lead, this is not the same game as it was last game.
Yeah.
This is not the same map. You can't let it affect you going forward. It does. Everybody's guilty of it. You always reflect back. But you have to try and stay forward, looking forward, so that you don't worry about it because you are in a different position. You're different map. You're feeling better. You're not going to let it happen again. And it goes with saying is you can't give up on any game because it can turn around just like that. That was evident.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we were talking about it a little bit in the game as well, just the strength of that double controller, a comp maybe you haven't run into too many times. Alberta Green looking very strong with the control they were able to take off the back of that comp, and just how strong their default was incredibly impressive. As we get ready for this next map, on the side of Awesome Dudes, what are some of the changes that you would like to see heading into that next map? Who needs to step up, and kind of what needs to happen to make this next map doable for this squad?
So I think you really nailed it in terms of, like, you can't be sending Kevin up mid and having him die.
And just, with the dream,
It
you know
just-
what I mean?
It happened. You know what? Like, rounds like that happen. Somebody's confident. You make a call.
Yeah.
You do it. It doesn't work. I think there's got to be a lot more team play in terms of, like, hey, there's two of us playing towards here because we're going to take this one fight. If we get traded, it's whatever, but we're taking one out with us regardless. And I think that synergy, that playing off of each other, is what was lacking in that first map past the 6th round.
Yeah.
Those first 5 rounds were phenomenal.
Yeah.
But as soon as U of A Green, they figured it out. They were able to counter it, and they didn't have that synergy from the first 6 rounds.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I mean, it's bad advice, but man, like, just learn how to shoot through the smoke better, I guess. Like, I cannot think of a single time that Awesome Dudes actually came out on top of a smoke spam situation, and whether it was Phantoms or Vandals, it just seemed like Alberta Green could do no wrong through a smoke. And
well, the thing is Alberta Green was finding these nebulas, the Omen smokes, everything, or the Viper orbs, the Viper wall. They were utilizing it with those Phantoms because you don't get the tracers coming through. And what I noticed was that Awesome Dudes, when they were spraying, were using Vandals outside of maybe a couple rounds.
Yeah.
But those Vandals show that tracer, easy to track, and then you can reverse spray it way easier than you can against a Phantom spraying through towards you. And I think that impacted how those rounds turned out quite a bit.
And it's weird to talk about because you don't normally think of spamming through the smoke as something that has a significant impact on the game, but there were multiple rounds where 1 or 2 kills came off the back of that, and they were kind of key kills, especially when Velocity was able to find 2 on that A entry. It's hard to understate how much that meant, considering Velocity came out of it pretty much unscathed. And so whether it's going to be a little bit more care taken towards those positions, a little bit more care taken towards, like, hitting from more than one angle, so they have to worry about a couple more spots of that spray coming in, but something needs to be done to counter those sprays because it kept happening. It wasn't just once.
No, it was almost every round. At the very least,
it felt like it.
At the very least, even if the U of A squad didn't get a kill spraying through the smoke, they were still doing enough damage to impact the rest of the round because they were low enough that it was that they were low enough that they couldn't do anything. They were 1 bullet, 2 bullets. Like it was, they were getting such high impact off those sprays.
Yeah, it was huge. And I think the other thing we saw was just how steady and confident Alberta was in their site holds with just a couple of players. We didn't see too many people rotate even once, right? And that was something we saw on the side of Awesome Dudes versus that Nate squad. We saw a couple times on Pearl where Awesome Dudes was able to pull a couple people off of that A site onto the B site, lurk up, get in those power positions, and make a play happen off the lurk, and then the reflank to get that plant down. We did not see that happen once on the side of this U Alberta squad. They were confident in their 2 or 3 man holds on the site, and the 1 man that was left in mid or the 1 man that was left on the other side of the map were constantly finding one on the way out and then coming to be a part of strong retakes with their team.
Absolutely. Split is such a fun map for that too, especially when you have the 2 controllers, because you can do so much with it. It impacts at every turn. You have Astra smokes that you can put literally anywhere. You have Viper wall that pushes you to cover 99% of a site, right? It was very interesting, and I'm excited to see where this second map goes.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we're going to see Pearl, which a lot of people might just consider Split 2 Electric Boogaloo. So, an interesting pick. Either, if the U Alberta team picked this, I think maybe it was a confidence pick after that Split win. If the Awesome Dudes team was the one that ended up picking this, maybe a little bit regret on the side of their team, but Pearl is a different map, but interestingly enough, one that we've seen Awesome Dudes play.
Yeah, they played it really well.
Yeah, they did.
And that was evident because they won their match. I think going into this, you're going to see a lot more aggression from the side of Awesome Dudes, because that's what worked for them at the start of Split, and then on top of that against Nate.
Yeah.
Whether it continues to work is to be seen, but I think we're going to see a lot more aggression, but also a lot more caution towards the aggression. It's not going to be stupid aggression. They're going to be thoughtful about, hey, if we hit 2 points from the same spot, we're
comps on the side of both these teams are about as standard could be. You know what I mean? A couple of differences. The Viper as opposed to the Astra is going to be a little more committal going on to sites. But then we see, the Cypher instead of the Killjoy, and then the Raze instead of the Jet. A couple of stylistic differences, but nothing too crazy and nothing too unexpected. Something that we did see Awesome Dudes get a ton of value out of was those Cypher trips against the Neon when Nate was playing the Neon on this map. U of A Green has opted for the Raze instead of the Neon, and so I'm really wondering if this Cypher pick is going to be as strong as we saw, just due to Raze's ability to maneuver around those Cypher trips a lot better than Neon can.
Right. I personally, I like the composition of Awesome Dudes team a little bit more than the side of U of A, because the Cypher just gives them so much maneuverability to how they can play. But I agree that Raze P-Dot, though.
Nabil and Witter trying to get aggressive, but P-Dot, one shot to the body hits against him as 2 headshots come out on the other side, and a quick answer from Awesome Dudes saying, I don't even remember that last map. I don't even know who you are, Kevin. With the third and a 2v3, somehow Velocity able to find 1, 2. Thankfully, not 3 and 4. Awesome Dudes collect themselves and put another pistol in the bank, and they have been very reliable on these pistols.
Yeah, they're confident in their pistol abilities. The aggressiveness that they show, they don't give the option of, hey, you're gonna fight me long range. Let's both get set up and swing. They go in and they go right away, and it's really, really well done. And honestly, I really appreciate the triple swing at the end there by the 3 of them on the spike. It was just, it got a little scary though, because Velocity could have gotten more than 1.
Yeah, that definitely got scary at the end. We've seen how strong Velocity can be given the right opportunity, but starting off the game very strong. Dead Hunter finding Nabil in mid, and Kevin doing what we expected him to do in that first map, opening these rounds up a little bit more than we saw before, but Atlas, the quick flank from A is going to allow for a kill onto Dead Hunter. The 3v4, it's a big ask for U of A, but I don't want to say it's impossible. Not by a long shot.
I mean, they have Sheriffs.
Okay, now it's impossible.
Now it's looking a little bit more like they're on the struggle bus.
Yeah, well aware of where these Alberta Green players are coming from. This link position held.
Shimmy? Oh my.
Shimmy incredibly coming up with 2 there. Thankfully, Kevin able to put a stop to that, but 3 kills on your round 2 after the pistol. That's a great spot for U of A. It should make this gun round a little bit safer.
Yeah.
As not a lot of those guns were carried over. But
True.
what was carried over is that Guardian on the side of Kevin.
Yeah, we also see that they have, I believe, 2 or 3 sheriffs that they had. The team got carried over, the sheriffs. And that's good to throw to teammates because they don't have to reinvest as much, right? And I really think that, yes, this leans in favor of U of A, but these sheriffs and their confidence and their aggressiveness might work out in their favor.
Yes, and spotting out Atlas early, just showing us shoulder. Kevin able to get deep onto site and pushing up Shimmy with the first kill, but P-Dot able to take out Atlas on the site and the bounce. Gary able to trade out Nabil, and this is a lot of damage on the side of Alberta Green. Awesome. Looking in an amazing spot to take this round.
Witter so extremely low. Shimmy full health and mostly full util. And wow.
Yeah, this has transitioned completely from what looked like an A site hit to a re-hit on this B site, but the Alberta Green players are kind of privy to it. They have, Jet in the back lines, but he's not going to find anyone. This flank is coming out, and it's coming out very quick.
If they catch them before they get the spike down,
just missed.
That would have been a disaster.
30 seconds left.
To have it down
Spike
long.
planted.
And because of Kevin's position, they're going to know that both of these players are coming from the flank. A 2v2 now. Do they expect Kevin up top? Is there a lineup here? There is. It misses a little bit.
Rough, rough lineup.
Oh my gosh, and Silvorin able to take out Witter.
Okay, that's what the vulnerability will do. Wow.
And Kevin able to take out Shimmy at 3-0 for awesome dudes. I'm having deja vu.
They're looking real good at the start of this. They took round 3. They have the money. And U of A Green is now on a very mixed light buy. Do you think it's like Kevin must just be more comfortable on Jet rather than Raze?
It could be because we're seeing that 5-1 start coming out of Kevin. It is just a confidence play, and Jet does have a little bit easier time making space than Raze. You don't have to go in with the satchels. You can smoke for yourself, right? So that allows you to make that space a little easier, allows you to kind of insert yourself into that chaos. I think that's where Kevin's feeling confident right now.
And it's evident. With the peaks he's taking, the kills he's getting, it's evident.
All right, 4 people towards this B-long position. Gonna try and put the pressure on the site, but the field finds Dead Hunter on that flank through mid. Oh, Kevin with a shorty there. Why?
The tailwind into halls with a shorty. You don't gotta do them like that.
It hurts,
Come
man.
on.
It hurts. There's no doubt about that. The KO knife coming out. It's gonna get these guys back on the site, but the weaker weaponry is more than evident. But Atlas
Spike down B.
finding 2 with the Sheriff turns this into a 1v2. P-Dot running off site, trying to get away from these 2 men on the B site, and is gonna cross through mid, the Vandal in hand. And they're gonna read this. They know this rotate's coming out, and they've fully committed to it. They don't believe in the fake.
Yeah, and this timing.
That knife just missing, and P-Dot will get the plant down, but
10 seconds left.
it's gonna be so hard to get more than that. An amazing flash coming out though will allow him to get out, and Witter none the wiser, a clutch on the side of P-Dot.
Oh my goodness! What a play! The plant goes down, just crosses, and throws a flash to the opposite side, and then swings around. Wow, what a play from P-Dot. Putting awesome dudes in such a good spot. They're 4-0. They're feeling it again, and You gotta wonder what's to come. You gotta wonder what's to come.
And it's not many times that I would see a 4-0 start and be nervous for the team that is up 4-0.
Yes.
On the side of Alberta Green, they were able to force into this round. They do have rifles on the side of every single player on that team, and so this round, very winnable, and this is the first round that we saw them take on that split game.
Is it gonna be different? I don't know what to expect. Oh my goodness.
A lot of action leaning towards mid right now with 4 Alberta players on either side of mid. Kind of no information, but a peek coming out to that B long. Spotted the
Dead
2
Hunter.
players, but Dead Hunter is going to get Nabil, and Velocity is also limited to 1 kill. That Cypher ultimate is going to reveal the rest of the players that they know that this B site is free. And Kevin doing what we know best of
Good
Kevin,
trade.
getting aggressive, and Silvorin there with the trade. That's what we were talking about.
Yep.
Don't leave Kevin on an island.
Exactly. But now looking at Awesome Dude's health, they have 2 players low. We've got the Cypher and the KO, both extremely low. U of A has their Fade, about 60% health, and we have the Raze.
Oh my gosh, and the KO is invested to try and
used the
secure
Hell
this
Command.
round. Shimmy
Silvorin.
taken out by Silvorin. The trade, not quite. Winner able to take out Pete off the Dead Hunter on the backstab. Will get the revive. That's 2 guns saved into this round, and the U of A's economy is in shambles.
What a play. I was real scared. Real scared. The null command use was actually really smart because it negates any impact they can use with their utility if they have anything left. The assumption is they have something that they can benefit from, and they use the null command from P-Dot and put themselves in a spot where, I mean, P-Dot trades out Silvorin. P-Dot gets traded out by Dead Hunter, and just like that, it's a 5-0 start.
Yeah, that was a great play on the side of Awesome Dudes. The difference that we're seeing in this map is the amount of presence that Awesome Dudes are showing around the map. That round they showed presence all throughout mid and on that B long side of the map, which allowed them to put rotations and allowed them to isolate those 1v1 fights. That being said, an early kill goes to the side of U of A, but it's answered back by just a raw peek from Silvorin.
Yeah, you have to respect those peaks in towards them when they're already a man down. It's risky, but it works out in the favor of Awesome Dudes there.
And now a complete lack of information to this B long. U of A so worried about how far these players could be pushed up, and a jump peek is going to confirm that there's nobody there on the side of Awesome Dudes. And now 4 people up mid. What can they make happen? Going into the spawn, and Atlas finds Kevin and gets out. How?
That shouldn't happen. You have a Guardian as well. That shouldn't happen.
Velocity with the wide swing, but Atlas with 2, with 3! Atlas saves the round! With just a cheeky play in the smoke, you've got to be kidding me!
Yeah, places down the star, pops the Nebula, sits in there with a Guardian, hears the footsteps, goes by and says, "Hey guys, I was here the whole time." Gets 4 on the way out. What a round.
The craziest thing about that is they knew he was there. They didn't necessarily know he was in the smoke, but they knew he was around.
Yeah.
He could only have gotten so far at an absolute power play on the side of Atlas, but if you're U of A, that round does not feel good. That is off a heroic play from one of your players that you absolutely will not be able to rely on as this map continues. But deja vu, time is a circle. It is a perfect circle, and we're seeing a 5-1 start again. Can the U of A answer back like they did last map?
It remains to be seen. I'm not saying anything. I'm not caster cursing this. It's phenomenal play from both sides so far in this map, and we're seeing heavy aggression towards A this round.
Yeah, all 5 players on this A site. An early Viper able to secure most of the site, all of front site. This plant should go down without a problem. Alberta Green will be playing a 5v5 retake on this A site. And do they go for it? This is a tough spot to be in. They do. A couple of ultimates invested on both sides, actually. And Kevin. Oh, just so aggressive on these pushes. And is that a little bit of an overheat? When you have the Viper ult up, when you have so much control.
Oh no.
Velocity! Finding so much, and the defuse is stuck! You Alberta answers back in the 7th round!
That's tough for Awesome Dudes. Kevin did overheat a little bit, got out of the comfort zone of where his teammates were. They had the Viper's Pit up. I understand having to push there because of Velocity's lockdown,
yeah.
but that puts you in a really bad spot. You go down, and then it just domino effect.
And these Guardians have been going crazy. Velocity with 2 on the Guardian. We've seen Shimmy, we've seen Kevin. Like, Guardian is just the MVP of this map. And the knives out from Kevin, looking to find a big play early. If Kevin's able to find value on these knives, it could put guns in the hands of the rest of his team. Dead Hunter traded out in mid, though. This Shorty gets back online. No. The site will be conceded, though, for the 4v4 retake. And with the superior weapons, you're not too mad about it. Oh my god, Kevin. The hubris. The absolute hubris to go for that play. I think, again, the problem with that play is a player like Kevin can make plays like that happen. It's absolutely doable, just due to the individual skill that that player possesses. The problem is, if you do it enough times, Alberta Green is going to catch on, right? And they have been waiting for those Kevin overheats to come out and punishing it the last 2 rounds. And honestly, they punished it last map as well.
And honestly, the biggest thing about this round in particular, if Kevin had a teammate around him,
perhaps
trade it out, and it goes at least even trades.
Or, even better, you know, there's a post-plant position just being held. You know what I mean? I understand feeling like you have to be the hero.
Yeah.
Right? Because we have been, you know, watching this Awesome Dudes team kind of lean on Kevin for those opening picks. So I understand it feeling like you need to make something happen, but you have to realize when you've already won. You already did your job. You got the site. It's clear. You know, you and your teammate can reset and play that post-plant position.
Exactly, especially with where it was planted. It was planted for that ramp location. Why be on site at all if you can back out with the rest of your team?
And especially if you have the knives and an updraft left over, right? That can be such a tricky spot to play. And Jimmy able to get Kevin, and Velocity coming in with 2. They call him the site anchor for a reason. Unmovable at the back of this A site, and now going to be looking for his 3rd Silverian. Able to find Velocity, but not without taking 120 points of damage themselves. Atlas back here, completely unaware. It's Silverian just putting this round on their back.
Yeah, they just had to hope that when they jumped up, the box didn't make a sound.
Yeah.
It didn't, and it worked out. But 1v2, Knife notices the
knows the
Cypher.
location of one, but the other is a little more tricky, and that's a tough miss. Oh, and knows the location of the last! The clutch! Dead Hunter plays a little too deep in that angle, and that was such a good deconstruction on the side of Nabil. He actually confirmed the location of Dead Hunter with the KO knife. He knew that someone was there. As soon as the location of Silverian was known, the flick was able to come out almost immediately. Dead Hunter playing just a little too deep to get that trade, but an amazing play from Nabil.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And
again,
I'm having days.
It's 5-4 going into this round.
I don't love it.
If Awesome Dudes lose this, their economy is broken. Don't want to see that happen.
No. And I'm sure Awesome Dudes are thinking the exact same thing. If they're able to come away with this round, they become the masters of their own fate. They become, you know, and I think that needs to happen. Silverian trying to make something happen, but a nade comes out, and Nabil is able to confirm that kill. And as far as making this round happen, it just went from bad to worse.
Yeah, you don't want to see your smoker go down first. And then
Oh
Kevin's
my
down.
gosh, it's just, they know the location of P-Dot, they know the location of Gary. Both these players accounted for. The spray through the smoke, not the kill we're accustomed to, but
close but no cigar.
But yeah, not quite, not quite. That being said, a 2v5 situation, you're almost thinking about saving in this instance here.
There's so much time left to kill too. And look at the flank. We have 2 sneaking in on the flank to pinch them into A main.
Yeah, it's unwinnable at this point with Witter and the op. I didn't even notice that op was online. Witter able to confirm that one in the flank would have made that undoable. U of A Green ties this up at 5-5, and this time not after a 5-1 start, after an 0-5 start.
Yep, it's got to sting. But hey, the best thing to do. Mentally reset.
It's hard. It's hard to see the bright side of this.
You're
trying to say something. It's hard.
I mean, honestly, take a pause. Reset.
Yeah.
You got to do something.
I'm wondering if these guys are gonna be willing to take a tech pause, see if something happens. And Witter completely tanks that fade eye with the op angle. He falls off. Is gonna reposition onto this Art lane. Yes, Art. Oh, that actually takes the A main lane now. The KJ Util. I'm just watching Witter. This guy is all over the map and finally settles on this A main lane, trying to catch Gary on that peak.
Witter.
Speak it into existence, man. I saw that one coming a mile away.
Big first kill there, but P-Dot is able to trade out velocity. And never mind. Witter's there. Witter's there with the operator.
And finds Kevin. Witter has had a bit of a quiet half this game, but having bought the op last round, putting it to very, very good use, and that is the spike. Witter confirms that it's in the corner, and now looking for these last 2 players. Their locations are unknown.
This timing.
Oh, and the Sheriff letting Silverin down. The headshot comes through, but only for 145%.
You gotta respect the headshot there.
That
you
sucks.
can't repeat that though.
Nabil able to find P-Dot and Silverin 100 HP. Staring down the barrel of 4 players. This is so hard. And now they have been located. Nabil will pick up a second on the round. And the U Alberta Green team see themselves 6-5 up this map.
They take the lead once again.
Say it ain't so. say it. 1 round. If you make it a 6-6, I'm back.
Please.
I believe.
I mean,
I'm back.
You gotta do something here. It looks like, just based on this, yeah, we've got all full buys across the board. Witter actually bought a rifle on top of his op so that there's a fast trade out if needed.
And we also see, sorry to cut you off, but 3 ults on the side of this U Alberta Green team. Yeah, 3 very strong ults, and so this is going to be an uphill battle.
With the fast hit, though, Awesome Dudes does have that KO no command. They could negate it for the initial take, but that post plant
it's
with
gonna be so hard.
Lockdown, a showstopper, and a null command,
yeah,
that's gonna be rough.
That's a rock and the hardest place you can imagine. And with Shimmy finding Dead Hunter off the rip, it's so much worse. The KO ult actually expended early from Nabil, and that is going to stall this push completely, as the location of Awesome Dudes is noted by U Alberta Green. Atlas showing a little bit of respect here. Pushed up, could have got a little ignorant. Could have.
Yeah.
I like the restraint.
Yeah, the restraint and I really respect that as a whole, because it shows that Atlas is playing for the team, not themselves. They're not wanting to pad kills or whatever. They're willing to take that step back and put themselves in a better position for the fight.
All I know is if I'm Atlas in that situation, I pushed into Art. That's all.
100%.
I'm deep. I'm the hero. You know?
I know that they're in Art. I'm there.
Yeah,
guns ablazing,
yeah.
whether it's good or bad.
And they've gone for this B push, but Witter is here with the op. The null command will keep the showstopper out of use for the time being, but this is not a winnable round. there's too much time has been expended, and with the showstopper still online, there is no chance for Awesome Dudes to get that round.
Shimmy gets
such a great show of utility from U of A. That was one not on gunfights. That was one on utility usage.
Yeah, utility usage on top of the ability to drag out the round because of that utility, causing them to have to plant with 7 seconds left.
And an 11-second KJ hold going off. Yeah.
Put down. So just good awareness of the round. Unfortunately for Awesome Dudes, it seemed like they were up in arms about what to do when they got caught in art and that went
with
towards
the KO.
A. And because of that, they ran out of time, which happens, but you don't like to see it.
No, and it's a really tough spot to be because even in the best case scenario in that situation, even if they get the plant down, they have to sacrifice someone to the lockdown to even do it. And when you're a man down, you just can't afford that.
A head ding onto the KO of Nabil.
Kevin trying to make this play happen and tagged up here. He is going to recommit after his location is known, in a Viper Molly from downtown allows Kevin to get shimmy. He gets out scot-free. Silverin a little labored, but gets it. And P-Dot is now in a great position to challenge Atlas on this swing. And Awesome Dudes, at the very least, proving it will not be 13 in a row again.
Yeah, this pistol round has been phenomenal. Kevin gets the initial aggression, gets that head ding onto Nabil.
And actually gets the initial kill as well.
Yeah, gets the initial kill after they start to push out into, I believe it was, the snake bite.
Yeah.
And
that snake bite came from Narnia. I don't even know where it came from.
No. Silvarin was like, okay, I'm looking in the air,
let me just pop one over.
Pixel.
Yeah.
That's the right pixel.
Let me just pop one over. All good.
Yeah, but honestly, great round, and you love to see that kind of bounce back in that kind of round. Now they have this bye, and they just can't give any weapons to the U of A squad.
Yeah, and honestly, you can kind of take a sigh of relief on that round as, you're doing better than the last game. You were able to stuff the momentum. You were able to get that pistol round. And this Awesome Dudes team has been amazing on these pistol rounds. So there's a little bit of confidence there. This isn't last game. But this second round now needs to go your way.
Yeah. We are seeing this aggression. Look at Kevin over towards B.
And Dead Hunter, does he know? Does he know? The swing coming out the jiggles. He's spotted and
good damage.
No trade. And that was not even a smoke from Awesome Dudes. That was the U of A smoke that allowed Dead Hunter to get out of there. Maybe a little bit of misplay from the Astra.
But Atlas has his Guardian now, and we know how he is with the Guardian.
Yeah, we've seen some disgusting things. Spray down, comes through, a kill onto Silverin. Leaves it in a 3v2. That being said, low HP on the side of Atlas. And not great on the side of Witter. But wow! What a headshot! And the reflank through top sight! They are going to be aware, and P-Doll...
Oh my!
Able to make that one happen, but it is close.
That was a spicy round. That got too close for comfort. The awareness from P-Dot, though, to look up.
Yeah.
There must have been a footstep at the very end as he jumped off.
Yeah, you heard the jump.
Because that was too close for comfort.
Yeah, if I'm Awesome Dudes, I'm thinking my lucky stars we came away with that one because it very realistically could have gone a different way.
And hey, 7-7. That was a big round. That you're already doing much better than last game in terms of where you were at.
Yep.
Keep progressing. Keep the push on.
These gun rounds need to count, though. Right? This is going to be the bonus on the side of Awesome Dudes because they lost so many guns, and so very likely going the direction of Alberta Green. That being said, if they're able to take a couple rifles out of hand, particularly if they're able to get 3, they'll be going into the next round with a little bit of an advantage and able to really cement themselves as making a comeback in that gun round.
And honestly, if you even just get damage done so they have to reinvest into that shield, it makes them send that down.
This push is insane! And Atlas,
oh my goodness,
completely unaware of the possibility of that mid push 3. 4 players on the side of Awesome Dudes are now on this flank, but
It's
Alberta
swapped now.
Green is going to be very well aware of it.
Awesome Dudes is now attacking the bomb site.
Yeah,
from,
this is
Go great snake bite to push Velocity off that angle.
Oh, and now they're very well aware of the KO up in heaven. The flash rings true, though, and nobody on the bomb quite yet. Kevin finds Velocity in bracket and shimmy. So low HP, is able to
trade.
find one, but traded out again. Low HP on Kevin. Mid-site, they need to get onto the bomb. A whiff from Witter leaves an opportunity open as Silvorin finds Nabbit. And Kevin with the final kill! But there's not enough time!
Clutch.
And we talked about Awesome Dudes. They want 3 rifles in that round. Quite frankly, they almost took the whole round.
Yeah.
And so, as far as bonuses go, it's not the round, but it's just as close as you could possibly hope for.
It's enough that you have to be comfortable with it because you put yourself now. Look at the buy on U of A. They have 4 rifles and a Guardian, all light shield though. They are deadly with that Guardian.
Yeah.
I will say that, Atlas, but so good.
Yeah, and this is a big reinvestment on the side of U of A. If they come out on the bottom of this round, they will be staring down the barrel of an Awesome Dudes lead in the second half.
Yeah, this is a tense game. There's a lot of turning gears here.
And it just feels like Awesome Dudes have really had their hand on the pulse for a lot more of this game, really catching on to the habits of Alberta Green, as well as just coming on top of those gunfights, coming out on top of those trades. The trades have been significantly better.
Yeah, and they're adjusting round to round really well. So Warren with the snake bite onto one of the plant spots that are common.
Awesome Dudes really trying to penetrate this B site, but there's so much utility keeping them back right now. And with that Astra smoke dissipating, it's looking like they're going to want to try and explore other parts of the map. And look at how deep Atlas is right now. There's potential for an incredible timing on this A side of the map, but PDOT is aware.
Yeah, PDOT has an inkling that something's going on here.
30 seconds left.
This fight is huge. This fight is huge, and PDOT comes out on top of it. Now, this A take is lost a ton of its legs as Dead Hunter takes out Witter, the Guardian, and Velocity finds another shimmy with 2! And Kevin, what should have been around on the side of Awesome Dudes was so nicely played and called shimmy. A heroic play to find 3.
Well, Shimmy's out of danger on on A site and runs into Art to clean up the round. Wow, that didn't go the way I expected it to go, especially with the information that PDOT got. That stings. That stings.
It was a 4v3 retake just because of how late Kevin was coming through mid, but the fact that Velocity gets 1 on the way in and Shimmy is able to come away with 2 just puts them in the position to win that round. Really incredible play on the side of Alberta Green to turn what was a disadvantageous position into something very, very good. Being said, the flank on this A side, they stacked it, but Alberta Green is hitting B.
Alberta Green is making the right reads, and that's evident.
Oh no! Oh no! Nabil only getting 2, and Dead Hunter lets the Cypher ultimate rip. They will know the location of the rest of these Alberta players, but the weaponry and the plant position, the mollies, the suck. This is such a hard round to win if Kevin doesn't go crazy and Witter able to take him out.
Yeah, they've nano swarms, gravity well. Cypher
a
nade, alarm.
Help! Help!
That is an insane amount of post.
Oh, and then this through the wall. There is no way in. Alberta Green said, try.
Yeah.
Absolutely, just try.
You guys want to stack a site? That's fine. You know what we can stack? Utility.
Yeah. And that was the lower buy coming out the side of Awesome Dude. So not necessarily expecting to win that round, but kind of a demoralizing way to go as they're taken out by utility instead of gunfire at the end of that one. And
also, Atlas still has not re-upped his rifle. He's
Yeah,
still
he's still
using that Guardian.
quite frankly, it's been working. And,
Oh, 100%. I'm not saying change it. I'm just pointing out that
Holy
he's confident with that.
Atlas is by himself right now and takes
Dead
so
Hunter.
much damage as Awesome Dudes completely call out that play. The aggression on B is going to net them a kill, and this is what they're looking for. They're looking for those early first bloods on players who are by themselves. That being said, Shimmy, dude, cannot lose a gunfight.
Shimmy gets in the perfect spot to see P-Dot before P-Dot even realizes how close they are.
And the ultimate is going to make this plant go down 4-3. We're going to see the pressure coming out from Witter, and the ultimate connects, but not for the full damage. But a KJ ult is also invested. So now they're going to be against the clock to get back in this game. The Molly's confirmed on the bomb and the turret. But Witter caught out a little bit by Gary. One of the Molly's pop.
Face your fear!
They spent everything on this man. Another Molly popped, sound cues taken away, and Kevin worried about this art play that doesn't exist.
They do get half.
Wait, Silverin gets 2.
And Gary.
And Gary's sticking the defuse. No! They killed Gary, and that was all they needed.
Oh no!
And a misplay.
That was so close to being completed. Nabil swings and steals that away.
And I mean, you could have done so many things about that. You could have lined up in front of him. You could have pushed. You could have done anything to try and soften the damage, but the laser focus to get that kill on the planter to secure the round, and Alberta Green steals that one.
Yeah, it's 11-7 now too. So the side of Awesome Dudes, they've got a light buy here, leaning more towards a U of A 12th round.
Kevin, though, up here with the Bucky, will find Witter and damage onto Nabil, but that is 2 gone on the side of Awesome Dudes. And
oh goodness, Gary.
oh my
Not
gosh,
like this,
the
Gary.
utility dump onto Gary. The C's and 2 Mollies. They've located P-Dot. But the judge in backside, there's something you can do here. They were aware of the
no.
judge. The pre-fire,
No
the whip from Velocity.
There's no way.
That's insane, but look now, the position of Atlas is so deep. Awesome Dudes were fully convinced that this was going to be a commitment towards that B site, and
oh my goodness.
now the rotation coming through Shimmy through this A main position, and Atlas is set up to end this round.
Yeah, Atlas is in a really good spot. Full utility as well, has only used the Dissipate in terms of their stars, and I don't think they're going to need to use anything. But
And the knives are out right now. That is
Player
no, not quite. A bit of a labored spray will allow P-Doll to get one, but Shimmy, the steady pair of hands we've been talking about, is able to come away with that one after the damage is done. And Alberta Green on match point of the series, up 1-0. They're looking to put this one away right now.
yeah, map point, series point.
There.
Awesome Dudes has a lot of work. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's tough to get back into it when you're on match point. Any mistake can be capitalized on and put you in a spot that isn't in your favor going into the round or working through the round.
A couple of strong retake ults, though, for Awesome Dudes in the KO ult and the Fade ult. They will have those online this round, and so used appropriately, they might be able to come out on top of it. And as we keep on saying, this is the hardest round.
Yeah, that 0-point knife gets thrown by Nabil over towards A main, and then
He peeks again.
Right there.
The absolute hubris on Nabil to try and get more there. And coming away with the damage advantage on that fight, but no bodies on the ground as of yet.
But look at P-Dot's health. There's barely a sliver.
Yeah. They're on life support as far as we're aware. No heals on the side of this Awesome Dude squad. They're worried about this link position. They really think that they could be pushed up, especially after P-Dot was pushed back off of Art.
Well, and they threw a Nebula as well into that B-Link connector to caused concern.
And actually, Atlas made noise on that B-Link position, and so there's only going to be one player, Silvoran, on this site, and they were seen by the eye! That being said, 20 health left, and Gary is able to get Nabil! This retake is going to come in fast and furious, but 2 players well within spamming territory. Are they going to be able to keep enough players alive for long enough? Shimmy and Witter strike first. Shimmy again on the Dead Hunter. Shimmy and Atlas to close out the map. 13-7 for U Alberta Green.
That's a 2-0 series. U of A Green, congratulations on winning the first Alberta Esports Expo Valorant tournament. That was, wow. They bounced back heavy in both of those maps.
Yep.
And wow, you just got to respect that. Wow.
I think you're absolutely right in the fact that resilience was the name of the game for this U Alberta Green team. Starting out low and coming back with series of rounds after rounds after rounds against this awesome dudes team. It shows the veteran leadership of their IGL, able to keep the team focused and able to make those adaptations and calls as the map goes on.
And it didn't matter if they were down 5-0. 5-1, because it showed that they were able to have the resilience to push back, to say, yeah, we're down, whatever. We can mentally reset. Oh, first map, 12 of 13 rounds.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Second map. Oh, yeah, you can have 2-3 more rounds, but we're taking the rest of them.
Yeah.
And they were convincing rounds, albeit some were close, but when they took the rounds and the rounds that they needed, when they took them. They were aggressive. They were hostile. They took the fights. They got the wins, and they were able to secure the rounds in very good fashion.
Yeah, and with that, man, we see, you heard the cheers from those guys. As much as that game might not have looked close after the momentum built for U Alberta Green, those guys were trying their hearts out. That awesome dude squad cannot be commended enough for coming into this tournament and putting up such a fight, coming into second place.
Yeah,
so, we have to give it up to that squad.
Absolutely.
But our champions of the hour are the U Alberta Green team, and with that, Valorant at the Alberta Esports Expo has concluded. U Alberta Green are your champions after a 2-0 victory over awesome dudes. That has been us for this cast of Valorant. And so, till next time, guys, we'll see you then.
Take care.